Are we green? Sweet. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to GDC 5 Drunkcast.
How's it going?
Yeah, how's everyone doing? Answer all at once.
Amazing. So wonderful.
Mid.
Um,
5 out of 7. So, like to probably start off talking about GDC 5 stuff when give Dan a few minutes to hop on. Talk a bit about the tournament, maybe go over the teams, make some predictions, talk some shit. But what I'd like to start out, hey, there's the guy. There he is, fresh from his new Pacifica pad. Not Pacifica, Pack Heights pad. Getting a little whiny noise
That's
from Dan, I think.
Dan, is that actually your
Well,
home
yeah.
or is this like a background that you added?
It's an extremely realistic virtual background. It's interactive, but all of this is completely digital right now.
They're all digital objects.
Yeah.
Got the Oculus room tracking going.
All right. What are folks drinking? Hold up what you got.
I didn't know if we were opening it together or like pouring together. I didn't know.
I opened up mine first. I'm glad everyone else had too.
Mine is empty. I
if you
thought we were
have-
gonna.
we could all take a shot. If you got something to shoot ready.
I did hold up my end of the my whatever the fuck I said. There is a bottle here, but I'm gonna start with Tito's.
Excellent. Is it anytime someone says New York's no fun?
Yeah, but
Jeez.
until
We're
I
trying
say
to
I'm
get
not
alcohol
doing that
poisoning?
anymore. Until I decide I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, Dee's trying to die.
Yeah, you guys want to win, right?
All right, I'm starting off with some Fernet because it's GDC 5 in San Francisco.
Ooh, good call.
That means Fernet.
That's gross, Ryan.
Yeah, that is gross.
I made a whiskey sour.
Good
Good
choice.
choice.
Very good choice.
I got some sparkling yuzu coconut water, and I threw.
That's
Tito's
no
in
fun.
it. I threw Tito's in it.
Okay, D. That's fun. All right, cheers, folks. Bat.
Outstanding.
All right, fucking great to see you all. Let's
It's been a bit.
Dan, you feel like kicking things off with some GDC 5 talk? Get the people hyped.
Absolutely. What do the people want to know? We're
What do the people need to know?
Well, let's see. I'm like right in the middle, right this second, figuring out exactly what the group setup is precisely going to be. We were going to do, like 5 groups of 5, but now it looks like we're going to have 24 teams exactly. So, just seeing what kind of fun stuff that we can do, balance out the teams, make sure everybody, gets nice little blocks where they're very much on, and then nice little blocks where they're very much off. So just working out the last details so we can get the schedule out.
Oh, damn. Did you not hear about the secret 2015?
No, I haven't. I've been real heads down on the schedule stuff. Please update me.
There's a secret 2015. I don't know how much I'm at liberty to reveal, but
Can we talk about the
let's
fact
say
that
there.
You finish. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
It started early. I like it.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's maybe a certain queen from New York involved in this secret team.
You sure you don't mean a queen from LA? Secret queen from
Right.
LA? You sure you don't mean a secret queen from LA?
That's what I mean, but maybe this person is better known as being from New York.
People need
I
to
just
update
gave it away instantly.
I actually don't know who.
Well,
most
let's not
people
say
I-
anymore.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
I'm actually lost.
Did Prashant move to LA?
Finally, yeah, he did it surprise last week. No, it's Drew Doherty is
Oh, right. Yes.
Oh.
That's secret though. That's nobody can know.
Okay.
It's just between us friends.
Why is it that so
Absolutely.
many people want
Everyone,
to remain
just keep taking
secret?
shots until you do not remember this. Part.
That goes for chat too. I'm gonna wipe the VOD also.
I don't understand. Why does
Yeah,
everyone
so-
want to be secret?
Josh, could you turn up your mic just like half a notch?
Absolutely, I'll fix my mic. Yeah, why is everyone trying to be secret about this? I don't understand. Like 8 different people, I swear.
Every
Like, don't tell people I'm coming. Why?
Dee, do you have thoughts on this?
It's not that I cared that people are coming. It's stuff, or people knew that I was personally coming. I'm speaking for me. It's more of like a privacy thing. I think it's weird that we like give all of our information on public documents, like on the internet, as like someone who just went through the pandemic and had people on the internet figure out who I am because of these sheets. I don't want my personal information on them anymore. So that's why I was saying before, like, you know, if someone wants to know who's gonna come, for sure we're down to tell them, but like publicly putting my info out there, don't want it.
What info do you mean?
Just like my name, like people were able to figure out my name, like people from the internet were able to figure out my first and last name and not just like my internet name because of Killer Queen arcade sheets. And then they were able to find like my Facebook, my Twitter, my Instagram. So if people want privacy, we give them privacy. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, you can never underestimate the creepy persistence of internet sleuths.
Okay, that's a much better answer than I was expecting. So I retract all negativity associated with my statement.
If that's the reason that people want to keep, I mean, it depends. You know, sometimes people are just like, "Ooh, I want it to be like a thing when I show up," or you know, like D said, which I think is a valid reason.
I mean,
You
I'm
know,
just
and I
thinking-
think one of those is more valid than the other.
I feel like a lot of
yeah.
people are in the
Other
you know,
category.
They want
Yeah.
to make the pro wrestling entrance.
I was literally just about to say they want to be the 30th entrant in the Rumble, and when their music
Yeah.
pops, they get the applause, right?
Yeah, I was.
I'm not saying that this is what's happening with this team.
Zone's
People
music.
that you're thinking of, how many of them desperately wish that they were exactly that person? Just who's in your mind when you're thinking about this?
Me.
Bring a folding chair right to the cab.
well, as many people would
Sitting
like
allowed.
Unfold it so you can sit on it.
that role, I think we have exactly one secret team at this point, and you know, Dan doxed them just now. If it were me, I would have said Dr. 00 is coming, and I think that would have been the appropriate level of information. But it is what it is. We've got a secret team, so we have 25.
They put it on. They put it on the sheet. They put it on the sheet.
Ah, fuck. So should we look at the sheet then?
Yeah. So that's the screen I'm sharing. Can everybody see that? Or
Yeah, we can see it.
okay.
A lot of these names have changed since I last looked. They're better.
Josh, who's your sunglasses person?
Oh, it's a secret.
Yeah,
we just went over this.
Entrance in the Rumble. They're definitely not a big wrestling fan.
I'm sure if I thought about it, I could think of a particular player in Killer Queen who's done this.
I am
from
realizing
recent memory.
I think it's just funny though, because I don't think we ran the team name by Jasmine yet, and I don't know if she's going to be on board with Chad lads.
Jasmine's a Chad.
Jasmine's a total Chad.
She's
They
So-
also
Chad,
made
that's
a
so bad.
logo, so there's nothing more Chad than that.
Yeah, who designed this logo? Is that Lev?
I honestly have no idea. I'd have to look in our team chat.
I think
Oh,
that
man.
it must be Lev because Lev was like, the picture's cool, right? And it was all like, positive about it, so it's got to be him.
Yeah, Garzon sent a message last night saying that he we needed to change our team name because he hit Ian with the Mind Goblin, and we're called Mind Goblin now. And I responded, "What is the Mind Goblin?" He's Mind Goblin. He's nuts. And I was like, "God damn it!" So I hope this is
Fucking
I
got
think,
him.
I think it's cool that you're. I think it's cool that you're soliciting feedback from Garzon, even though he's not. On
Yeah,
your
I
team.
think it's cool that you let him be in your team chat.
Yeah, that's nice. He gets lonely.
The problem is we have
coach.
6 players in the team, so
Yeah, he's a team coach.
he's not the hidden player. There's a fifth or a sixth hidden player.
Oh shit.
Well, how could I properly see this team
I'm
Yeah,
hide
you
to
just-
sell.
if there's such a wild card
Yeah.
here?
You know how it goes.
They're going by Anonymous Goose, but that might be a Google supplied nickname.
No, that's just who's selecting that right now.
You're right. That's the.
Anonymous Goose
Whoever
is
has the
sunglasses
highlight.
like this. Anonymous Goose entrant.
Wow. Okay, so you have not so secret Garzon and a legitimately secret 6th player who's
Yeah,
not Jasmine.
right.
Got it.
Interesting.
So you're Chad lads now. What did you used to be called?
Well, a previous iteration of the team was Big Brangles, which I never liked. I thought that was a terrible name. That was back when we had Higgins on the team.
You guys had
Yeah, no reading.
You guys were
you had some dropouts.
Actually, Ryan was supposed to be on this team for previous GDC.
Yeah, there was a half a minute there a year and a half ago where I was on this team. Those were good
You know what?
times.
You know what's a much better name than Chad Lads, which you can get by just changing a few letters, and it incorporates Jasmine?
Chad lads?
Chad Ladies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Chad Ladies?
Yeah,
Let's take a poll. Put a finger up if
I
you
think they should
if
change
you like
it.
if you like Chad ladies. If you prefer Chad ladies over Chad lads.
I'm gonna need a consultation from I believe
offer,
that's the reason
Can
he's
you-
on this call.
We have
I
5.
Can
We
I
You
got-
can pull
we got-
the pull the Twitch chat as well. If someone
Oh,
can get there.
Felix, pull the Twitch chat.
Oh, I have a sword in this chat too.
if we have Jasmine, how about Jazz Lads?
Ooh.
Oh, that's very good.
That's good. Honestly, you should actually change it to Jazz lads.
Jazz, and then the apostrophe is after the S, Lads.
I don't know
For
about
the grammar nerds, I appreciate it.
It kind of like Charlie's Angels, but like Jazz Lads.
Yeah. We can workshop this for like another hour and we might get there.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
should-
I'm
this
sure
is
that
solid
is
content. This is why people tune in.
Yeah, I want this level of deep discussion on every single team on this team sheet. So that's team 1. What's team 2?
Okay, continuous B livery. Oh, this looks like the sumo team.
Like continuous delivery.
Yeah.
Is that a sumo thing?
I think. Yeah, what does sumo
I
do?
don't
Anyone
know.
what
I don't know
sumo
what they
does?
do.
Yes, it is. It's a programming term.
Does everyone know who the sumos are? Or their origin story?
They're all from Sumo Logic. Sumo Logic is a company that has like done events with Bumble Bear and has a huge active scene of people within the company who play, and they all played for years internally before they ever kind of got into the national Killer Queen scene. So now they send teams up to tournaments all the time. This will be they send a team down to Hive Hustle 2, I believe, and maybe even Hive Hustle 1 actually. And,
Were you there the first night they came out to Detour?
Absolutely. I'm the terrible person who gave Chris Dessonville this nickname.
You're why he's called Blue Chris in this community exclusively and nowhere else in his life.
He was wearing a Sharks jersey, and we had another Chris that day who was a queen, so we had to distinguish. So he became Blue Chris right there, totally out of expediency. I didn't mean for it to happen that way.
That's
Because I was just like shouting
I'm-
people's like team names across the bar.
I call Chris Shenane in all sincerity. That's what I know.
That's a much better name.
Shenane.
What do you call him?
Shenane, short for shenanigans, but
Yeah.
he is Shenane.
Like Chris
That's
and
not
Bunny
bad. I
are
enjoy that.
also really big in Killer Queen Black as well. They've had
Yeah.
teams there the whole time.
Him and Higa both are really awesome players and people that I got to meet. I mean, obviously I know them from KQA, but then I got to really know them from KQB. Lots of fun.
Does Hugo still play KQA? I remember
Oh, I
meeting him at KQ30 very briefly.
I was talking about Higa. I think they're different people.
Oh, okay, I
Higa's
missed-
somewhere on here, I think. Maybe.
Well, let's continue
Don't
down the list. We have team 3 is TBD number 2. Looks like a combination Chat and Charlotte team. I recognize the name Chase, but I'm not sure it's the Chase that I'm semi.
Yeah, these guys are all pretty good. Like this is like 3/5 of their like national team or like team they sent to nationals last year, and then
Oh, nice.
and then like Andrew Griner is a super good Charlotte player too, and Christian I can't recall which Christian that is, but whatever they got a couple people out from Charlotte who are going to be really good too. So, but that's a really good team.
Correct me if I'm
Micah-
wrong, but both of these scenes don't have venues currently, right? Didn't
I think
both
Chattanooga
Coin Up
did
and
move.
Abari?
Chattanooga
Abari's-
did
Abari's
move to
fifth
another
now.
place.
Oh,
yeah.
they got a spot now. Okay, well that's
yeah,
cool.
but
That open.
Griner and Christian both work for an airline. They've been traveling a bunch. They've both been to New York, I think, twice already. They both competed at in the DC tournament that just happened. And I think they played in something else as well. So they've been playing for sure.
Nice.
Micah, someone asked one of the questions we're gonna get to later, who's in contention for most stinches. Micah is on that list.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
was going to say
stinch
this is
god.
going to be a fun team.
Yeah.
Yeah, Micah.
Like a fun, super spicy
Griner
team.
Also, yeah. A fun team.
Do we have I guess Dan, Jess, or Josh? Do we have seedings for this, or how's that working?
We are working on seedings, so we reached out to a couple folks from across the community, and I think I'm going to reach out to a few more. I'm kind of leading up the seeding stuff and trying to keep it somewhat hidden, although it's going to be pretty obvious given the group structure, but we'll see. Once Dan announces the group structure, I think the seedings are going to be immediately obvious.
Where does TB2 land? TBD2.
Yeah, what's their exact seating, Josh?
Yeah. What's the lay them out precisely in the ranking 25?
I can show them on my sheet, but I also didn't know any of these players, so I didn't rate them very well, aside from Griner. So I can pull up my.
Oh, you want
I thought you were reaching out to other scenes and to other.
Yeah, we're not done with it yet. I made my own seed, and then other folks are doing their own seeds too. And then we're gonna
Yeah, a bunch of knowledgeable people who know people across scenes are going to make seedings and then average out the results.
something like that.
Chattanooga's
But-
good.
So how
Those-
much, how significantly is TBD2 going to outperform their seeding?
According to what he just said, incredibly well against
sounds like a
whatever
lot.
seed is about to
If
happen.
you're gonna
Yeah.
if you're gonna put money,
I-
on that. I think
I
strong bet.
personally have them at number 15 out of 25.
Oh, that feels too low. But we'll see. We'll see as we go through this list.
Is Chad,
Nope.
they don't even have a cab, right? Like I don't know what we're talking about here.
I
I'll
think
make
they
bet
do
right
have
now
a
they beat
cab.
that.
Their original location is just not where their cab is currently. They do. They have been playing.
They've
though.
been playing.
Yeah, they have been playing.
Okay. Do they
They beat
stream?
15. I'll bet.
I don't know. That I don't know. Cannot confirm or deny.
Team number 4, dope shit required. Speaking of in contention for most inches, Mad at you.
This team is when you cut the brakes on a car and you just keep on the gas anyways.
It's like, yeah, why do you need brakes?
That's very apt. This is a an aggressive team, I would say.
Yeah.
When you are relying on Kilstina to be the regulator of how far, how fast you go, you're going to be all on or all off.
Which is why the team name is Dope Shit Required, because there's no other way they're going to be playing these games.
No, there's only one speed. There's only one speed. I love this team.
I'm a
Dylan
fan,
Lee,
looking strong.
consistently one of my favorite queens to watch. Since I started playing KQ, he's just a lot of fun. And he makes the game really enjoyable. He does, I mean, spicy. He is spicy. He is the Diablo sauce packet of Killer Queen to me.
I had the pleasure of talking to Dylan this weekend, and he told me in no uncertain terms, Jess, I'm not going to GDC to win. I'm going to GDC to get clips.
Oh, I thought he was going to say to get third, because hasn't he been third a lot?
Yeah.
I think he has like some history of getting third multiple times in a row.
Nah, I haven't heard that story.
Every GDC is my understanding.
Could do it.
And honestly, with this team, that would not be shocking.
No, not at all.
It feels like
I
a good,
see
yeah,
that.
like a good spot for this team.
I seeded him
Number
third
4 coming in 3.
to do that. Yeah.
Number 14, Josh. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a very competitive tournament.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, how did that happen? All these teams are crazy good now.
Isn't GDC pretty much like always like surprisingly competitive for a number of teams though?
Yeah, it's the big West Coast tournament, and then like everybody who wants to go sends it is like the people who want to like play against that. We're like a big separate pool of players. So the people who tend to travel from the East Coast for these tournaments are the people who are like, oh shoot, I want to see all the best people together on the West Coast, and we get teams like this Dre and Tiana team, right?
Yeah.
Or like Alex, who's dude is like one of the most consistent travelers around, and of course he's gonna make it out. It's great to see.
Also, it's kind of in a traditional season schedule, I guess. One of the earlier, like really big tournaments.
You guys are moving away from that time frame though in future years, right? Is that what I hear?
Yeah, we moved it to the kind of end of the summertime out here. It's for a couple of reasons. One, there wasn't actually that much reason for us to like have a tournament during the middle of one of the biggest conferences in San Francisco every year. It was just a giant pain and made everything more expensive and harder to do. So we figured we'd change it to the time when San Francisco is like at its nicest and most beautiful and most fun to be out and about in, and then and at the same time, there are long we hear things about Bumble Bash maybe moving to being like a springtime tournament instead of a fall tournament somewhere far in the future, and so like that rumor's been around for a little while, right? And if that's the way things are going to go, then it seemed all the reason in the world since we got a little pause during quarantine for us to just pick it right back up at the perfect time of year to have a tournament in San Francisco. So mostly it's about having a tournament at whatever time is best for your scene, for your scene to show off what's best about itself and about the town. And we're just kind of switching to a time that's a little more that for San Francisco, and then it nicely worked out for some other reasons.
I just want to point out Brian Lee is in the Twitch comments. He's being real sassy. He's taking some offense to the fact that somebody was surprised that GDC is competitive. Shout out to Brian Lee.
Was he talking
Yeah,
about me?
I'm
I
also
wasn't.
surprised that someone said that because I feel like ever since I started playing, and I'm probably one of the newer people in this bunch. I mean, we've all been around for a while, but I think compared to everyone else, and I feel like everyone's always considered GDC good shit.
Yeah, when I was making that comment, I wasn't surprised. I was more just commenting. Like, that's kind of what it is.
Do you forgive him,
Nathan,
Brian?
would you mind turning your mic up just a little bit?
Yeah.
Actually, this is a relatively new group as far as PQ players go. I know Josh and Napalm have been around forever. I don't know how long Tyler's been around, definitely longer than me, but the rest of us are like second generation, third generation KQ players, right?
Gino's like one of the first players ever, right?
Gino's been around from the beginning.
Oh,
Shut
shut
up
up.
about how long
That's
Gino's
not how it works.
Gino was discovered playing the field game originally, and then he took a long break.
I
Now
played GDC 1, but it was the first time I'd ever played the game was during GDC 1 on a free agent team. The only reason that happens is because I know Turbo from New York before he played the game, and he was on my couch for that tournament. So I didn't actually start playing for a couple of years after that. So if I'm bad, that's why.
What I find funny about Killer Queen is like, oh, I've been playing for 5 years, and then like, oh, why is this person better than me? They've been playing for 1 year longer. And like that amount of like experience actually does make a difference.
Yeah, it really does. Or really can.
It can,
Can.
if
It
you
can.
actually try.
Yeah, if the person is really grinding consistently, it's pretty amazing how much people can improve in a year and how good people can get with it.
Yeah, you could just move to New York City and play 20 hours a week at Google and get better real fast.
Shit, I wasn't gonna say it.
Yeah, as like a third generation KQ player myself, I don't think it matters that much. I think you can be just as good as those people who've been playing for a year or two longer after you put the time into it.
So when you say third generation, do you mean that your grandparents played Killer Queen?
Yes, we actually came together on the Killer Queen ship with probably some of your grandparents. Do you know?
Killer
It's the
Queen
cruise that Napalm books. You guys came.
You know what, guys? I gotta be honest. I need to not like touch a goddamn thing after this because like I make a cruise. Coronavirus 1 comes. I sign up with Brian to be the TO for Bumble Bash Remix, and now Delta comes. Like I cannot plan anything more. Otherwise, like Anthrax 5, Electric Boogaloo will come. I don't know.
Wait, was the cruise actually going to happen?
The real reason it couldn't happen is because of the dumb like architecture of the ship itself, and there was the conference rooms you rented out to meet in, were blocked from the rest of the ship by an ice rink.
Water
And the elevator on that side
rink?
of like specifically deck 2 was too small to fit a cabin. And like there was literally no other way other than like pushing it through like on the ice.
And you
That's
couldn't do
in-
that.
yeah.
I don't hear a problem.
AQ on ice.
Sounds like we figured out you
It's
saw no
natural
problem.
progression.
Yeah.
Bring your own skates.
And now I'm more to the point of I don't know if I would probably ever do it just because I've learned how absolutely horrible the cruise industry is for climate change.
Fair.
So you're saying we better do it soon?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, before we
'Cause
outlaw cruises.
Yeah, before cruises are done.
There you go.
There's going to be a lot more ocean soon, so it'll be fine.
Oh yeah, so we should wait so that there's more ocean.
Well, someday it will all be cruises, and then we'll really need to figure this out. So thanks for breaking some ground here. we can pick this up once the world is overrun by waves.
There we go.
We can move on to the team called Death Saving Throws on that fucking note.
Yeah, Death Saving Throws.
I like that too.
That's a great name. Only 4 players listed. Do you think are they looking for? Anyone know if they're looking for a free agent or if they have a secret player?
I think the
They have a
fit
bot.
failed their death saving throw.
My seed's going up on this one. They got a bot.
I don't know. I assume they're gonna get someone, but I've also been expecting like more people to be dropping out, and I've been doing about that for a while, and it hasn't really been happening. So
I mean, you like 2 people dropped out on your team, and it looked like it was going to be a trend, but maybe that's more isolated than originally thought.
I feel like Portland disproportionately cares about people with vaccines getting exposed to Delta more than other scenes. Not that other scenes don't also care about it. I just feel like Portland cares about it more than other scenes.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
that tracks.
that seems true. That's really confirmed.
What's the name of this next one then?
So yeah, how do you pronounce the name of Team 6?
This one's named Who Dat.
Oh, it was definitely named something else last week.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
this one's, that's what its name is right now.
All right, go on, D.
They just like to eat a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. Hudat is very good name too.
I mean, you know, you're gonna tease all that, and you're not gonna say the name.
Yeah, I feel
no,
more
I'm not.
lost now.
Come
It's
on.
okay. Message
No,
Dre.
give me the name.
Everyone go message Dre right now. Tell him that you love him and then ask
I'll
him
say
what
it.
his team was originally. Oh, you know. Okay.
Wow.
I'll say the
Not gonna
team
say
name.
it.
No bringing up Goss and then not giving the Goss. That's not allowed.
I was gonna say there's like 3 TOs in here, 4, maybe 4. I don't know who all is doing what here, but somebody in this call other than D definitely knows.
For sure.
I'll say the team name out loud, and I'll say how I know what it is.
Okay. What is it?
So I was importing the answers from the little Google form that you have to sign up in. And by the way, if you haven't signed up yet, please sign up. But yeah, so I got all the entries from Who Dat, and on the what is your team name question, they all wrote Who Dat, every single one of them. You know, Sam Weddle, Tiana, Dre, Felix, they all wrote Who Dat. It was great. And I hope everybody here and everyone who's listening knows Steve, because Steve is the best guy. And
Yeah, so
Steve's
everybody that
best
does
for me.
Steve is the best guy.
And so I look at Steve's entry, and it says for team name, it says Who Dat Fat Bitch. And I'm very offended by this. I'm like,
Naturally.
That's extremely offensive. Very offensive.
clutching my
If you're
skirt.
if you
I'm
dad fat bitch,
furious.
you should be known.
I'm furious. So I turn to my girlfriend Maureen, and I tell her this story, and she just bursts out laughing. It's a good team name, but I think Who Dat is a little better.
So they're
Yeah, I
disqualified,
agree.
right? We don't have to face them anymore, right?
Yeah, is
No,
that a
no,
DQ for the TOs? Is that an immediate disqualification?
We're gonna break them up, Monopoly style, and then split them up amongst other teams.
Nice. I think that's fair.
I think they get an exemption for making my girlfriend laugh.
That's why they weren't kicked out. I mean, you know, that's how politics happens sometimes.
They all get to keep playing, just not on the same team. So
They don't
that
get
draft is happening on
It's
what,
only Steve.
Friday?
Steve can say whatever the fuck he wants.
On a Killer Queen note, I've been watching Chicago practice a lot. I've been watching Dre absolutely like he looks stronger to me right now post pandemic than he did the couple months before even.
He had a long, hard weekend playing in San Francisco, and you could tell the difference from day 1 to day 3.
Yeah. You guys
Are you saying
trained him up
SF
real nice.
trained him? Yeah.
Yeah, you guys
Okay.
changed that man.
Yeah, we trained him up. He came in a little shaky. I think by his own admission, he would tell you that. Came a little shaky, and we built him up. He learned a few things, and he's a whole new player.
Mostly he's just obsessed with Matt Wu now. I don't know what that's about, but
Specifically,
He is.
he went through I think 3 different obsessions over the course of the 3 days he played in.
He messaged me about Matt Wu last night. What did he say? It was something endearing. Hold on.
Did he just shout the name Matt Wu?
I'll tell you in a second. Hold on.
so yeah. Anyway, this is
Top
definitely a top 5 team. I mean, in terms of
Yeah, like where would you? Well, we can circle back at the end, but this is pretty clearly a top 5 team.
I put
Probably
him
top
4, but I think they should be 3. But I really wanted to put Dylan Lee 3. But yeah, I think probably 3rd seed is where they're gonna end up if I had to guess. There's just 2 other teams that are obviously 1 and 2.
I could think of one of those teams. I'm not sure who the other one is. But we'll see. Let's say keep moving on to bonus damage. Who's on this team?
Tyler, is this team good?
Bandito.
Tyler, tell us about this team.
Josh, what was the question?
Are they good? Who are these people?
Yeah, they're solid for sure. You guys know Burton, you know Bandito. Max and Liz, they were both at camp, and Max played with me along with Burton at BB4. Max and Liz are kind of on the newer side, but definitely catching up for sure. Taylor is Burton's brother, who's now up in Portland. They got him to fill in as their 5th. And Salty is a guy that's been around for a long time. Gone to a couple tournaments, like a couple Hive Hustles, and I think a GDC before, but not like a super traveled player. But I know they've been kind of trying to play sort of as when they can.
What's the cap situation in Phoenix these days?
They're in Jeremy's living room. Unfortunately, our venue bonus round was didn't make it out of quarantine. It doesn't look like it's going to be returning. But really the cabs were owned by the community.
Yeah, for them.
And so they're in a living room now.
How's living room cap?
That was a really cool spot. I always liked
yeah, it was.
So they made down there for. I really like that spot. So one of the first tournaments I ever went to, and one of the first travel tournaments I ever went to. So the place, really sad that it's not making it out.
Yeah, it's a bummer for sure. But they'll be fun. Burton's a solid queen.
Oh yeah.
Are you guys so it's in you said Jeremy's living room?
Yeah.
Are you guys playing there regularly? Is there
we're doing like a once a week thing. Not always full cabs. It's sparse, but there is like some recurring events, yeah.
Are they better or worse than you, Burton?
Yeah, where would you rank you and Burton on the queen scale?
Guys, I'm getting a little bored. Is it time for a shot?
Yes.
Join me.
Thank you, Dan.
Guys, I'm drinking a single malt scotch right now that I was recommended to me at a bar in Portland at Bumble Bash 3.
What's it called?
It's called the Brooklotic. this guy. I went with a couple people on, I think with Ryan at least on this call, I think, if I remember right, to like the whiskey library in Portland.
Yeah, Moldema. The Moldema Whiskey Library, my favorite
whiskey
place.
library. And I like told the bartender like what kind of person I was and what kind of whiskey I liked and how my day had been. And then he gave me the perfect whiskey recommendation. And then I lost my phone and I forgot it. And then all I remembered is that it started with a B and it had a vaguely Gaelic sounding name. And I searched for it for 3 years and I only just found it like 2 months ago. So
I remember you telling me about this like 12 months ago. I mean, like, I know it starts with a B.
It's out there.
It's out there
Follow your
somewhere.
dreams. You can reach your goals.
Are we taking this together? What are we doing?
Yeah, do it. Tap your cams. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I would like to
All right, who's up next?
extend the power of shot invocation to anybody on the call. If at any point you feel the need for a shot, for a team shot, call it out. All right, Team 8, Seattle Freeze, our first Seattle contingent.
I think these guys are. I think Richard is better. That is like pretty good. He was playing. I played against him at the Seattle Mixer, and he's like a local queen who's a little newer, doesn't travel as much, if I remember correctly. And he's like actually pretty good, and like little travel experience. And he's gonna be even better. So this team is like similar to the team above it, but like solid long-term players, a lot of deadly people on it. Joey and Jared definitely, like I've known them, and then Julie's been around for a while, I think. So yeah, this is a pretty solid team.
All right, yeah. Looking forward to meeting these folks.
I know one of them. I ranked them 19 out of 25.
Does anybody know anybody on the next team? Who are they?
I've never heard of them.
Okay, is this team going to be as good as a New York team that's been practicing all together for like a month and a half? Yes, no. What's up?
Good question.
Are we talking Team 9?
We're talking Team 9.
Yeah, we're talking Team 9.
Did they submit that
we
as
didn't get
their?
to SFL yet. We'll do same question for SFL next.
Did they submit their team name as "We'll figure out something funny," or did they come up with something funny?
I assume this is something funny.
Their team name
I
is
don't think it's funny.
their team name is even worse than this.
Cool. Yeah,
Wait,
I don't know.
do you
That's
know
gonna-
the real team name? Is it a reveal?
No, it's not. It's clearly a placeholder.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought you said that they did submit something.
Did submit something and then have something that's clearly a placeholder in place.
We
They
did
put
the same thing. But
They replaced their placeholder with another placeholder.
the
Yes.
real competition isn't Killer Queen, it's the team names, obviously.
Yeah, judging by the
Okay.
team you're traveling with, that seems like a real easy thing to say.
Yes.
But then,
Yeah, this one
give me answers. New York team's been practicing together.
So
This
first
team-
of
this team's
all,
split up.
Rob's in the chat and he let you guys know Biwong has played twice since the pandemic, and prior to that, Charlotte tournament was the last time he had played. So there's opportunity there. But I
But
mean,
you're saying that he played at the very last Killer Queen tournament before the pandemic. That
he
he
didn't
played
just
at the
play,
most recent time
he
that it was possible
won
to play since.
he won that tournament and then stopped playing Killer Queen.
Yeah,
for
dude
a while.
sucks. Canceled. Forget about it. Never mind. Don't
I
worry
don't
about
know.
that.
Well, I think, and this is
Fine.
something that I think a lot of top players have an opportunity with, that I'm excited to see how it plays out here. And I feel like specifically New Yorkers, when I watch back our games, is like when you take the New Yorker away from the New York Queen, what happens, and like how quickly they can adapt to the new play style and how quickly that queen can work with them, right? So that'll be the fun thing to watch. Other than like, oh my god, did they win? It's like how quickly can Sarah and Woody mesh? Because obviously Dan and Woody are championship combination, right?
Yeah, they played together before, right?
They've won
They
something. I don't
won
know.
BB4.
I like
Probably
all
nuance
of those
on
are
that.
excellent and correct points, D. I wonder though which team is going to win, this team or the team that this mixed scene team or the New York team that's been practicing together. What do you think,
Yeah, call. What's your call?
She's on
Ryan?
the
You want
team.
to
You
show
can't-
us the New
I'm
York
on
team?
the team. I
can't
think
make
that's
her make the
silly. I think
call.
that's boring. Like that's
Well,
like
what's your team number? Where is it?
I think that like these are like consensus two of the top ranked teams in the tournament. I think before the
Yeah, they're-
quarantine they would have undisputedly been like
No, they're
the
number
1 and 2.
No,
Like
every
they're
single
everybody's
person
interested
seeding,
in this matchup right here.
every single person seeding has them 1 and 2. Like, there's no question. It's just a
Look
matter
at
of
these
who's
guys.
gonna
So it's Sam, Wyatt, Prashant, B Wong, and D.
Kevin. My name is Kevin.
Thank you. Sorry, Kevin. Well, let's say, and we'll notice that like Kevin is a full flex player too. Like this is a team that can actually flex.
Yeah,
Unlike previous versions of this team.
I think that's like one of the fun parts about our team. I also think that's a fun part about the Woody team is that I'm gonna assume go out on a limb. So first of all, Dan is obviously going speed. We know from practice that Sarah is going second speed and also ledging for this team. So that leaves John Mark, who's traditionally a super solid speed warrior, also on vanilla. But Ryan Weisner at any point could come out and be like a huge contributing factor, right? So I think that's just another reason why that matchup is going to be a lot of fun, is because ours parallels that. I will say, and this is another thing that comes from like playing Killer Queen Black a lot, is like the idea of like full flex teams. That's what you have to do in that. And a lot of those players ask like, why don't you guys do that in arcade? And I feel like that's actually like a really fun thing to discuss one day if anybody ever wants to like really hash it out. It's like a very interesting thing to really think about, like why don't we do that? And for me, it boils down to just like the level of communication and synchronicity that it takes to do that without giving up objective pressure is huge, and most teams just don't do it. We like our team in particular, this team that we're bringing to San Fran, we happen to play together um in Charlotte, and us being like this team was never supposed to be like a team that happened again. It just is now. But we did figure like we did have a start there and being able to do that. And so being able to kind of work through that has been something really fun the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we haven't had B Wong the whole time. So there's going to be opportunity there, like I said. I think when you're a speed warrior, hasn't been playing for 2 years, you know, you can raise an eyebrow to that.
Where's he been?
You know, chilling, trying not to die.
I don't know. I've always been a huge fan of full flex. I think San
Mhm.
Francisco's been doing that for a while now. It seems pretty strong in KQA. I don't know why people have been so.
It is like a thing for this whole tournament. How like it's hard to know how much people have been playing recently. That makes a huge difference, right?
Yep.
Like what did it? I don't know, Tyler. What was your like when you the first day you came back and played? What was it like? How did it feel?
There were some parts that like there was some muscle memory there, but you know, I think you miss more of like the less of the tech and more, I don't know. This sounds backwards, but I felt like my tech was still there, but my decision making wasn't.
Yep. Same.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Wait, what about
Because
map awareness?
especially like you know, like I don't know, like triple tap I had down like forever. It's just so like ingrained in muscle memory that I didn't feel like I had really lost that. But map awareness, yeah, like being able to like scan the map, your quick decision making, your flow charts. I feel like that was like a little slower.
Also, we old now. That brain's slow.
What do you mean we?
Time
mean
moves
now?
forward for everyone.
Yeah, everyone
I would
developed
say for
arthritis over the break, right? Everyone has big, fat, unworkable knuckles.
Yeah. My
I would
callus is coming back.
Oh, where do you get calluses? I've never had.
I
I
get
hear people talk about
a
this a lot. I
callus
never
right
get
on my
them.
middle finger.
Right here.
I never got
I
calluses.
I
Yeah,
hold
me
the
neither. I don't
stick
get calluses.
weird.
After long, you especially like tournaments, like weekends of KQ, like my nails would kind of like on my tapping finger, there would be parts of my nails like wherever I struck the button that were like they looked they would be like a straight line, like semi-filed.
So this
That's like
also happens to
Yeah, I heard
Elise from SLC, and she gets gel clear manicures for that. So consider treating yourself.
So does Brian McMahon. He carries around a little bottle of clear nail polish.
Wait, D-Ray's been on the nail polish train too, right?
Yes, I think more as a style play than
Yeah.
for functionality.
It's more like on the end of the nail, not like on the top of the nail though.
I mean, doesn't
Fine,
Tiana
just paint
always
your
It doesn't
nail.
bother
cut your
me.
nails?
Sorry, what?
Doesn't Tiana just always say as a pre-tournament exercise, cut her nails?
I mean, I feel
I
like she's
think
an
so.
extremely cleanly person, so that's very
Doesn't she tap with the
likely.
side of her finger anyway? So it doesn't
Isn't she
matter?
like
She guns it.
Yeah.
She goes
brrrr?
bang bang.
So her
Bang,
nails
bang,
don't
bang.
even
Some people
cut.
just have those pre-tournament rituals. Doesn't have to like make objective sense or like make you a better tech person or whatever, right? Sometimes it's just nice to like have a little thing that you do before a tournament.
Yeah, like drink.
That's fair.
Cheers.
I feel-
That is a
I feel
post-tournament ritual, not a pre-tournament ritual.
If anything, I'm like
Post, during.
Something to
I-
be said about like what it means to you to like be tournament ready in your mind. Like buy yourself the $12 juice from that weird juice bar. You know, like I don't know, get your favorite tamales the day before. Like whatever makes you feel right. You know.
I love that.
I love those suggestions. 12 tamales and $12 juices is the life I want to be living the day before tournament.
Yeah, are we getting a glimpse into Eduardo's process here?
I think I think he's giving away the secrets.
I mean, what version of yourself do you want to show up for the tournament? You know, the guy who was hungover or the guy who drank the fucking $12 juice in the morning, right? What does the tournament mean to you?
Oh, you just reminded me I
think
need to
about this
order
a
G Fuel
lot.
packs.
I
We
was
swallow
wondering
it.
myself, like,
Go ahead.
no, this is always my struggle with tournaments is you know, a lot of these tournaments people meet up a couple days before or the night before, and you have trash games and it's a lot of fun. Everyone's excited to see each other. Then you have the tournament the next day, and I personally play a lot better if I've slept properly and aren't super hungover, which I feel like is always the danger the night before, even like the Saturday night of the 2-day tournament. So I guess I'm wondering. I keep telling myself, just gonna not have as much fun, but it's hard to do in the moment. So, what's everyone's strategy for that? Just don't care. Maybe that's it.
Oh, I'm not the one to ask about that one.
Yeah,
I
I
fall into
think,
that trap all
Not
the time.
caring.
Like,
No, I
Especially
care
on a stream called Drunk Cast. There may or may not be some
you gotta be
accurate
comfortable
answers.
with the fact that like today Dan is not a friend to tomorrow Dan. Tomorrow Dan is pissed off at today Dan, right? And that's just always the way it is. You know?
Yeah, tomorrow Dan can go fuck himself.
We don't always have great relationships with our family, you know?
I remember KQ30. I woke up the next afternoon, I guess. It was like 1:30. And I just remember thinking like why do we do this to ourselves? But it was just like the feeling was like not fun, but the pictures were like great. So I think it's worth it in the end.
It's worth it. Dude, get drunk,
Definitely. It's
Was
a
it
delicate
Drake
balance.
Friday, let's go.
Was it
It
Drake?
also
One who
depends
was
like what
talking
you're
about-
playing the next day. Go ahead.
Was it Drake One who was talking about Pediasure in the KQA Discord the other day?
Oh, that
The
was
tournament?
me. I'm a big
Oh, okay.
proponent of Pedialyte. I will be Pedialyte's first sponsored esports gamer if they will have me, because I swear by that shit. It's the best. Actually, it started at Glitch Bar in South Florida. they have a Pedialyte rep who brings in literal buckets full of Pedialyte, and they hand it out to people who are just a little too drunk. They're like, "Hey, here's a free water bottle. Here's some Pedialyte. Like, get yourself right. If you can't, then we're gonna, call you an ambulance home." And I don't know. It's worth it. It's amazing. Do it. Save yourself.
Steve to the retreat brought a big bag of these like hydration packs that like these powder like this like mineral powder you add to water, and I mostly think that that kind of stuff's bullshit. But then I like 2 days in a row put one into a bottle of water before we played, and my brain just felt way better. And so now I own a bag, and that's part of my pre-tournament routine.
Wait, can you plug the retreat real quick?
Yeah.
Everybody knows this South Florida team is real good, right? Is everyone aware of that?
Yeah, sure.
Is that an anti-plug, Dan?
You guys are great. Well, I just it may be because that like the Pedialyte knowledge that they come strong with the Pedialyte knowledge already, but also I think this team is really good.
I think you need to. I think you need to plug the retreat because you did that. Now it's. I was gonna do it, and now I'm deputizing you to plug the retreat, Dan.
Well, he talks about the retreat. Everyone pour yourself a shot.
Yes, thank you, D.
All right, I'll be right
I
back.
said this in the chat,
Agreed.
but my only hard alcohol that I have in this house is Malort, and I have learned my lesson too many times with that vile liquid.
I don't know if hard alcohol
About
is
how
right.
great it is.
You own Malort? No one owns
Yeah.
Malort.
Like medium.
I can bring the bottle up to show you, but I'm not drinking it.
I want everyone to know that I went to the fancy wine shop across the street from my new apartment because I didn't have any booze, and I bought a $20 bottle of sherry. But my furniture hasn't gotten here yet, so I'm drinking out of a plastic cup I got from the grocery store. And also, there's nothing in my entire apartment, so that's cool. I'm sitting on my
Okay,
suitcase.
sidebar. Gino just moved to New York like an asshole.
Yeah, get ready.
You want to talk about that?
Here.
You dick.
Yeah. Yeah, should I talk about
Wait, are we
myself for a while?
talking about?
Like,
Are we talking about that? Or are we talking about the retreat? Or are we talking about SFL?
talking about the
Where are we?
retreat.
Okay, this is a sidebar to the sidebar. Gino, go. You have 30
Sidebar.
seconds to talk about why you moved to New York.
Yes, I moved to New York because it's a good city with a lot of trains and pizza and
Yes, keep
I don't
going.
know, other shit that I like. And I miss all my San Francisco friends, but I'm not worried about missing my Killer Queen friends because I'm trying to go to tournaments all the time and see you fucks everywhere. So I think it'll be fine. And we have to have more retreats, and we'll see each other all the time. So speaking of retreats,
Dan, I believe
Take it
you wanted
away.
to say something about retreats.
Can we take a shot before we talk about retreats?
We all just
speaking of
did.
shots,
Some of us just did, but I cheated and only took half my shot because I haven't eaten all day. But I'll take
poured
my
half a
shot.
shot. All right.
All right, Dan, floor is yours.
What floor is mine for the retreat that we had? Like,
Yeah,
a million
what I
years
want to
ago?
hear from you is I want you to hype up the retreat we did, and maybe tease the possibility of retreats in the future.
We brought a Killer Queen cab to a farmhouse in the middle of, like, right where kind of California farmland turns into the mountains up by Lake Shasta, and we played Killer Queen for a week, and it was pretty great. We had 20 people, and like coming in and out over the course of a week. Most all of us stayed in the same place. There were like hot springs and activities and stuff nearby, but we didn't do those. We stayed in and played Killer Queen most of the time. It's pretty rad.
Jess spilled an entire glass of wine on me.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Can confirm.
That's the
All
only
right,
thing I
can we
remember
keep-
from that retreat.
Can we
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
going through the teams now?
Yeah.
Team 9. We'll figure it
No.
out. No, Team 10. Pfizer Nation.
Cool.
This is all South Florida people. I'm not super familiar with the South Florida folks. Really excited to meet them at GDC. Anyone interested?
Well, D, like this is like the one of the first like A teams to come out of South Florida, right?
Yeah,
Like
Rob
this is
reached out to
a
me
new
and he
version
said
of
I
one of
was
the
an
original
idiot.
teams, right?
Rob told me I'm an idiot, and this team
This is
really
not.
good.
Joe is one of the original queens. probably the original queen from Florida. And for the sake of my takes not being spicy but mean, I will stop commenting.
I think you need to take another shot.
Okay.
And L those.
I'll do it. I'll do it for you,
D.
D. I'll do it for you, D. I'll do it for you. Master Joe's solid. Jabin's a beast for sure too. But I think like Master Joe has put together a tougher set of players to play against from South Florida before. What that set is, I don't know. But this is a solid team for sure, no doubt. But is it the best South Florida team I've seen? I don't know. I don't think so.
So did they split their players between two teams?
Is there another South Florida team?
Joe has the main team, which is like the OG squad, which I can't even remember the name now. Arguably, that squad was originally me, Joe, JP, Richard, and Mike, which you guys know as Showtime. And then when I left, they picked up other Joe. So that's Joe's main team. That's Master Joe's main team. And then this is like another team that he put together of up and coming players from South Florida. Like, I think like most scenes, we've all seen it where like if the same fucking 5 people play together constantly, steel sharpens steel or cuts through, bronze, and it's just not worth it after a while for growth. So this was another team that he put together of players who really wanted to travel, get out there and like do shit in the community. So he switches back and forth between these teams.
So he's South Florida Domish.
Sure. Yes.
I have them ranked 13.
And Josh has them ranked 13th.
Lucky 13.
Does anyone think that's wrong? I feel like that's pretty reasonable.
I would definitely
They're right about
put
Gino's team.
Chattanooga ahead of this.
Wait, who did you have the Chattanooga
Easily?
Charlotte team 15 and this team 13?
Easily.
Chattanooga's definitely higher.
Easily. Yes. They've all
than this one, yes.
They've all placed higher at every tournament where these same people were at.
Yeah, but South
well.
Florida never locked down, right? Like they've been playing for like 30 years straight.
Sometimes it's not about the quantity of games, but the quality.
South Florida.
Yeah, you develop a lot of like bad habits, like playing in your own scene, and I'm super guilty of this. Like you can get away with that shit in your own scene, but then you take that shit somewhere else and you get absolutely dunked on, and you're like, "What happened?" And what happened is you got full of yourself. Like that's really it.
Very sweet, Jack.
All right. I mean, maybe I'll adjust. We haven't formalized all this stuff yet, but I'm confident that the people who've been playing continuously are going to be better. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad take. I think they'll perform well, but I'm really excited to talk about this Seattle team with Toshi because outside of Blooper Sonics, this is maybe the strongest Seattle team I've ever seen in a tournament.
I'm ranking it adorable out of 10.
Adorable out of 10. I love it.
Hold on. You got Rachel, you got Toshi, you got Kevin in there. I don't know Scott and Chris as well, but
I'm gonna change Chris K's city to San Francisco real quick.
Yeah, and Scott's.
Also Scott's city to San Francisco. This is a mixing team.
Those two players both moved to Seattle. Those are Seattle players. You can't do that.
I'm still officially a San Francisco player until after this tournament. I think that's a fair and reasonable approach to the game.
Where are you right now? What borough are you in?
I'm in Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds like
specifically Gowanus.
Yeah, but he also is paying rent.
We're like neighbors. We're like neighbors. Okay. Anyway.
Home scene. Let him have a goodbye tournament.
Yeah, you could have one more.
I don't think I can say I'm from
Toshi,
New York.
Toshi
I
just
played
won.
in New York for a while,
That's fair.
You won.
Toshi just won the Seattle Mixer, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Just being like over a month ago, but like still.
He kicked my butt there.
Dan, weren't you there too? Didn't you lose also?
Yeah, Dan, were you also one of the losers of that tournament?
Sorry, of what tournament? The Seattle one?
Yeah.
The Seattle Draft Mixer.
Oh, that tournament wasn't real. I knew it as soon as I was in the draft, and I came down to this point where Scott Wilkowitz on this team was my next obvious choice, and I had made this decision in my mind while I'm drafting of like, oh man, if I take Scott with the way this is, then like easy win, we've got it. And I was like, and then there's this dumb voice that I should not have listened to that said, no, don't you want to play with somebody from outside of your scene, something like that, somebody that you've never gotten that you love, something. And so I picked Lex, who I love because I love him, and Lex is great, but Scott is a murderer and will kill everybody, and I would have won the tournament. But instead, I gave him up, and then Toshi got him and like somebody else right away that was too good. So congratulations, Toshi, I won you that tournament because I love Lex. Mwah.
Oh.
Dan, it
Are
sounds
you
like you're
saying that
picking and
Lex-
choosing which
Sounds like
tournament
you're saying
include
Lex
in
is worse
Trizio.
than Scott. That's a hot take, actually.
That's
what
only
I'm hearing
kind
is
of
Lex
very
is
literally picking and
worse than
choosing
Scott.
which tournaments to include in True Skill. That's the only reason why it seems that way.
Okay, fair.
Can I petition to remove
Right.
some tournaments then?
Did Scott, I didn't see this tournament. Did Scott
I
kill
agree.
you during
Dan
it?
needs another shot, but just Dan.
Yeah, I think Dan has to take a shot.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
Wait,
This
so
is a good team name.
Toshi's good. No, I rank them 11th in line with
Yeah.
their number.
So I assume Scott's going first speed, going primary.
Oh no. I think
You think
Kevin.
Kevin?
I love
I don't
Kevin.
think it matters that much, though. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of like worrying too much about the roles. Like you're gonna die
Yeah, this
a
team
lot.
is OP. What the hell, dude? Tyler, come on, man. It's
What
not
do you
like
mean?
you're throwing away a switch or something like that. Why'd you do this?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
You're
it's
you're gonna come out of the rescene team when there's plenty of full stack teams on this list. No, I'm not having that one.
Oh no, I'm not having any super team vibes with Nick Higgins and Nick Davis and Amandra on my team.
Yeah,
What
but
do you-
I'm their queen. What have I done?
Dan,
That's what they're gonna
You-
say about you in the grand finals. Like Tyler didn't even do anything, and here he is.
Yeah.
Dan, it's pronounced Amandra, not Amandra.
Thank you very much.
It's like
No problem.
Nevada, not Nevada.
All right,
I get
Tyler,
those
give
Portland
us your "I love my team" speech for a moment.
Wait, but also,
Okay.
how did this team form? I want to hear the "I love" the speech. And I
That's
also want to
super
hear the
Yeah, sure. Okay, so we were gonna run this team when GDC was originally scheduled. I honestly don't know how this team started. I think Amandra did a lot of the heavy lifting on this one. But I am big fans of all of these people that I'm going to be playing with, and am very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is a fun team.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I am
to
looking
figure
forward to
me out.
having a lot of fun with this team.
I know Josh said he doesn't care about comp, but I care about comp mostly because I like to know what I get to enjoy watching. Like I want to know what I should tune in for. So tell me about your composition here. If you guys
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I think it's,
Amanda
if
first
you look
speed.
at yes, yeah, that's the only lock I can really guarantee here. Kind of like back to the conversation we were having earlier. Ian, Nick, and Nick are, they have multiple skill sets, and I think we're going to be able to maybe play a little bit more freeform and kind of, I guess, flex and go with the flow a little bit. We are going to want to try to have some games. Obviously, I haven't played with any of these people in a tournament before, so we are going to try to get some games in before, kind of see what we like and stuff. So it's definitely a question mark in that regard, but I have a lot of confidence in the rest of this team, and yeah, I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
I have an
I
important
really-
question for you related to seeding. Do you think you're better than Rob's team?
Can you give me Rob's team? I don't know.
It's Rob, Walshy, Miranda, Mel B, and Napalm.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I could have said Napalm's team.
Yeah,
That was
but
a quick yeah.
you could have said anybody, and I would have said yes because I don't believe in showing up to a tournament to lose.
Napalm, are they better than you? What do you think?
Oh yeah, yeah. Me.
Is that because Rob's your queen?
Okay, so me, free. Walshy, I've haddied him free. Rob, fucking free as all else. Hard to carry from the other two.
To be fair,
Melby,
at BB4,
right now, Ryan?
wait.
What?
I've schmixed Rob in New York.
At
It was
BB4,
trash games, but I've schmixed Rob.
at BB4, Tyler is the only person to take a map off of Rob except for national champions. Fun fact. So
Real and
there's that.
true.
There's that.
Justy, where did you see?
We'll have fun.
Well, I'm pretty sure we probably won at least one game in the like 20 money matches I lost to him that night before BB4. I don't know.
Oh, I was talking about in the actual tournament where it mattered, but I do remember also beating you, Josh B, and then you being so salty that you decided to go double or nothing, and so I got $40. Thank you.
Yeah, no, yeah, that sounds like me. Dan was pretty mad at me that night. Sorry, wait, Jess, what were you saying?
Where did you see Tyler's team?
I have them at number 6 right below Rob, and I'm thinking about swapping those.
Wow.
I think they're better than Rob's team.
Yeah, I guess a little sway there. I will say, when you have a team with Nick Davis, who I can probably talk about all day, you have a lot of leeway. Like, you have a team that has so much to work around because he can truly do anything with finesse.
I love
The problem
Nick.
with Nick Davis is
great
that
guy.
he's going to be so friendly with everyone the whole tournament that he's going to be distracted because he's too busy hugging people.
No. That man can dial in. I believe he can lock in,
Yeah.
kill shit, fuck shit up, and
That
stay
made me a
alive.
Bumble Bash champion. I have confidence in his ability to lock it down when it matters.
And wear a
Anything.
cowboy hat in the while doing it.
He should.
He should be here, I think, to people
Yeehaw.
because
Rock's that
he's there
cowboy.
when he's so nice and then he wrecks you.
Exactly.
Nick
I
No,
Davis.
have
I have a
What
question
are-
for all of you. I have a question
and
about Rob.
control the room
So-
for it in the tournament.
Sorry, you go first.
Who's going?
Do you have a
Dan?
question? Go,
Yeah,
go, say
go,
it.
Napalm.
All right. I didn't want to talk over someone. Has there ever been a time where someone went 8-0 other than me against Rob? Can anyone
Ooh.
remember a time?
Yeah, Rob against Josh and me before BB4, before BB,
Yeah,
in money
that's true.
matches, paying D.
That's a true thing.
Easy.
We took one
I
game off.
might have your money. I might actually have your money still. Let me
You
see.
should
This
spend
is
that money, D.
my
You gotta
money.
use
This
it.
is my this is my KQ. I've taken your money,
Put that on
actually.
the
Oh,
wall.
You
no.
gotta
in
break those into
tournament.
$2 bills.
Yeah.
Intern.
Oh, Tyler gets it.
That's the KQ currencies, $2 bills.
Yo.
Hell yes. Anyway,
Whatever.
I won't add anybody like that.
Have you ever won a money match?
Me?
Josh.
Josh, yeah, because he's free.
No, only in
Ask
SF.
Ref.
I don't win money matches when I travel.
Really?
Well, honestly, it's a mind game. I just
You
get
play
really
so
drunk and
many.
play money
I figured you would
matches.
have won one.
I get really drunk and I play money matches, and I make people think that I'm bad. That's the game plan.
It's a long con.
Got it. Jess, do you want to introduce your beautiful team?
Yeah, this team's gonna do very well.
I love this team.
So yeah, I'm a big fan. So I got Andy Slobodian, famous Queen of Shash. Obviously, she's very talented. People know her for her queening. On my team, she's going to be going for speed. You guys don't know her warrior, but it's very strong as well. And then we have Ryan Piaget, host of this podcast, up and coming speed warrior. Don't sleep on him. He's my first
Up and
speed.
coming. What?
Then, of course, you've got D-Ray, who's definitely hands down the best player in San Francisco. Of course, he's my first speed warrior. And Brian McMahon, famous for the bump, famous drone player. He has been drilling speed warrior hard since his victory over Woody. And he played speed warrior all through the retreat. And he's my first speed for this tournament.
Why are you
Oh,
sleeping on Ryan?
I
though?
feel like you're taking a playbook out of Minneapolis here of 4 for speeds.
Yeah.
I still have
This
the
team
clip
scares
from
the shit out of
BB4
me.
where both sides got wiped and we went just 4 speeds. Not a single vanilla. Objective included.
I respect
Vanilla
it.
is completely overrated. Everyone likes vanilla too much. Vanilla's trash.
Vanilla's not meta.
I don't know
Vanilla's
how
trash.
much.
Like, you can control it too easily.
I'm bad at telling when people are joking, but I will say that I watched SF's stream the other night and I just saw speed for like an hour and I was like, shit.
It's just objectively better.
You think SF sucks? All we know how to do is Speed Warrior. That's a good take.
Yo, hot takes in the chat. Speed isn't a crutch. That's actually not a hot take. That's a great take. You
Yeah, speed's
deserve money for that.
objectively better. It's by definition better.
Good.
35% better.
Yeah.
Just
I love that. I love this team. Jess, I'm really excited to see your queen in action in tournament play, in high level tournament play. I was messaging my homies the other night saying how excited I am about it because watching you play was like, oh my gosh, homegirl is like kicking ass. I remember like following you in the beginning because I'm always excited to see femme queens do badass shit, but you're just like kicking ass on all levels now. So I'm really excited to watch this team.
Okay, Jess, are you gonna beat Eduardo?
Ooh.
Am I gonna beat
Ooh.
Bro, yeah, she's got D-Ray. D-Ray is fucking insane, dude. I don't got no D-Ray. I do got a little beast I'm gonna leash on you guys, though. That's pretty much it.
who's your beast?
I mean, what's the only team you don't recognize on the team list?
Why don't you scroll down to Eduardo's little team? Let's talk about this beast.
Yeah, let's talk about Eduardo's team.
Say what number it is. Oh, 19.
15.
Free. 13 free.
Yeah, this is
Los
Dallas too,
que
right?
sí
This is Dallas's second
juegan.
team, right?
This is Dallas 1, baby.
Dallas 2. Dallas 2.
DFW1?
DFW1, yeah. Honestly, though, deadass, the other Dallas team was like smoking us in scrims leading up to SFL. Like,
Wait, can you introduce your team really quick?
Okay, it's me, Free Queen, Eddie Berto. That's my. He's got to be a good boy, but he has a lot of potential. That's my guy. I would give him a chance. He sees the vision. He's a hunter for sure. But if you watch the tournament this past weekend, you'll watch him go for a stinch when he's last warrior, and I'm just so sad on the inside. So sad.
Wait, what happened in that tournament? I want to hear about this tournament. Actually, I didn't watch it.
I don't know. It was fine. I could have played a lot better. Drew dunked on me twice over right speed gate, on day map. But it was like our first time really playing competitively as a team together. Eddie Berto's nasty. Rosalind is like a really good vanilla. Her playstyle is like a lot slower than ours, so that's something we're really learning as a team, is to like find a pace in between ours and hers, which is really difficult to do. A lot of the reason is like her playstyle is kind of like the antithesis to like my playstyle or Heriberto or Charlie or Carlos's. We'll always play like hard and fast, and she plays like really passive. She'll let you mess up, you know, which is good for someone to like really be an anchor like that on the team. Charlie, I still think is the best player in Texas, maybe besides Austin Waters. But he just like hates queening. His queen's solid though, but he's gonna be playing flex for us. Eddie Berto's gonna be our speed, and Carlos is gonna be our OBJ. But I'm pretty comfortable with everyone like being whatever on there too. Like nobody playing somewhere else would make me feel uncomfortable, right? Like
Why is
everyone's pretty
Carlos on
solid.
objective? Please. Why is Carlos on objective? Please tell us why you're doing that.
Yeah, he's correct.
Because he'll bump on you. He'll dunk on you.
So do you
Carlos
think the
made
delta
objective.
of him as an objective is greater than him as a warrior?
Bingo.
I have a data point here. Carlos played objective on the team I was on for High Fossil 2 with Drew. And I did so little during the game as warrior that he got up and then wrecked a bunch of people. So I think that any situation he's in, even if he's drone, he can make shit happen. You know, I wouldn't underestimate him playing objective.
Oh no,
trust
I know he's a
right?
sick objective. We've seen it so many times, and I get mad when I see it because he always the story you just told Gino is like a tale of time for Carlos because that always happens on most of his teams. He does come out, he does fuck shit up, and it's so enjoyable. He's one of those there's a good Killer Queen and there's Killer Queen that's just so much fun to watch, and I feel like Carlos is one of those players for me.
He knows when to get up for sure.
Yeah, that's something we can lead into, right? Like, if we're wiped, Carlos already knows to get up. Like, Carlos is probably already up before I ask him to, right? Like, that is all you kind of want in your team.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah, I really want to
He's
push
also
back.
just a nice guy.
Are you gonna
I
beat me,
was thinking
Jess, or what?
Yeah, I'm going to beat you. I want to push back against the idea that the player playing objective should be the weakest warrior player on the team. I've heard that from a couple of New York players now independently. I really think that a strong objective player in the objective role, even if they have a warrior that isn't coming out very often that's very strong, is a huge addition to a team. I think the objective role gets a lot of shit that it doesn't deserve. It's very valuable, and I think Carlos is a good fit in that role and is going to improve the team in that role.
Yeah, for clarity, not that I think that he's not a good fit there. It's that I do think the delta of his warrior is that much stronger in some variants of this team. But that's only to say that Carlos is an amazing warrior and amazing objective.
The group stage is going to be pretty long, so you can adapt. You can have your team mess around, see what fits, see what doesn't. There's time.
I feel like
Before
really
we move on-
depends like what kind of team we're playing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, before we move on from talking about my team real quickly, I just want to get Josh on the record as to specifically where he has seated SFAS.
Yeah.
I have you at number 10, right below Eduardo. I might swap those after this conversation.
Oh, interesting.
Then the question becomes, are you going to beat Matt Wu's team? But we'll get to that when we talk about his team.
I just want to say I definitely agree
That
with
would
you,
could
Jess,
dunk on
on
me.
the
It's
on the
dope.
objective conversation. I think a lot of people kind of unconsciously or subconsciously rather fall into that kind of stereotype because objective is like the first role a player learns. So if you are playing that role, then it's like I think subconsciously some players tried to like slot people there, but I definitely agree with what you said there.
Yeah, no, and I think like I'm gonna toot my own horn for a second. I'm about to play objective, and that's not something that I'm ever used to. And I think I'm a damn good objective now. But my warrior is obviously where all my practice lays, right? And I'm having so much fun playing objective now. And it's a full flex team, so there's a lot of opportunity for it there. So I agree with you, Jess. I just want you to know that.
Didn't you play objective in Charlotte? Am I
We
mistaken?
did like absolutely full flex in Charlotte, where everyone was like constantly flexing, and we're gonna do a modified version of that this time.
Okay, I have a
That's
question
interesting.
for you and for everyone else who runs full flex. How do you avoid just not completely shitting the bed objective wise when running full flex?
Comms, right?
All
This could
four.
be easily, we could have an entire podcast on this, I feel like.
Just that, yeah.
And specifically, even more specifically, how do you avoid not having anybody sacking at the appropriate time? I feel like that is a thing on full flex teams that falls down the fastest. Is nobody is in a position to sack because everyone's trying to get up.
I don't think that's a full flex thing. I think that's just our team being bad thing, Ryan. Like I think that we just played that wrong in our strategy. That's not.
Well,
that's not
no, but if you have relative to we're comparing it with a dedicated objective team. If you have a dedicated objective runner, they know that their job, if they can't ride, is to sack. Like you have a player that is guaranteed to be looking to sack a lot of the time. If maybe like they're looking to bump and do a few other things, like there's other useful drone things that good drones do, but sacking is like is like super underrated, and it's something that the dedicated objective runner knows about doing and like looks to do. But if you've got a full flex team, then the logic is often if we don't have 3 warriors, if that's what we're going for, we don't have full complement of warriors, then everybody is looking to get up, which makes a lot of sense. Except that means that nobody is looking to sack, and you burn objectives so fast as a full flex team if you don't figure out that coordination. So how do y'all do it?
I think the answer is that like full flex doing it right relies on everybody to be able to read game state and make a decision about like what the right move is within the team strategy. And if your team strategy is to like, hey, maybe let's try and like use military power to win an objective versus like let's use military power to like kill the queen and lockout, then everybody's got to be on the same page with that, and that means that everybody's got to look before they get up. Like everybody has to call out how many warriors up, what the warrior count is versus the other team, so that everybody has the information to make the quick decision. Like scan the map real quick. I know how many people are. Should I get up? Should I go to objective? Should I do this? You know, and then and real full flex relies on everybody to be able to make that resource allocation decision. But if everybody's not able to do it, then you're going to have people who are like, I get up speed only. And they go and try to get up speed only, and they're not even thinking about what they should be doing. So, like, the description you're talking about of like, oh, the non-full flex team has this problem versus the other problem is more an issue of like how many on your team can like play the resource allocation game and communicate enough to play it together with your people. If you can, it's way more efficient. But if you can't, then
are you rolling your eyes so much?
your strategy is better.
Wait, hold on. Can you mute your mic, please? You got a lot going on.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry. It is the
No, you're good. You're good.
Thanks.
Jess, what are you rolling your eyes about?
Dan is just talking so much. I just can't.
I think what he's saying is valid. I
don't disagree. It's just so many words from Dan all the time.
Listen, I agree with that. I think
But
it's
Felix is cackling from the other room. Felix is over here running production from another room of my house, and I haven't heard him until now because there's like 3 or 4 doors separating us. But I just heard him cackling from like 100 yards away.
I think it's valid. I think it's that. I think it's so much easier said than done. What Dan just said. I think like having a team composition that really believes in each other and what they said, as quote was Dan explained, I think is really important. And it's like not always fun. It's not always like there's you have to also like your speed warriors have to put their ego aside. Every speed warrior has ego. I'm saying it right now. Like they have to put their ego aside and like, yeah, I'm gonna get on the snail right now because I fucking died with speed because I fucked up. And that's it. That's what it is.
So I, first off, 100% agree with that. When your team, when you die and your team has 2 warriors with a third about to get up or 3 up, and you're the nominal primary speed warrior, like if your team's running flex, like yeah, it's your job. You're now the objective. When you're down to 1 warrior or none, that's when like it is a much more nuanced and dicey decision tree and communication challenge.
No, it's dicey because you're making it. Like that is when your first objective, their only focus is that. And I think that they have to remember that and they have to be able to discern that. At least that's how I believe it should be played. Josh is shaking his head. Love to hear your 2 cents so I can beat you some more.
I mean, like Gwen. I think the thing about it is sacking is really strong on certain maps and certain positions, and it's so strong that it can force warriors down there, and then it can create imbalances on the rest of the map. So if your sack can force 2 warriors to be at snail, then you should absolutely be doing it very often. But if you sacking doesn't actually do anything for the team and you're still locked out, then it's probably not adding enough value. So I think that you just need to like understand the game state, and I don't think that we've developed that part of the game enough. in terms of strategy. At least I haven't. Maybe other teams have and I haven't been paying enough attention. But I do think that there's complex decision making happening for positioning in the team that should be discussed further. So I think you're right to ask a question like this, but I don't have an answer.
If you want to perform at placement levels with a full flex team, the number of people that like your pool of available players that you can put onto that team is smaller than dedicated role teams that could place, because more is needed from the players, even though theoretically the strategy could produce more beneficial outcomes more often. The pool of players that have all of the skill sets that are needed for full flex are so much smaller.
Yeah, but I think that as a scene and as like a community, that's just something you need to figure out, right? I think if you put players on your team that are underdeveloped in certain roles and tell them this is something that we're all working towards, then that becomes better and then you develop players better. Because I think one of the things I always struggle with is like, okay, we have a new player in our scene. Are we just going to tell them to run snail and they're going to join their first tournament on a real team and like run snail the entire time? Because I think most people don't want to do that. And so the more you can say, hey, we're a flex team, you're going to like start on snail, but we're going to need you to get up and you're going to have to figure it out. And by the way, here's how you play warrior. I think that's a much more like interesting proposition for a new player.
Yeah.
I think there's also a lot of fun in like as I've been learning how to play objective more, I've been watching a lot more of like Rob and Sam, and I think something that they both do great, and Rob's infamous clip is like the one of me and him just pincering everyone on night map, where it's like you don't need to have two warriors at the snail with the rider. Like you just need that drone to hit those bumps and that's it. You have a pincer, right? So I think part of that is like it's not just warriors who are like an objective who can get up speed. It's like, is it a drone who can create a pincer? Can you like make those types of plays happen as an objective? And that adds just as much value in the end, especially when you're going full flex.
Yeah, there's like certain states where a drone is actually stronger than a warrior, which is pretty fantastic about this game. Like the end of dusk and in the like mid-gate on night, like you can do things as a drone. You can front stick queens in a way that isn't really counterable, at least for a single shot, that you just like isn't available to a warrior. So like there are spots where like having a drone who knows what they're doing in the mix is a more aggressive play than having a warrior, or can allow for more aggressive play.
Shout out to Ryan Piaget.
Yeah, shouts to B-Man. Question from the chat. Rob was or a provocation from the chat. Rob asked if you have a B-Wong, like a full strength B-Wong or a Prashant or somebody, do you ever really see them going snail? Or if it's like whoever is something like super strong from your team, super strong from your scene.
I don't think you can pay those two enough to run snail.
You want to have your strongest player, if that is the dynamic of your team, flexing down to snail when they could maybe be getting up.
Are we talking starting positions or are they locked there? Because like
we're talking. No one's locked. We're talking in the middle of the game. Like I've heard like Woody's made comments to this effect too, like noodling over full flex versus pure objective versus some other configuration. Like would he ever want Dan Barron trying to go snail if he had 3 other warriors currently up set?
If your plan is to run full flex, then that requires buy-in from all 4 other players than the queen to do their job as it is planned out to do. Like that, if your plan is to run full flex, then I don't care who you are. If we got 3 up and you're the 4th, you're riding the snail. Like
I-
a full flex strat is an egoless strat. Everybody needs to buy in. Everybody needs to accept their role as it changes by game state, and needs to communicate. This goes back to the other conversation. What do you do when you have 2 people, does 1 sack, whatever. Comms need to be like super clear. Everybody needs to be like willing to do everything. And
Yeah.
so, like, to Rob's point, do you ever have Prashant run the snail? Do you ever have B-Wong run the snail? If you're playing as full flex, yeah, you fucking do. And like, by bringing up like those 2 people and others, I guess you could say, not these 2. I'm not trying to dog on these 2 specifically, but like, if I was building a team and I knew that, like, are they like primary warriors and never objective players, I probably wouldn't try to run a full flex strat with them.
Yep.
I think Napalm said it earlier, right? I don't know that there are you have to get 4 drones who are capable of doing that. Like, they're capable of all coming up and producing at that point. And for a lot of tournaments, we're spreading our strongest warriors amongst a lot of teams, right? But this also goes back to the idea of, like, if you put 5 Wilks on a team, right? Is it going to produce?
Oh
And
God.
like,
Oh,
yeah, right?
fuck me.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
I would not want to be on that team.
And Napalm, you got thoughts?
I would.
What are your thoughts
I
on
mean, I was
5
I
Wilks
was just
existing?
thinking of yeah, he definitely would flex properly, but we were talking about egoless teams, and then I was like, oh boy.
You don't start with a New York player if you're talking egoless teams. I'm sorry.
Right.
No, but you could at least trust him to, like, keep himself in check, right? Like, he's gonna yell at
Wilk
himself.
specifically, yes. Wilk specifically, yes.
Absolutely would. Yeah, if you had 4 Wilkenings on a team, you'd absolutely crush. I agree on that. But yeah, like we're talking about, like, the fact that there are so many fewer players that can play a full flex at the absolute highest level to make a placement in a tournament, is the fact that you need all of the skill sets on being able to know the game state situations, how to communicate in that fashion, where you need to be in so many different variables that there are certain people like the B-Wongs and the Prashants. Well, I don't know New York players as much, but just from the outside looking in, I don't think that they have practiced that amount of variability, because they are so focused in perfecting the roles that they are trying to perfect, rather than necessarily perfecting the generalist and knowing what is the right answer in pretty much every situation, no matter where I am, no matter where everything is. What is the right situation? People, because that rarely people want to kind of specialize.
I agree.
More often
And I
than
like
not.
shitting on New York, but can we keep going with the teams? We got a lot of questions
for sure.
too.
I'm going to be right back in like 5 minutes. I'm letting my dog out.
I love that perspective though, and I don't want you to respond.
Does anyone want to shotgun a beer with me?
Oh shit! I don't think I've got any cans.
Right.
I can shotgun a LaCroix. Would that
I'll
work?
take a shot while you shotgun.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
toasty already, so I can.
Probably this morning. Fuck.
I can just
All right,
perform.
somebody
I'm
else-
rocking
somebody
this
else
down.
shotgun.
Eduardo, do
guys
you
have
want to tell us
one at your
about this,
local grocery
second
store?
about DFW1 before you shotgun or after you shotgun?
After.
During the
All
shotgun.
right, let's.
During.
You ready?
All right.
Hell yeah.
You doing with the thumb? Thumb open?
Oh, easy. He's got the tab the right way already too.
Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm shooting a little something for that. Oh,
Eduardo,
much
this is
respect,
for you.
Eduardo.
All for you.
Jesus.
Honestly, if you ever find yourself in DFW or Louisiana, this is a freaking great pale ale. I can't lie.
Oh, I can't shotgun this. I'll die.
Yes, you can. Go do it.
What?
Viewers. Oh my
This
Felix
gosh.
is
production team is
entering
all
with a
about
can.
production.
Felix?
What?
No. Oh,
Yeah,
I
there's
was
a
like,
Felix. There's a Felix in another room of this house right now.
no, he was behind you just a moment ago. It's like when you
Well,
watch
I know
a Twitch streamer
I
and
know
you're
he's
like,
running.
look behind you, and it's like, no, you really should look behind you.
He keeps bringing every time he comes in, he brings me a new beer.
That's a
Oh,
good
pretty
friend.
dope.
I mean,
I want more
I'm
Yeah,
not
friends
go
like
doing it.
that.
wherever you're
It's
at. I'm gonna be
amazing.
there. Yeah. Sorry.
Bless you.
Ooh.
That was a healthy one.
Really?
All right,
Part
we
of the
could
process.
start. We could start, and then he could catch up. The salad team, salad.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's
Yo,
get
they're
to
good.
that team. The chat is really excited about whether or not Kobe or Jordan would snail. But let's move on to Salady.
Salad.
Wow, that's such a good question, actually. Holy shit.
You want to take this?
I don't think it's a good question. I think
Think
the
about it for a
question
minute.
is
I want
whether
to
or
make a
not
little
that
progress
matters.
on the team sheet.
Jordan ego bigger?
Eduardo, talk to us about salad. How does it? First of all, how's it pronounced?
They call it salad. It's just Dallas backwards.
Cool.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, they call it salad. Salad. I don't know. I just use the emoji every time we talk in the team chat, so I don't have to think about it. I mean, Alex is on Queen. I mean, shit, Alex didn't stop playing through the quarantine, so this Queen's fucking solid. Like, it definitely took me a lot to get back to where I was, right? And, he was.
Did you guys have a menu open through quarantine?
Yeah.
Can I get a
well, there was,
grimace
like,
in the chat? A grimace in the chat?
Dude,
Alright,
that's
not looking
Texas
at the
though.
chat.
Come on. No one
Yeah,
can
yeah.
play them. It's Texas.
I mean, like, sometimes I go places and I don't see anyone wearing a mask besides me. And I mean, you guys watch the streams. I don't always wear my mask, but I try to as much as I can, like, especially when I'm at work or especially now, like, anticipating GDC. I've been really trying to do my best. I mean, I got vaxxed. Like, I know how comfortable I am with what I'm doing, and I just want to make sure everyone else is as well. Some people have different opinions of that in our scene, and some people have chosen not to do those things. But some people have. So definitely
So-
like go ahead.
I was gonna say, so Alex is coming. Steven will.
Steven's solid.
Hate
Steven is
that.
pretty solid. Steven actually queened a team this past weekend. And he like ripped. Like he got 4th at the tournament, which is like really sick. He's queening in like the free play league here. His comms are really good, and his drum bumps are nasty too. So he's a really solid warrior. So is Will. Nate is like really good speed warrior. If he could just talk just a little bit more, he would be disgusting. Like if he could just say like, "I'm here. I need you to go there. I'm down. I need this gate." You know. Really, really good map awareness. Tap fast. Good boy. Speed warrior you can lean into, not like have to watch and patrol. Right. Katie's solid OBJ. Good comms. Like I was saying before, leading up to the SFL tournament, they were beating us in scrims like probably like 60-40, maybe 70-30. We did beat them in the actual tournament though, which felt good. But I mean, it's a solid squad. Like they're a practice team, right? Like they can perform at their level, but they can also probably reach that next level in a tournament, right? Because they have played together that much and
So
they are that used to each other.
They're very close to your team. It's like it's not that much of a disparity.
No, it's really not. It's just like, am I going to play good or are they going to play better, right? Are we going to play good or are they going to play better? Like it's pretty close. However good you think my team is, they're right there.
How much has your team competed other than in Texas?
Carlos, Charlie, and I, we're like the core of whatever you want to call it, Chili B or Chili con queso blanco or whatever. I'm very comfortable with both those players. I'm kind of taking a risk here on Rosalinda and Eddie Berto. I've been meaning to take Eddie Berto out for a little while here and give him a chance to see what it's like to play against like people who are superior to him and much superior to me too. Same thing with Rosalinda. Like we play a lot together, like, you know, casually, but we've never really like tried to compete. And it's also hard like playing like super serious with your SO, right? Like it's really hard to like get to that like.
Wait, what? You're together? I didn't know that.
like you're like how do you achieve that, like, dare I say, hyper focus, right? Like how do you get to that like tournament mode, right? Like we've all been there, right? But how do you get back there? And also like how do you get there? I don't know, for me it's like I got to like really believe in it and be firm with the team, but also there's like a balance when you're being that firm with the team and that's your partner as well. Definitely something to be explored. I don't know who else are like couples who play together a
My
lot
wife
on the
was on
same
my team at GDC One. We played like the very first Killer Queen tournaments together, and then she quit the game very quickly as I got a little bit too serious. So I
Andy
feel
and John
for you.
Mark.
Yeah, but they met through the game. It's different, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
are we talking about meeting through the game?
No. Rosa and I were together before the game.
Just people who play
I
together.
thought we were just
Yeah,
talking
there's-
about couples that play together.
Like Gab and Tressa is the
Yeah.
obvious example for me.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dylan
Yeah.
and I don't know. I don't want to turn this into like a show
Who's
of
getting
like
who?
these two are a couple,
Yeah.
these two are a couple. In case you didn't know, but
No,
I brought up-
there's a bunch of classic ones.
I brought up that original question just to understand how Salad would like versus your team, who I know you and Carlos have both been around the block. Rosalinda's been to a couple tournaments, and Josh has you placed where you are, right? And then how do we compare the Salad team to that? Who hasn't traveled as much? Alex obviously been going to a lot recently and haven't been here through a lot.
I mean, this is like some of his team that he brought to Charlotte. They did okay there. This is some of his team that he played with at Bumble Bash. He's played with Will a lot, and he's played with Steven a decent amount as well. That's kind of been like his core.
Is this the same exact team that went to SFL and did well?
Yeah, that's Alex's team. Yeah, the same team that he went to SFL with. This is a completely only Carlos is the same player from my SFL team, and then I have 3 completely different players. That was a trip too. Like that whole tournament felt like we were just like falling upwards. That was so gnarly. Like it was like probably the least fun I've ever had playing Killer Queen because it was just like, holy crap, dude. Like no matter what I do, like I'm completely surrounded by speed warriors, and like I think Carlos and I hit maybe like 3 pincers the whole tournament. Like that's my main speed warrior. Like that's just not right. Because he's off doing stuff. That was so stressful. I'd never want to do that again.
Gino, I hear you're coming to GDC even though you left us forever.
Yeah. So I haven't actually like moved out of my old apartment. I need to do that.
Wait, can I crash there this weekend? Because I don't have a place to stay for GDC. I don't think.
What? Why not? Don't you live? What the fuck?
Dude, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out later.
I
Do you
mean,
know
Everybody
who's on?
crashed in Gino's studio.
Do you know who's
The
on
reason I
Violent J
didn't-
with you?
Yeah, we gotta.
Yeah,
reason
let's
I
hear about the
didn't-
team.
my
Tell us about this team
Wait till you hear about
and
this
about the
fucking
team name.
team. Wait till you hear about this fucking team.
We need okay, Gino. We need to hear about this team, but we need to hear about the history of this team and how it progressed.
yeah, that's the only. Yeah, that's what I was, yeah. Josh, you can sleep on my floor if you want, but I have no furniture, and it's a studio. So, yeah. So Violent J. For those of you who don't know, Violent J is the name of one of 2 members of Insane Clown Posse, known for their hits, Miracles, and that's the only one I know. It's also a descriptive way to describe when I try to J, it's either it's sick as fuck or I die immediately. So either way, it's violent, and that's what you can expect from the team. Is me dying a lot.
I sympathize with that.
Yeah, if you 2000th time is the charm. I think you gotta keep Jane until you get it right. Yeah. So the team was originally me and Ben. Ben Ostley. He's a cool guy that you probably haven't met, but you'll meet him at the tournament. Say hi to him. And for a while, it was just us, and I didn't really have anyone else that was looking for a spot. Then we added Rebecca. Rebecca's really cool. She's on objective. And then
Wait, Rebecca,
Ash,
aka
who-
Bex, right? She goes by Bex sometimes.
Yes, I'm sure
AKA
that's right. She is also in this apartment somewhere. Or Bex is my
yeah,
partner.
yeah.
Speaking of
somewhere in there.
KQ partner SO dynamics.
Yeah.
Wait, I have something to say about Ben too. So Ben, we were at a league night and we needed a queen to play, but like no one was willing to do it, and I was not doing some trying to practice warrior. And
Ben
we
queen.
forced Ben
Oh
a
yeah.
queen, and he won 6 games in a row as queen after saying like, no, I can't do it. I don't know how to do it. I've never done it. He went 6-0 immediately. I think he has never lost a game as queen before. So
Yeah,
if
he's
you have
a
any problems
solid,
in the tournament,
solid player.
Yeah,
Ben
Ben's
is
undefeated as queen.
very good, very good player.
Ben has this the skill that you know will translate into a top flight player, where he can constantly like keep a running level of commentary of jokes with his team going on while he plays. So he's like constantly talking and making and cracking and complaining at his team and whining and whatever while the whole game goes on. And if you can maintain the joke for the entire 3-minute game, you're gonna be a fucking champion.
Yeah, Ben and I decided
I keep
early
telling
on.
everyone. Sorry, you go first. You go first.
We decided early on that this team was going to be have fun, you know, kind of have a good time, demolish at least 3 unexpected teams, and then you know what happens from there is what happens. But yeah,
But then what happened?
I've been telling everyone that Gino's
and
the
Ash
sleeper
joined the
team.
team, and now he wants to play good, which I think is a reasonable goal.
And then you picked up some rando as your 5th player, right?
Sorry.
And then you picked up some random 5th person.
Yeah. So we added Ash as our 4th player. We were his 3rd choice, and that's why you gotta never give up on your dreams, kids. You gotta put yourself out there. Sometimes it'll be someone's 3rd choice, and then it'll happen. So Ash is doing a great job, you know, making the team better, and I appreciate that. And then we needed a 5th player, and I got a DM from this guy. You know, I played with him at the last Hive Hustle, and I hadn't heard from him in a while. You know, I think he'd stopped playing for a while. His name's Aaron Tran. I don't know if you guys heard of him, but he's pretty fucking good. And he's like, hey, you need a 5th player, and now he's on the team. So very excited to be playing with him at GDC.
2 points.
Tran's a
That's
beast.
a great point as to why you should play in as much KQ random shit as possible, because then you make connections like that, and then you get Aaron Tran in your DMs like, hey, can I play with
Yeah.
you?
Just flying in the last second. It's great.
Quick message from the chat before we move on. Stickman SF wants to know, Gino, if you're going to be hoeing it up in New York.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely am. Thank you for asking, Stickman SF, person who I definitely don't know and have never met. Yeah, no, I went to a party last weekend, met some people, and I haven't talked to any of them since. And that's, yeah, I'll let you know. A couple years from now, I'll let you know.
Right, that's what you do, right? You go to a tournament and then like 2 years later you come back.
What?
GDC 1? No?
Yeah.
So you're moving.
Sure.
So you'll be
Good
moving back
callback,
by like
Josh.
GDC 7. GDC 7. Look for Gino to move back to San Francisco.
Okay, this is going off the
I'm calling
rails.
it here. Wait, so Bing Bong. I'm pretty
Bong.
sure that Draquan had a team named Bing Bong before. Am I wrong with that?
It sounds like a Drake one name.
I'd believe it.
Dre, are you in the chat? I haven't seen Dre in the chat.
He's
But I
so
see
much
he's
trying
playing.
hard.
So Austin Waters, is that New York Austin? Or
Yeah.
formerly New York Austin?
Gotta be,
He's
right?
Austin now. We have
Now he's
Yeah.
Austin.
hard to be public.
Much to
Yeah.
my chagrin. I cry about that daily.
Did he move to Austin because his name is Austin?
Obviously.
Yeah, they paid him a lot. Yeah.
Or for the income tax. Who's to know?
Yeah, I guess the lack of state income tax. That's pretty good.
Funnily enough, he's in New York right now.
I think I fucked up my seating. I have him last. That can't be
Not
right.
tax, though.
I
Oh
played
shit!
Austin.
Oh, you're
Wait,
covering.
wait. Where do you have Salad and Violent J seated?
Yeah.
I
Where's
don't
my
want.
team
I don't
seated?
want
What'd you see
to
my
know
team
where
to?
you seated our team.
Violent J is 14, Salat is 16.
All right.
What am I?
I
Well,
think
you're
you're
not-
at 9, I think. It's like 9. I can scroll up though.
Pretty high. That's almost top 8.
Yeah, I'm gonna push you down. It's too high.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. Please don't do any dope shit on me either.
I think you should drop. I think you should drop SFAF a little bit lower so that we can outperform.
Damn, that would be
I'm
sick.
not the decider. I'm just one of the inputs, and I'm
I'm
probably
happy
gonna
with
delete my own
14.
inputs.
Josh, we're gonna fucking wreck your team.
All right, good luck, man.
Probably. They've changed their team like 9 times now in the last 3 months.
Wait, so do we know anything else about Bing Bong?
How you gonna win against a team powered by good vibes?
Yeah.
We
Wasn't
don't,
that like
but
a
I
Brady
have
team?
like a huge belief in anybody who has Austin Waters on their team. The man can shimmy like no other. If anything, this will be a fun team just to see how like our friends like kick ass there. Abby from Baltimore she's a great player from the Baltimore scene, so that should be cool
Yeah,
too.
I recognize Abby's name now that I'm looking at it again. I've heard that
The
she's
creator of Hive Mind, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, shit.
Hive
That's
Mind,
my Abby.
you can hack the stats. You gotta rank these people higher.
What's
Yeah.
up, Hive Mind Abby?
Yeah. Also, Mario, insane KQB player. Like, what in my opinion, one of the most underrated KQB players ever, and I think it translates to KQA pretty well. So
Can we talk a little bit about how the KQB to KQA crossover is real and a real thing, and the KQB players who start playing KQA are like a year more advanced from the get go?
No,
This is
we're
a
getting
real
there.
That's crazy because that game
Once we get to
sucks.
Brian Lee's team, we'll get there.
Yeah.
And talk about how shitty the
Game is
game is.
trash. It's weird that it translates at all.
It's 2 games. It's like one more team. If we get through Mountain
Yeah.
Drew, we'll talk about it. Okay.
Brian, are you gonna come in here just for your team? I feel like you should. Anyway,
Make Brian
sorry.
guest star,
Continue.
so I can
We
talk
could
shit.
I'll
get
talk
guest
about
star.
this team a little bit because I guess this is like mostly Texas. I mean, Brian is like a super solid like Queen. Mario, like D said, he's been playing a lot of KQB. I feel like KQB gave me I played a lot of KQB. I really don't play it anymore. I haven't played it in like 2 months. It's just arcade is back and that's what I prefer. But it definitely gave me like a quick map awareness, and like quick comms is definitely something that KQB has given me for sure. And just like looking for the weird drone like or queen berry bump of some sort that just looked impossible before but now looks like way more doable, and you can get some pretty sick ones. Obviously Austin Waters is a beast, shimmy god, and that's my boy Ryan Hesse at the bottom. He's hungry. He wants it. He writes like all these long docs and sends them to me and asks me what I think, and I'm like, dude, you're like smarter than me. Like I literally I don't know, like it looks good. Like
Send me those docs. I want to respond to those.
Could you post those docs in the team chat? Thank you.
yeah, I'll post them. Well, I'll have him whenever he plays your team. I'll have him put them in the chat like Cesar did to me in
Oh my
what was
God.
that Mantis Mayhem? He
Does
tried
he
to
have
dunk on me
scouting
so hard, and we
reports?
won that night map. Say it again.
Does he have scouting reports?
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't know enough of the national scene yet. He's learning. He's learning. He knows who to watch. He'll be there. He's gonna be scary. He wants it.
Tyler,
He
did you
he
just change
actually
your
like
background?
did really good at
A few minutes ago.
he did the Cincy draft. I think he was on the Cincy second place team in the Cincy draft that they did, and he was dope. He had a couple stinches. My boy looking strong. He's in Croatia right now, actually. He's gonna fly in like the day
They have a
before
cap?
SF. No. He just like I don't know. He just like went there because he found some cheap flights. That's actually where Luca's from, or like part of where Luca's from. I don't know. I don't know sports. I'm overreaching here. I'm just gonna stop
You
talking.
should shrink a little bit, please, if you feel okay with doing that.
Luka is Slovenia.
Wait,
We should get a
Luka-
drink. I think Luka is Slovenia. Poland. I believe Poland has a cab, if I'm not mistaken. Poland. Warsaw.
Nice.
And real quick, I'd like to hear your thoughts on what in KQB translates especially well. Like, where do KQB
Wait,
new
wait,
KQB
let's wait,
players
let's wait.
where do they shine? Where do they?
No,
Wanna move on?
Team 18's the KQB team. So like, let's just wait a second.
Okay,
Let's do
we'll
Drew's
wait
team
for
first.
that. Okay, we'll wait for 18. Team 17. Ching ching.
Wait, so
Ooh,
does
and
anyone
that's
remember? Cheers. But does anyone remember how well Drew did at Cactus Clash? Didn't he like
Very.
severely outplace his seed?
I can
Yeah,
pull up the
yeah.
bracket.
Drew is one of those players, especially one of those as a queen that he like really excels in very like focused competitive events. Like he steps up his game a ton when he
Are you saying
plays.
he's bad at league night?
Yeah, I'm saying that he's trash normally, but when like push comes to shove, he plays fantastic.
What was Drew's team name at Clash?
Yeah, that's impossible. I don't know.
Yeah. It was Ho BB4 at BB4, but Clash, I don't remember.
Yuan's in chat trying to tell me what the
He was chill at Clash.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, chill.
Oh,
Anyway, I
you
think this team is
you on?
10th.
This team is tough. Yeah, 10th is very solid for where we expect.
Lost to Hollywood Reboot, which was the Wall
It's
Street
the
team.
Seattle team. Well, it was the Wall Street team that had it had Kevin Queen.
And got bumped by Homecoming.
Which was the Portland
Drew was
team.
also in the chat, by the way.
I don't. My team is the one who knocked them out of Cactus.
Wait, no. I'm reading Cactus Clash 3 results, or unless you're talking about a different Cactus Clash.
I'm talking about Cactus Clash 3 where I knocked them out in losers.
Wow. Okay, Dan, calm down, bro.
Bracket says Homecoming did.
I was, just trying to.
Wait, are you thinking about 2 or 3?
Oh wait, no, I misread. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Anyway, Drew's good. His team is a lot of newer players. Shirley hasn't been playing too much. Fonzo hasn't been playing too much. I don't know who Steve P is. Endra has been playing.
He's from Portland. He's an OG player. He's good.
Yeah, Steve's an OG Portland player. He brings a portable bicycle seat with him wherever he goes.
Oh, that's
he's
sick.
got his whole setup. He's been playing for a while. He knows how it goes. Drew's like super technically good, very good communicator as queen, and he's got a bunch of new players playing for him who are all like bright and coming up fast. So this is a pretty good team.
Yeah, very fun team. Yeah, when he's locked in, his leadership is like fantastic. It's fun to play for Drew when he's locked in.
I think the trick to Drew is when he's sober, he plays really well, and when he's drinking, he plays like dog shit. It's actually how it works.
Josh. Tell us, takes one to know
Everyone
one.
got this man a shot. Hell yeah. All right, Brittany's new leader.
Finally here, and I'm gonna shut up so people can talk about KQB.
All right, Brittany's new legal team.
Brittany.
We got a point. Yeah, first of all, free Brittany. Okay, that bitch is free. I'm so happy for her. All right. Poink, Argwas, Cree, Free Microwave, and Tots, but spelled with numbers. He wants you to know that. Anybody got anything to start? You guys have actually been playing with this team. I know them from KQB, but you guys have been playing them in real life. How's it going? And be real. Be honest with them. Be fucking honest.
Awesome. They're all awesome people. And now I'm gonna stop talking. They're like really fun to be around, and
they're awesome people. Great. We're talking about Killer Queen though. How are they doing?
Well, I'm gonna let other people respond.
This team is gonna embarrass some people real hard. Brian Lee is a top flight queen, and number 2, like these other KQB players have been coming out, and the crossover is very, very real. Like these guys understand like levels of thinking and spacing and baits, and the only difference is that like the specific way the spacing looks is different in our game than their game, right? So they're still learning some of the tech and the footsies and that kind of stuff, but like they know how to like decide and communicate about what to do. they know how to like know what you're thinking and then do the unexpected thing and get you. Like they're just they're just coming up on the basics, and so these guys are it's very much like when we started playing against the sumo logic people, and they had a fully developed meta that like they could come and play really really well. So like your footsies and your jukes around things, like they were as good or better at us than those kinds of things. And the KQB people are bringing like the same level of like they know how to play strategically as a team, and they're going to do that better than a lot of people they run up against. These
Well,
guys are pretty good.
I would also add that they've actually been playing quite a bit. They've been to like 4 out of 5 of their players maybe have been to like every single league night we've done for the past 2 months, and they play all together. And every single game, when they finish their set, they go off and they talk for a solid 5-10 minutes about what went wrong, what went well, how they won, how they lost, and they've been taking games off of our top teams. Like they're good. Definitively, like they know what they're doing. They're learning the game. They also understand spacing in a way that like most KQA players don't really understand, like the dynamics of 2v1 and 3v2 and all of that. Now, there's still newer KQA players. So there's like things, I mean, I'm not going to give anything away. I think that there's like edge cases to the game that they don't understand as well because they haven't been playing as long. And so they're more susceptible to like cheesier shit that they haven't seen before. But if they play a normal game, they can go toe to toe with any other good team.
I would
Yeah,
say
I would completely agree with that, and also that they are like every single player on that team is very chill and fun to be around and motivated to get better with very low ego. And they just like they're all like super curious. They're like really excited to be playing a bunch of KQA. And as you said, like they've been making it out on a regular basis as a full team. They've probably had as much practice playing together as like they're like probably the 80 or 90th percentile of teams in this tournament that have been able to actually bring all of their team together to play together. And they work on it on and off the cab, and like their attitudes are all super super great, and they're like the rapidity of their improvement in KQA is just upsetting. And yeah, they're gonna be super good. There's like there's like edge cases where they are in the right place, but like they leave themselves, like individual warriors will leave themselves slightly open to getting killed. Like they're in the right place, but they're not like quite positioned perfectly, so they leave open a small window for them to get killed, and like sometimes people will exploit that. But that's like an easy fix, and they're like doing the right, like 90% the right thing 90% of the time, and like they are, and when they're all like clicking together, they play super well, and they are 100% going to surprise people at this tournament, and are going to take games off really strong teams. And it's like I'm so fucking like psyched that this team is playing together.
I just
if they
want
don't
to
destroy
shout
you
out.
this tournament,
Sorry, go ahead.
they will destroy you in a future tournament for sure.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
that I kind of hope that this team keeps playing together.
Fear
Like, I know
them.
that's not a thing that a lot of KQA teams really do, but I would fucking love if this team just decided to play like the next like 3 tournaments together.
I really disagree with that. I would love if all 4 of these new players all joined the KQA scene and like distributed and became a part of the SF scene. I think that would be the best outcome, personally.
All right, I get that.
All right, Josh. All right, Josh.
I get that
Josh.
perspective too.
Yeah, so wholesome, so wholesome. Shout out to
I
Free
got a question
Microwave.
for
I
Josh.
don't think there's anybody that I got drunker with throughout the quarantine than Free Microwave. I played a lot of KQB with him up until like 5 o'clock in the morning a lot.
Oh,
That
he's
dude's
the
a
best.
fucking riot. He's
He's the
a
best.
riot. He's a wine mom. If anybody comes up to me in San Fran, I expect that I will be drunk with Free Microwave in a corner somewhere.
I gotta meet Microwave.
I'm
I'm-
trying to get into like some mischief with Microwave. Like
There's no one I'm more excited to meet than free microwave. I like this is why I'm coming. Hell yeah, he's in the chat right now. Fuck
He
yeah.
will talk
He-
your ear off.
Here's the other thing is
Yeah.
that microwave plays KQB on a hitbox, so he's used to tapping buttons. He also has been reported more than any other person in KQB. I don't even know if he knows this. He was reported more than any other player in KQB for how fast he taps. So, fun fact.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's
He plays on a
very.
fight. Yeah, he plays on a fight stick, right? Or
Yeah,
a fight.
yeah. Frankie Fingers Buffalino, man. I mean, I'm ready to get in some mischief with you if you're out there in the chat.
Frankie
You tell me what it's
Buffalino.
about. Frankie Fast Fingers Buffalino.
Yo, I will take a shot for microwave right now.
Me and
Anything
Microwave
else?
got beef.
All right.
Oh,
Microwave
so you
shot.
have beef with microwave?
You have beef with microwave. Microwave has beef with absolutely no one. I 100%.
We got
Possible.
beef. We're gonna settle it at GDC.
This one's for you,
Yeah.
microwave.
Oi. All
Very
right.
serious, very real beef.
But he loves you.
Everybody loves Brittany's new legal team.
Can we hear the beef though? Come on.
Yeah, what's the real super
Yeah.
real beef?
It's not really. It's just
Not B-Ray, man.
no, it's so old that it doesn't even matter anymore.
That's tight.
It's fake beef. I used to play Killer Queen Black. I do not anymore. That's it.
Tyler,
You
quit
sound
Killer
like-
Queen Black
you
before
sound like
you
a Killer Queen arcade player.
Killer Queen Black.
What's up?
Oh, I said you quit Killer Queen Black before like I even started playing Killer Queen Black.
Yeah, I'm retired.
You're like it was hype when
Alright.
you like joined solo queue.
All right, that's a
We
shot.
get to talk
Okay,
about
okay,
another
okay.
Killer
Jesus
Queen
Christ.
Black team back to back. Okay, I can give context on this team. So it's called
Wait, can we
Snail
talk to-
Salon.
Yeah, let's just go
Wait,
straight to Elsie, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay.
already talked about Eduardo's team. Eduardo, do you have anything else nice
Yeah.
to say about your girlfriend? I don't know.
No.
I did
Yeah,
not.
we gotta
She's
schmooze.
Linda,
Lost.
she's
Alright.
a
No.
beast.
Let's
Real-
move this down. I'm gonna
I
drink one.
remember,
I'm
Eduardo,
gonna
I
drink one
remember
more beer and
on
I'm going to sleep.
All right.
I remember
all right.
over the summer, you were on one of the Killer Queen Flight School office hours, and I forget you were like talking about something, and then I think it was your girlfriend who just like kind of like whispered in the mics, "Stop breathing so loud."
That's amazing. That's a good callback.
It's really these headphones. Like it's these headphones just like pick up everything in my apartment. Like someone could drop a penny across the room and you'd be like, "Are you eating with a spoon right now?" All right. I'm shutting up.
All right. Snail Salon. Elise,
Elise.
SLC, Jeff, also known as 20%, Tree Bones. These are all their KQB names. Chuck Berry, Keyboard Skater. Elise, obviously the best, in my opinion, probably best player from SLC. She's coming out to Queen. Team that's here for a good time, not a long time. They know that they want to have fun. They want to get acclimated to the KQA scene and like meet people, which is amazing. Jeff won his first 8 games of KQA. That is not true. That's false. I killed him and he lost a couple of times. But Jeff is an amazing. He comes from melee scene. They play a lot of games that they press buttons fast. This is an amazing group of humans. They're gonna have a lot of fun. You guys should buy them a drink if you see them.
I'm excited
Yeah.
to see Elise Queen.
Yeah. She's not a queen main. She's a speed main. She'll tell you she's a flex, but she's a speed main. So I'm really excited to see her.
I'm hyped for this team. I'm hyped to see Elise Queen for the first time, and also like Jeff is just like obviously scary good at games in general. So like from like the little bit that I've seen, like people sent me clips, and I was like, "Yo, this guy's insane! Like, what the fuck's up with this? Like, this is kind of scary." And then I mean, I've had plenty of good nights playing KQB with Tree Bones and Chuck Berry, all good people. Like, just kind of exciting to see them in our world and not us living in theirs, kind of.
Yeah, they are all on. They play on KQB teams, and they always come up with like quippy. They have like the best team names consistently. Like their last team was called like Snail Satan, and I thought that was just like the funniest B pun ever. But they've had a lot of them. I play with Keyboard Skater, on a team, but this is one of those teams, just like Rob's team in Baltimore, that like I feel like they are some of the best at what they do. They've placed very, very well in KQB, so it'll be really fun to see how the crossover takes place for KQA.
Have these players played like KQA much?
Elise and Jeff play
Like-
weekly, and
I know Elise does,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. The rest of them not so much. No.
I've never seen or heard of Chuck Berry in San Francisco, apparently, so I don't know. It's hard for me to rank these players high, right? Like, who is
Yeah.
this person?
Yeah, here for a good time, not a long time.
Ouch. Okay.
They know this. This isn't like me trying to be like a dick or anything. It's just like they're coming to have fun. They wanted to come to this tournament. My original GDC team was with Elise from like before the pandemic. It was me, Elise, Crystal Booth, Kaylee, and Mark from SLC. It was supposed to be just like GDC was always supposed to be like a fun thing that we all did like with our friends. And I love that Elise came back and she's like, hey, I want to bring my friends from KQB to like get them acclimated, introduce them to the community, and hopefully they have as much fun as we do.
Shouts out Mark. He's a stud. I barely.
Yo,
talked to
Mark,
him.
you guys want to see something? This is what Mark
He's
made.
a
They're like,
absolute
I tried to
stud.
have
Yeah.
it. Mark made this. It lights up. You can't really see it right here, but it's
That's pretty
incredible. Yeah.
Is it Lego?
No, it's he 3D printed trophies for a KQB tournament that I threw. And they have LEDs embedded in it, and it lights up really nicely, and it's just giant. It's like a foot tall.
All right, I think we have 3 more teams. Let's just power
Yo,
through this, right?
let's push through. Push
Yeah, we
through.
gotta-
Let's
we
do
gotta move.
questions.
Spawns of Satan. Oh, Hugo. I think I mentioned Hugo.
I'm a big Hugo fan. I can't lie. He's king of shitheadness, and I love it.
The problem with Hugo is gonna get drunk on Friday night, and he's gonna play bad on Saturday. And
That's the problem?
No one's gonna be able to contest that. That's just a fact.
I mean, Kyle G coming hot off a dub. You know, like he's feeling good. Like he's probably feeling himself out there for sure.
I played with those two at 30. They're solid.
Yeah,
It's a good
Jason and
team.
Heather have been playing. Dude, I think like this team is like Kyle's fucking good and Jason's really good and Heather's been good. Like this is a good team.
Yeah.
I don't know
they-
if you
they
guys
got
play.
some
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I don't know if they have or not.
I've seen Hugo in League of Legends.
Josh, give me a
playing-
number. Give me a number, Josh.
All right, I got a number. Hold on, let me find it. Sorry, I'm scrolling down. So it takes a while.
If Hugo's
Done with
playing
this
against
conversation.
that cat who like queened really well at
No, I have him at number
at
12.
30.
Nice.
Brendan.
Yeah.
Brendan. If Hugo's been grinding against Brendan, like Hugo might be looking sharp. You're right. If he doesn't get too shit hammered the night before, but like
This is another one that you have this above Chattanooga.
What's the
and
comment
I'm like,
on Hugo's
I'm upset.
name there?
I'm telling you, I don't know anything about Chattanooga other than that I thought they were bad, and so I'm gonna readjust it. Don't worry, I'm taking all of this into account. That's why I'm asking the questions. But you're telling me that Hugo's gonna lose to Chattanooga. That's what you're trying to tell me.
Yeah.
100%.
If Hugo
What?
needs to practice a lot to be
I'll get wrecked, Hugo.
competitive there.
Hugo is
Where
going
you
to
guys
lose
rank?
to Chattanooga.
Not that he's bad, but like I think Chattanooga might have been playing.
All right, send me footage. Send me footage of Chattanooga, and I will reassess.
Did you say where you
Why
got
don't you go watch
Chase is
Jason
good.
Ryan?
Someone in the chat, not you specifically. I don't mean to call you out, D, at all. Like I just mean in general. Someone help me figure out how to.
I don't know,
assess
the Jason Heather combo too. Like that's
Yeah.
that's good.
This Hugo team's good. Like they're legitimately
Yeah.
good.
It's good.
And if Hugo plays to his level, then they should get 12th, I think, easily.
That's where you have them ranked?
Yeah,
Wow.
right in the middle.
Wait, does so somebody I don't know if you guys mentioned Brandon, but somebody mentioned Brandon in the chat. Does Brandon still play? KC Brandon?
I don't know if Casey's even playing right now.
Yeah,
is it
no,
Brandon or is it Brendan?
KC even
It's
playing.
Brendan. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Brandon. My I apologize.
Yo,
No,
they shut
that's not your
Ducks
fault.
up
Chat
at
got it
30.
wrong.
No, they got third at 30, right?
Yeah,
I think
they're
so.
great.
Yeah, that
But
Casey.
who knows?
Yeah,
I
they
think
were
Hugo's been a great queen for a while.
I think they were top 3 or top 5 at 30.
They were
think they
no, they
got
were third at
third.
30. Brendan
got third, yeah.
got third.
They have third, right? Yeah, they did. They were fucking fantastic. And then Brendan made like a really good analysis video of some of those like 30 sets.
Yeah,
Mhm, for
that
sure.
was-
That he hasn't made any more, at least that I know about. I haven't seen any of he's made more, but like those were really good. I love those.
Brendan made a year of them, and like he like spent about a year like making videos of top tournaments, and like I think if you want to be good at the game, just do that for a year. You'll probably get really good just by like talking it through and working it through. But he was like his analysis was always really on point. It's still one of the best like series of videos you can watch to learn the game. Very good stuff.
Jess.
Did somebody say what happened to him? Is he still in the game? No answer.
Who knows?
Okay.
Wait,
Alright,
Jess,
can we
you
all
made like a weird like figure with your hand. What was the thing?
Well, I was swiping down on my phone interface to check the time.
Alright,
All
everyone
right.
shit on Rob now. Shit on Rob. Go.
I hate Rob.
Fuck that guy.
He's what? I don't understand why Rob's such an asshole. Like, could he
Yeah,
just not?
is it because he has so much money? I think he would say it's because he has so much money, or at very least, I think he would
Yes.
say that he has a lot of money, and then he would let you draw your own conclusion.
I mean, I kicked it
What-
with Rob for like 2 straight days this past weekend, which was like pretty fun. We just like did Rob things and just like
No!
hung out.
This is purely satirical. Fuck, you ruined it. I love Rob.
Oh,
Rob's amazing.
We all love Rob, but
You weren't supposed to bring in the
Rob
sincerity
has
for
to
that
go to
one.
sleep every night. Rob has to go to sleep every night knowing that he is not a dope queen. He's a boring queen, and so like that's enough of a cross for Rob to bear. You know, like sure he beat me at the tournament this past weekend, but like, are you dope though? You know.
I think I play my best when I play with Rob, and it makes me mad. Like, I get angry about it because I don't want to play well with him. It just makes me angry. I don't know. But, all right, Rob's team, War Bees,
Solid.
Rob Newhouse.
Worthiness.
So how many of these players' plane tickets is he paying for? Do we know?
At least
Hey,
one.
Not fucking mine.
at least
Yeah,
one.
you fucked up, Napalm. You definitely.
If he's not paying for napalms, then
You could have got some cash money out of this.
I think
Yeah,
the over under
yeah.
is at 0.5.
Rob is in the chat. He says 0. I don't believe that.
I could see 0.
No,
I'm
it's
I'm
true.
probably
I'm
gonna
for sure
ask.
guessing 0. Yeah, Rob would have flexed it on us already.
Yeah.
Well, she's got
Did he say
esports
it?
money.
Yeah.
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 You know, okay.
on
Also,
some walk of
If he's
fame
not paying for
somewhere.
napalms, I'm saying 0.
One of the
All right.
problems with this team is
Yeah.
that Walshy and Miranda. I went to LA like last weekend or a couple weeks ago, and they don't have a cab in LA anymore. There's no cab there, so like they haven't been practicing for the past year and a half or something. So I don't know about this
Still
team.
a lot of people.
Yeah, but do you know the other problem with this team?
It has Rob as queen.
Correct.
Heard.
I gotta tell you, I don't think Walshy Miranda not playing for 2 years is gonna make a fucking difference. I'm pretty sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, they should be
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also, in their
Yeah.
defense, you also all hate it, but they've been playing KQB this whole time. We've seen the KQB people. They've been playing with Jess actually. Amazing. You guys have been killing it. But I don't know. There's something to be said for that. Like it does keep your brain a little bit sharper on the
Or does it just make
map
you
awareness.
worse? I don't know. Like, does it
I
just
don't,
make you?
I don't know, man. Walshy
Yeah.
came up to SF for a weekend and played with us. He's pretty good. Walshy's pretty good.
Oh, I wasn't there. Was he good?
Miranda. Well, she and Miranda were both there, and they hadn't lost a step from what I saw.
I think they'll
Yeah,
be fine.
I have something I really need to say right now, because this is a big platform, and I need to say this on the biggest platform that I can, and that is that Mr. James Walsh is not going to get a single stitch on me all weekend. He's
Oh my god.
weekend. He's going to try to get a stitch a lot of times, but he will have 0 successful stitches against me.
Jess, I
are
was
you
holding my
two-
breath so hard. I was like, "Oh no!"
Ship it and ship it, baby. Tag at Walshy on Twitter. Let him
Yes,
know.
I was
are
so-
you
I was
two
so
in the
worried
same
for a
group
second.
though?
Well, they're.
I like
mean,
it. I like the
depends,
reverse
maybe.
bounty you just put out.
Jess, does that include trash games? I just wanted to. I'm wondering.
Exclude trash cans. I'm just trying to be absolutely clear.
Damn.
Oh
Bro,
man, that's a,
Oof. Big
oh,
oof.
I don't know.
Tonight
If we're
to
including
Monday
trash
night,
games,
Austin will get 0 stinches against me.
I'm on your side, Jess.
as a queen or
Jess,
as a
do you
warrior?
think you're gonna
Not gonna
stench him?
You're frozen.
Oh
Yeah,
shit,
for
just
sure.
got
Freezerson.
Yeah,
got stinged.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just got
What
finished.
did I
The
miss?
Halo
Internet
people just
stinge.
stopped Skinster, yeah.
What did I miss?
You're back. You're
Yeah.
back. There was a question now.
Yeah.
Are you gonna cinch? Are you gonna cinch Walshy?
No, I'm a queen. I don't stench. The queen
Oh,
is
the
The
support
queen
role.
stenches.
You can
is
absolutely
Eduardo has
cinch
something
the
to
queen.
say about that.
You can
Yeah, I
100%
got
cinch the
pre-cinch.
queen.
Yeah, you got this.
I've
I
done
believe.
one.
Yeah.
It's not very rewarding. You kill a warrior. There's
It's
better ways
not
to kill a
very
warrior.
rewarding. I'm
Oh, but
sorry.
it feels so
Queen?
good. It feels so
Wait.
good.
No, I
Stinching
agree.
as a
Women's
queen
lives are
into
worth
a
nothing to
warrior.
you.
Yeah, it's super rewarding. You might just lose the game if you try to do it.
Jess, if you
Yeah,
play warrior,
yeah.
are you gonna stench Walshy when he's playing queen? If you're
You
a
know what?
warrior?
You know what feels good as queen is keeping your eggs until you really need them and winning the game and letting your warriors win the game for you. That's what
Boo,
feels
dope shit.
Sounds good, Rob.
Solid reasoning about it.
Anyway, Rob's getting good, even though everyone shits on him. Rob's really good. I feel like
schmix him.
after what he's proven that he can do a bit of backpack carrying, as he showed us in DC. They were good. I'm not
And
taking that
Humble
away
Bash
from
3?
them.
Humble Bash 3, he
Like,
carried so hard.
Yeah, that was a 5th place Queenie Weenie. So Rob Weenie, very good. So just keep an eye out for that.
I got
we
him at
moving
5th
on?
right now. I got him at 5th place.
You have him at 5th. All right, I don't know if
Yeah.
it's that good, but
Wow,
Hold on,
These
hold
settings
on.
are bad. I fucked up my
that's
Whoa.
settings.
way too high. That's
Is there a
way
TO?
too high.
Is there a TO in here? Because I want to take the other side of that bet.
I mean, I'm gonna need a TO.
Is there?
Take it on
yeah.
against Josh.
Will
Josh.
that ruin the sanctity of the game if I take the other side of that bet?
No,
I mean,
Josh,
no,
take the other side of that bet.
Yeah. If he gets top
What's
5,
the other side?
you owe me 20. Otherwise, I'll pay you 20. Yeah.
Okay.
all
And I
right,
will not.
cut
I will
that
not
shit.
hold back.
Is five
That's
a
it.
push?
No,
Who gets 5?
I get 5.
5 or
No,
better.
5 is
Okay,
a
okay.
push.
No, I called him at 5. What do you mean? I was gonna.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so
so-
if I get 6 or
Yeah, you get
worse,
6.
I get 20.
5. Yeah.
If 5 or better,
That's a
yeah,
good
I
plan.
will absolutely take that.
You're gonna take
That's-
Napalm. You're gonna take that at even money? You're not gonna like negotiate for odds?
No, because here's the thing. I have not had enough grinding since pandemic lifted. You know, like, and I don't want to shit on Minneapolis, but like,
Oh fuck.
we are casual as fuck right now, and like, no one's taking anything seriously, and it's fun, but you know what?
Baldwin at? Where's Baldwin at?
I'm moving
No,
Minneapolis.
I
He's in
mean,
the chat.
Baldwin's out, but like, no one's doing anything like
Or was.
Or
solid
Artie.
grinding. Yeah, they're here. They show up, but it's hard to organize like 10, 15 people to show up to actually play.
Yeah.
This is real. This is a big
Not
deal.
down for 20. I think
Thanks.
I think it's 6 or below. Like your seating's insane.
Um.
I'm gonna change my seating, but I'm still gonna take the bet.
Okay.
I think it's
are you taking my bet too?
Oh, wait,
Take
hold
any
on.
bet.
There.
Pose a bet.
Yeah. I got 20 on Rod's team being 6 or below.
No, we gotta do a different bet. I'll talk to you later. We'll figure out a different bet.
All right. All right, fine.
Yeah, and so this is mostly me just having not, in other words, doubting myself. I'll probably like just grind out like watching 3 hours of footage every single day between now and then, and be just fine.
I
But
didn't
Oh, I totally
realize
forgot
fifth is
Napalm was
still
on this team.
I literally didn't realize Napalm was betting against himself until just
Yeah.
now, and
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
about it.
No, I think you know who I am, and I won't hold back. You know, just to
I
make
know you're not going to hold
$20.
back because
But
you care much more about winning than $20, and
Yeah,
that's
it's a
what
win-win
that is
for
good.
Napalm.
Well, I
Either they
think,
Yeah.
place
think
it for
he's
better, or he gets 20
No,
bucks.
right,
it's
though.
a win-win for Josh B. Don't you understand? Either I get the money, or I get to make fun of him for losing. It's great.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so double that bet and take my bet.
No, I'll pay Napalm 40. It's fine.
All right. Napalm's putting it, so you're giving him 2-to-1 odds. Napalm's putting up
Yeah.
20 to win 40.
Yeah, that's right.
oh, easy.
All right, you all heard it here.
Okay.
All right,
come on.
Moving on to team 23.
We talked about it. First or second,
The
obviously. Yeah.
other New York team.
It's first or second, no question.
Snooze.
Super
So
free.
Belong hasn't played in 2 years. Like Wyatt is a game developer. He doesn't play Killer Queen anymore. Like D's good. Prashant, does Prashant play? And then Sam had his moment in the sun. I think the game has clearly left him behind. And he's washed.
These are
Alright, so-
all incredible hot takes.
Right. $20 above or below fifth place.
Below second place?
Yeah, no, I'll bet that.
I'll take 3 or below. 3 or below for 20.
Okay, yeah, we're in.
Yeah, got it. Book it.
Dan, you got that sheet going?
I got my notebook. We're good.
All right. I have a direct quote
is that
from
the
B
same
Wong.
gate
A
turn?
direct
Oh,
quote
sorry.
from B Wong. I don't know if I was supposed to share this or pretend like I was gonna say it myself, but the only annual tournament that I haven't won yet is SF. So thanks in advance for the W.
So it's not on his side then.
Yeah.
Is he saying
He's
he
got the
has
GDC
gone
curse.
to GDC in the past and not won?
He's definitely been to GDC.
You want
before.
tell us more about the thing that you've never been able to do before. Tell us more about that.
Sorry, Dan, have you won GDC?
No, but the first time I
Ryan?
went, I killed Cody
Okay.
one time in a set, and the second time I took a game off him. So this time I'm gonna win.
Hell yeah.
Good segue into one of the
Oh, yeah.
user submitted questions, which is who do you miss most in Killer Queen, and why isn't it Cody?
Oh, it's Cody.
Oh, that was
Gotta be Cody. He's the dopest, and he has the best quote as Queen ever.
Without knowing that other people would say Cody, I would also say Cody.
I went to Portland last weekend just to see Cody, and Cody did not come out to see me.
Damn.
Fuck.
He's in Beaverton. So
In
You know.
Beaverton.
It's right there.
It's a whole different city.
very far. You're
Yeah,
asking so much.
Impossible. Yeah, I know.
Wait, can we talk about Nat Wu's team and Dan's team real quick before we go to Cody? Because I have a lot to say about Cody.
I'm gonna move on to the next team as soon as Eduardo tells us what his favorite Cody quote is.
Someone asked him sometime if queens can get hat tricks, and he said no. That's just doing your job.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a quote from him. I just thought that was canon.
It is canon. Cody created the canon that queens can't get hat tricks, and he's completely right.
I mean, it's just I wish I was that dope, I don't care that he's never won Bumble Bash. He's the dopest. There you go. Hot take.
That stings.
Yeah, I'm not that dope.
He's the dopest. I have the most fun watching anybody Queen, watching Cody Queen,
Yeah.
for sure.
I think to that. I agree.
Yeah, for
actually.
sure.
Rip Cody and honestly, Rip Jeremy. I think those are my two favorite queens in the game.
Damn,
I was
yo,
gonna yell out Jeremy.
Jeremy's mad dope too. The
I'm
SF
offended
stream
by
always
that,
has a
but-
soft spot in my heart. Because it was
Yeah.
the first stream I would watch because our league night or our draft night was Monday nights, and I know SF always streams Monday nights. So as our Monday night is dying, I would always turn on the SF stream and watch it. So always has a soft spot in my heart, and I'm really excited to go for the first time. The only other time I've been to SF was just like pile out as like a 19-year-old shithead skateboarder. So,
It's gonna be
which was
fun.
tight.
All right,
Dude,
all right.
we're
Let's go
excited
through
about
these
the
teams so we can talk more about Cody. Let's go through the teams so we can talk about.
All
Cody.
right, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wu Tang Clan, and we'll put a pin in the name because not everybody on this team loves the name. But this is Matt.
This is Dre's favorite team. Dre is so excited for this team.
This is like Sly and the Family Stone. This is Matt Wu, Dan Wu, Derek Wu, Kelly Wu, and Pierre Wu all playing together for the first time as a family, and I think that's really sweet.
Wait, is this Pierre? Pierre, like
What was
Pierre?
Pierre? Yeah, he's
The
dead ass
Pierre?
Oh, Pierre Wu.
Yeah, he's back.
You've never heard of Pierre Wu?
Pierre Lafon Wu, yeah.
Yeah, Pierre Lafon Wu.
Incredible.
Okay, but legitimately, he's played like once with us in the past 6 months. So I don't know.
Yeah,
He is
GDC will be
important.
the third time that he's played over the last 18 months.
No, he came out like a week ago.
I said third time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard first. Yeah, third
No,
time.
third time. He's played twice.
Rob makes a valid point of will the real Wu please stand up, in that Marion is also a Wu and she's not on this roster.
Ooh. And
Um,
that is when the WWE music starts, and she comes out
With a steel chair.
with that chair.
Yeah, that is
Yes.
sick.
Yep. You know what? I do think there is something to be said on a tournament where you're allowed a secret six player, and every team has a secret six player that is not on the roster, but showing up and just tag teams in.
Why you gotta call my team out like that?
Yeah, Jasmine's team's way ahead of you.
No, but I'm saying the entire tournament.
I agree.
Every
the whole
last
team
one.
should have the whole tournament should have that.
As an outsider, I know nothing about Matt Wu other than that Dre loves him and you guys think he's great. But the only thing I do know about him is that he walked into Bumble Bash and won a tournament for a game he had never played before.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I have a story on this. And This is a
Yeah.
very selfish story, but
Yeah, Josh, hit it.
at GDC, at GDC 4, we had a Black Emperor cab. Apparently, I wasn't there, and I heard that Matt Wu was very good at the game. Matt Wu lived in the East Bay, and I lived in the East Bay, and so every night after league night, me, Matt Wu, and D-Ray would like hang out, past 2 a.m. after the bars closed, just being degenerates, being idiots. And I heard that Matt Wu was very good at this game, and I knew that he was good at Killer Queen. I was like, Matt Wu was clearly going to win the Black Emperor tournament, no question. And so I made a bet with someone at KQ30 that Matt Wu was going to win the tournament, despite knowing that he wasn't planning on going.
You also knew he was a like a world famous speedrunner.
Yeah, he had a world record in the Celeste speed run. So I was like,
World famous speedrunner.
Oh shit! Celeste is like not an insignificant game to speedrun. That's
No,
hard
it's
as fuck.
Yeah.
it's a really hard game, and he had a world record in it. So it was like, okay, yeah, of course. So anyway, I made a bet with someone. I was so drunk, I don't remember who it was, and I never got paid. But regardless, I came back to SF and I told him, I bet on you for winning this tournament, so you have to go, man. Come on. Like, how are you gonna do me like that and not go to Bumble Bash when I made a bet that you're gonna win it? And so that's what convinced him, like pushed him over the edge to actually going to Bumble Bash. And then he won the tournament. And I felt very vindicated. It was entirely because of me, obviously.
Wow. So my respect for him was based on a lie now is what you're telling me.
He played the game one time. We didn't have a cab, right? So
Yeah.
SF doesn't have or at the time didn't have a Black Emperor cab. So he had only played the one time at GDC weekend. And then, 6 months later, he shows up and wins the tournament.
And I don't know if anybody was there watching or if anybody remembers that victory, but he didn't just win; he won. It was won. He already had the top score. He went like 2,000 points over the top score. Someone had to tap him on the shoulder, be like, "Hey, you can stop. You won. The trophy's yours." and he kind of like looked uncomfortably over his shoulder and kept going for another like 1,500 points.
Oh yeah.
Before saying, oh, do I? Then he finally felt the peer pressure to like let his game go. He didn't get beat by the game. He stopped playing because he was so far ahead.
Oh yeah.
And now his
Alright.
name is carved in onyx or whatever that trophy is.
Dan, give
He's
us
also
your
a
I love my
fantastic business.
team spiel.
Y'all are doing just fine with it. Like, yeah, this team's got some pretty heavy hitters on it. This is like a combination of OG San Francisco, like people with the most refined skills, and then like the medium people like me and Pierre who came along, and then Matt is like as good as all the hype plus 1,000, right? Like this team is really fun and super chill, really relaxed. Like everybody's having a pretty good time with it. So excited to have Pierre back. You know, he's like been around traveling the world, doing all kinds of stuff. So glad to have him back for the team. And like, whatever, if we get like more than 3 play sessions together as a team, then we're a top like 4 team, I think, in this tournament, easy. So, you know, we'll see if we get 4 practice sessions or not.
You might want to consider telling your team to sign up because I believe the due date was by Tuesday. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Did you guys hear that,
Josh,
Theo?
Josh, where do you have this Matt Wu team seated exactly?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
Because I want to make a bet with you.
I have
Wow,
him
Rob
number
has
8.
a hot take. When Matt
Or
joined
2.
New York and QB a month ago, he was the second best player there.
Why did Wilkening show up?
I mean, that sounds
Be
about
nice
right.
to me. All right. Sorry, I cut someone off.
Yeah, Jess, number 8. And you're number 10. is what
Number
I-
8, but you have him above me. So I want to make a bet with you, Josh, that SFAF is going to outplace Wu Dang Clan in this tournament. I want to bet you $20.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm writing it down.
Yeah, I got 20 on this too.
I like.
I need
I'm
somebody
not,
to
I'm not
take
doing
this guy
double
with me.
bets. Stop trying to latch on.
Stop
Right.
being a fucking coward, Josh.
Ryan,
All right.
Take
On
my
that,
money.
you're in. You're
Take
in.
my
Yeah,
money.
On that, you're in. Boom.
Ryan, I
It's
got your
important-
money right here.
All right,
It's
Dan, you
important-
got this bet?
I'm also with Jess here. I'm not gonna give you money, but
Yeah.
because I don't know that you have very much after this, but
No.
I will give you Jess the dub.
No.
Well-
So it's really important for me to bet this because Matt Wu and me, we both started queening at the same time, and Matt Wu is extremely good, and he's always been better than me. But I think that this tournament, we're gonna take him, and I got to put money on it.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting a request from the chat for the cast to be drunker. So I think that is shot time.
I'm not reading this anywhere. I don't know
Let's
about
fine.
that.
do inside drinks here.
Oh, D,
I don't-
I've got chats you don't even know about.
Oh, okay.
It's Felix. It's Felix who wants everyone to drink more.
If
Is
I
he
do
just
this, I have
yelling
to
from the
break
other
this
room?
seal soon, and it's
Yeah,
it's
same.
almost midnight on the East Coast, you guys.
And you
It's
should be
not
already
bedtime.
you should be way
Shot.
shittier than.
This
Cheers,
is not good for
everybody.
business.
Ryan, are you still drinking for net?
I
What's
have to
going
be
on
awake
over
soon.
there?
No, this is no baby. This is red breast.
Damn
I
it,
hate
Matt,
Robert. Everyone say I hate
Damn it.
Rob all at once. Yay.
On 3, fuck Rob.
you're betting against you, Matt. Trash talking
Fuck
me.
Rob. Yeah.
Also, real quick, shout out to Derek and Kelly who weren't like shouted out by name, but they are fucking great, and they've been keeping it pretty close to the vest for a lot of lockdown, but they've started coming out recently, and it's great, and they also haven't lost a step. They're both like maybe even better than they were before lockdown, and it's so fucking fun to have them back out at our league nights, and they're gonna crush on this team.
Yeah, no,
Shout out
they're
to Mountain Moon, who's
absolutely
in the
insane.
chat right now, cheering me on for betting on myself against him. What a guy.
Also,
Matt,
yeah,
who
wants to
cheers
join
for
these
Jess
leagues?
for betting on herself. I'm also betting on you, Jess.
Yeah.
Secret
Okay,
team
wait,
number
so
25.
one more
Secret
team.
team number 25.
Secret.
Your team. Woo! Okay, Escape from New York.
All right. Drew, Ben,
Wait, so it says Ben, but it's Ben Mills. It's
Ben
second
Mills.
place Fumble Bash
So
1, Ben Mills.
Drew via New York City, a la LA. Ben a la PDX a la NYC, now LA. The mind is blowing up because Marion Wu abandoned the Wu Dang clan because they thought they were too good for her and didn't invite her to her own
They
namesake.
absolutely did not think they were too good for her. There's no question about
So
This
she's
team's
on
available.
this amazing team. And then Nicole and Rustine of LA, who are two heavy hitters there.
I don't know how
This
to
is
use this. They
fun
play
as
the game.
fuck.
Were out in San Francisco a month and a half or 2 months ago, and they were fucking great. And I'm like bummed that LA has is does not have like a steady source of Killer Queen action right now. But
But Ben
I'm
and Marion won the last Killer Queen tournament to take place. Let's say that. We'll throw that out there. Also,
Yeah, they were looking good.
Ben and Marion prior to COVID won a tournament, I think with I think it was in Minneapolis, maybe? No, Ohio with Dre, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, they won Winter Cluster. Maybe they placed there.
Y'all
I don't
got some
know. They did
crazy
really well.
tournaments on the East Coast, I gotta say. Never even heard of these.
Anyway, I am a huge fan of Marion. She woohoos on the cab and she kicks ass and she's like a very finicky player. I say that she dances on when she's playing because like she's one of those players that does those amazing swipe ups because she taps so fast that she like you think you can dive on her and no, she's timing you. I'm excited for this.
Marion is like the player that gets the least credit in all of Killer Queen. She is so good. It is absurd. So yeah,
Rob in the chat saying that Sam has called Marion frustrating.
was she formerly a New York player?
She lives this is a lie. She's just running away from New York. She hasn't escaped it yet. This is just like a vacation. For sure.
So is she going to LA first and then on to San Francisco?
This
Because
is very
that would make
likely.
this a
Keep
Is
true
this
north.
projection for
LA
the tournament if you're seen as mislabeled?
This is real. Yeah, she's gonna be in
We're gonna
LA
have
for
to
a
take
couple
this up to
days
the highest.
prior. So how many days do you have to be in another scene before you can say that you're from there for a little bit?
I don't
At
know.
least 2
Works
sleeps,
that
Portland
route.
says
right?
right away. Portland says
2
1 day.
sleeps.
That's what I hear.
I say 2 sleeps.
Okay,
Two
she's
sleeps,
probably
yeah.
This team hasn't been practicing.
Marion,
Like how long it takes to get like off mushrooms. Yeah, that's how long it
Marion,
takes for you to join a
aka mind blown up, a la LA.
Has this
All
team
right,
even
I
been
like-
playing together though? Does LA play at all right now? Do we know?
they don't have a cab. They don't play.
They don't have a cab.
They used to have a couple cabs. They have 0
They
now.
do. They did, but they don't anymore.
0 cabs.
You've watched Queen's Gambit. You just play in your head. It's all good.
Yeah, you just look at the
Upside down.
ceiling. And you just like
take
Well-
fucking
you break it all
play in your head.
in your
Get good.
rafter.
Now that we're at
No,
the end of the
I-
teams and we're gonna start the questions, I do want to just start with this because I feel like it ties into this. When you first stepped on the cab after COVID, how long did you feel like it took you to get to a place where you're like, okay, I'm playing KQ again. Like I'm actually playing like KQ.
1 week, 2 weeks, maybe.
It was the second time I played. It was about like a week or 2 weeks in between. And I have steadily gotten worse.
I don't think I'm back to top shape yet.
Yeah,
Big
I
agree. Yeah.
0 seconds. That was immediately the best player that ever touched the cap. Like, no question.
I found that I
I'm definitely the
relived
best I've ever
every
been in this game.
moment of my I relived every mistake I made or every lesson I had to learn. I had to relearn it in the same order. Like the first day I couldn't stick, and then the second day I was like, oh, I'm going over the edge too much. And it was like everything I remember, oh, these are all my bad habits or all my things that I have to. And I hit them all again and had to relearn every single one of them. But it was over a month, a 4-week period. So I relived my KQ experience.
I never stopped thinking about the game. So I just got back in and I was like, let's fucking go. I'm going to kill everyone. I don't know about everyone else. I was analyzing footage. I was making videos.
Whoa.
He had one of them. Cody made a video.
Okay, let's go around the room. Did you watch footage to really watch it during the pandemic? How long did you do
Excellent question. This is going to be one of my questions, Dan. Thank you.
I don't think I
Very
did
good.
until right before we were going back. And I got to play pretty early because I actually played first in Baltimore at their outdoor cab setup. They have us and I think someone else has it, but New York has it, Baltimore has it, that outdoor setup. It was a good effort, but it was trash. And I feel like that was I played on that first and I was like, no shot. I'm not gonna I'm bad at KQ. This is awful. It's awful. And then the first day that we stepped back on the cab, it was just it was perfect. It all came back. But yeah, it did take a second for me for sure.
Anybody else?
I did not really watch. I would say maybe 2 hours over the entirety of the pandemic would be KQ footage I kind of watched here and there. I don't know. I definitely feel that I remember a lot of things, but more so the awareness, the kind of knowing what everyone else is doing, but also at the same time, if you are only in trash games and that's all you're playing right now, it's hard to make coordination with your teammates when there is no plan at all. So, I don't know.
Well, this is where I feel like we need to call out the retreat again. Because as soon as SF started playing, we just booked a giant fucking house with 20 of us and all played for a week straight and just hung out and had a good time. So I would recommend
Great
all
having
scenes
Silicon
that.
Valley money.
It was very cheap. It was not
It wasn't-
expensive at all.
It wasn't crazy
Hold
expensive.
on, how cheap is this cab?
The cab was the normal cab price.
I'm
the
shitting.
retreat
I'm
was
shitting.
cheap. Yeah.
I'm shitting.
Well, we have a organization that purchased the cab.
A nonprofit. Josh, do you want to talk about Josh or Dan? You want to talk a little bit about the nonprofit?
Though, not every scene would want to go in together on a cab. Some scenes are do I really want to go in with these fools on a
I wouldn't make any
$1,000?
judgments so far about what's good for what situations are good or bad. Let us try it out. We'll show you how it works or doesn't. Let's see how it goes. I think that there's a model here that exists in a lot of different places that we're gonna try out here, see how it works, and no need to prejudge what's going on.
Oh no,
But
and I'm so sorry. I was saying
don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. This is.
I was saying that doesn't translate to all other scenes. It works great. It works great for you guys. All of you guys are hell yeah, let's do this. I don't know, whatever.
No, you're right. You're right.
It's kind of bullshit. We have the wherewithal to purchase a cab and create kind of a bullshit nonprofit in order to make the whole thing work, and then they bring it to venues of our choosing. And
don't incriminate yourself on Twitch.tv right now.
No. There's a financial situation that absolutely makes it easier for people in the Bay Area because we have jobs that are higher paying on average than jobs in the rest of the country. And I think that's something that like has to be addressed across the Killer Queen, landscape in the country. But I think that outside of that, San Francisco has done a good job of like cultivating a scene of people that want to hang out together and are like excited to be together and like would want to both go to a retreat for a week and bring their significant others to the retreat, even though they don't play the game. Like, I think that there's something to say about that. But I don't want to talk about how great SF is for too long.
No, you're not wrong. SF is great. Like everything you just said is correct. Like SF does cultivate a pretty fantastic community, and like all the privileges aside, like it's none of that is none of that speaks to like people actually wanting to go like spend their like fairly precious limited vacation time like hanging out and like fucking around together. Like that's pretty fucking cool that that SF has that. And it is, I think that's like a lot of this is possible to replicate, but like it's not nothing that the people who are going to try to replicate it need to like actually enjoy spending time with each other and like have a community that really has affection for one another.
No, I can vouch. Going in on a cab is hard.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, yeah, like getting people to go in on a cab is hard.
Yeah.
Like from experience.
All right, this is my exit. I'm out. If you want to play me in money matches, I'll give you money, but you have to do stunts for me. My first stunt that I'm requesting is get on top of at least a second-story building. I got to see the tar in your shoes. That's it. I'm out. You guys all rule. I'll see you guys in San Francisco later.
Shit, stunts. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Deezer does have upstairs neighbors, right? I'm sure there's a way.
We got questions. We should go to the questions.
Yeah.
All right.
Really quick, I have a question for Dan.
Please.
Dan, can you tell us anything and everything that you can tell us about the format of the GDC tournament?
Absolutely. I'll give you a couple of quick hits, and you can tell me if you want to learn more about any one of those. How about that?
Yeah, let's do it.
So we're gonna have 5 cabs on site at our main bar, which can hold.
What? 5?
Yes, 5. 5 is the number you heard. It's GDC 5.
So I believe one of the questions was we were promised 5 cabs, but only 4 were delivered. Can Josh B's team please withdraw the help with the cab to team ratio? I'll just throw that out as a provocation.
I gotta talk to Dan about this, but
no, what's happening is that it's correct that only 4 cabs were delivered. One of the cabs lives there already, so that's how we have 5 cabs. So
wow.
You have 4 apples, and there's already an apple.
There's a fable about this. We can talk about that in a separate cast. So basically, everybody's going to show up, play. Those cabs will be, I believe, installed on Friday. I think that's correct. That they'll all be in place on Friday. So then on Friday night at the venue, there will be 5 cabs, and then on Saturday there will be 5 cabs for groups from about like noon to maybe like 5 or 6. Well, we'll see. Mystery teams may pop out of the woodwork. Who knows what can happen in the next couple days? But we're probably going to go till about 6. We're going to try and structure it so that like you get about an hour or so of like solid games and sets, and then an hour or so off, and then we'll kind of take the power pools that we're doing in the setup and kind of adjust them and promote teams who are doing well and move down the teams who need to move down. And we'll get a ton of hype sets all through Saturday. Right now, they run the first couple of sets of Wild Card and the Knockout on Saturday night. We're going to have 5 cabs there. We could do it. We could get it done in a couple hours if we wanted to. And then, maybe 8 teams would be left. Those 8 teams would play on Sunday, and most of the people could just get drunk and party all night. Or maybe we don't do that. Maybe we have a traditional like do the full double elimination on Saturday, and just go from like 12 to 5, and have it be normal and have a couple cabs available for people to play on once the tournament gets down to the last couple of teams. So I don't know. Let us know what you feel about that. We're probably deciding in the next couple days, but we want to make sure that basically with this many cabs in one place, we can kind of make the perfect format, and we want to see what people want to do.
Wait,
and we want to,
But you mean the full double elimination on Sunday, right? Like all the
yeah, it would
teams?
be like 5 cabs. We could do the whole double elim on Sunday for starting at 12 and finish at like 4. It's a like, the point is to be able to like take everybody who's flying in for like 2 to 3 or 4, like a limited amount of time, and figure out how to get like the peak Killer Queen experience in there while also leaving time to do other stuff, hang out with your team, maybe spend a whole day like grinding with your team, and like have that be really turn into something that you can use the next day, and and like have it all on stream to review before so you go into the second day like ready to do your best. Who knows? We're at like we're trying to put together the best experience we can and see what we can do with this many cabs in one place.
Speaking of, that's a wonderful question. Will all 5 cabs be on a stream somewhere?
That's the plan. Like meteors can strike, but but that's what we're looking to set up.
We do have a dedicated group of folks who are very committed to all of the AV stuff. In fact, you see 2 of them on this call right now who have not talked this entire time, who are dedicated to making sure that this call happened. So D-Ray and Felix are both on the production crew, who we've explicitly like set apart as a group within GDC, who are focused on making all of this stuff happen. And they are probably putting in more effort than anyone else, honestly, when it comes to GDC. And I think that they are very, very committed to making sure this happens. So I would, if I was confident in anything about GDC, it's the production crew making sure that production happens properly. So I would say that almost surely there will be streams, but if it doesn't happen, then shit goes wrong sometimes. Meteor strike.
Yeah, I will say that D-Ray and Felix get all of the props in the world for even making this current stream that we're on happen. Like the amount of work that they put in behind the scenes to get this up and running is astounding, and all the confidence in the world that they're going to get the streaming shit on lock for GDC.
D-Ray, Felix, you got anything to say?
You want to hop in? You're welcome. You're here.
Felix is literally muted.
And Felix is literally in this apartment right now. If he wants to come, hop in on.
Well, I'll speak up while they're waiting to figure out how to unmute. Like the problem is that they have to test first that their unmute works before they're allowed to like talk. They're very like that's the level of dedication that these guys are putting in it. Both of them are professional engineers, and they're bringing that like I don't know. I shouldn't set expectations too high here, but like. It's been a pleasure to work with these folks, and I gotta say, Jess, also on this call, like all 3 of y'all are examples of people who have stepped up hugely and taken over massive parts of this of this whole enterprise, right? Like this is the biggest thing San Francisco has ever done by far. We're doing it with more than double the number of cabs we've ever been able to do it with before. We're like quadrupling the amount of infrastructure we have to do. And the only way we do it is because we have so many people who know what quality is, who know how to do this stuff right and want to put on a show for all of our friends. So, if any of y'all want to step up and take a bow, you very much deserve it for like the massive amount of work you guys have done to actually make sure everybody understands what's going on with this hugely complicated tournament, to actually make sure that the whole thing runs off without a hitch. That like the 125 people coming to play appreciate it most of all. So thank you very much.
can't say it enough when you go to a tournament. I know this is like a cheesy thing, but I really mean it. Like, please say thank you to your TOs because, like, this shit is really annoying and hard. And, like, as consumers, we're annoying. And, like, we should say thank you to these people because they have, like, a lot of moving parts to do. So, I'm going to say it now. I'll say it in person. Thank you guys.
Anyway, I'm sorry for that. Had to take a moment, but I recommend buying Jess and her team shots for this at any time during the tournament. They'll accept them. They'll really appreciate it.
Jess loves to take shots constantly. Yeah.
Yes.
Especially before
You earned
games,
it,
right?
Ryan. You earned it too. You really earned these shots. Don't say no.
The thing about Jess is you have to stop her from taking too many shots because she's always game for more shots.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think we have some questions. Wait, Jess, go ahead.
I was just trying to ask a drunkcast question about the merits of eliminating all but 8 teams by the end of the first night of a tournament, and it turned into thank you stream. And I'm just really embarrassed now. I don't feel like I can talk anymore.
No.
Never be embarrassed. That's the way.
That's
Yeah,
the
that's-
secret. But that's a great question though about the format of this tournament, and I feel like this is a little bit unusual to have only 8 teams playing on the second day.
I can go first.
It is, right?
I think I think when you go to a tournament, you have to be realistic about what you signed up for, right? Like if you are signing up for a tournament, and you're trying to have fun and you're like trying to get some like decent games in. Number one, I think GDC has a format to let you do that. With power polls. But number two, I think like if you are signing up for a tournament that has already set the precedent of having stacked teams on it or teams that are like there for like highly competitive games, I do think that the onus is on the competitor to just like be realistic about what's going to happen. Do I wish that TOs would like put formats out as early as possible? Yes. Do I understand also as a TO previously that that's not always the case of what you could do? Also yes. But I think we all just like I would prefer that you ask as many questions up front so that you can build your team around that. I think that I don't know if that's a hot take, but that's my view of signing up for Killer Queen competitions.
You're muted.
What can you what kind of information would you like to see supplied earlier?
I like to see the format shown as early as possible, personally. I think like specifically with GDC, I know when I signed up number one because I was able to get my miles redeemed from when I booked my original GDC flight. That's actually the only reason I signed up.
Same here.
But I think when I'm looking at like the grand schemes of tournaments, that knowing if there's like a reasonable format. I think too, we already have like pretty set in stone like tournaments that are known for being larger tournaments, right? I think like this is one. Charlotte, Coronation, any of the 0 or 5 Chicago tournaments, right? Those are known for being larger. There's probably a predisposition to having more competitive teams for those. And with that comes a certain type of format. Not everyone's always aware of that, obviously. So I understand from that perspective if anybody's caught off guard. But otherwise, I feel like you know what kind of format's going to come into play there. So just being aware of that, even if it's not made available super early, we typically have pretty normal tried and true tournament formats for those. But as early as a tournament format can come out, I appreciate.
Anybody else?
I guess one of the things I wonder is the tournament format. Did you see that? Like for this one, we had the tournament format from last time where we described the power pools and how people were going to move around, and we're reusing the same format this time. Like that was just a description of the format, though. Wasn't like the actual schedule with the times and the so on. So like what like just for the benefit of future tournament organizers, like tell us what's valuable about that. Like what is it like the times and the dates that are super valuable to hear? Is it like the structure of how teams will get matched up against each other? Is it something else? Like I would like TOs want to hear this stuff, right? TOs want to know what the people want to hear about tournaments, especially if they're trying to make something competitive, So maybe for this one, where like GDC, where we were trying to make a competitive tournament, tell me more about what you would have loved to hear more about earlier, to like have helped you prepare better for a competitive tournament.
It's
And
the
anybody, please.
structure. It's the structure, right, D? That's what you're talking about, like the stages and how teams move between the stages or get eliminated from the stages. That's the sort of thing that you're talking about. That's sort of my interpretation. So I don't want to put words in your
I
mouth.
think so. I think also there's 33 people in chat, so please, 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 if you're in here and you're actually listening, I think all of us as TOs from different scenes across the country would appreciate the hell out of you guys speaking up here. I understand the idea that some people might see like, oh, I might get knocked out in one day, and like that what I think that that's up to individuals to really be like, oh, how you feel about that. If you're progressing through the bracket though, or if there's like a progression through the bracket, which there clearly is here, to me it makes sense, right? Because you're pulling up a DE. We have so many 2-day tournaments that could be done in one day, in my opinion. In my opinion, like across our previous tournaments, where we like draw out like a 16 team round robin to DE over 2 days. And it's like, I understand completely you guys' idea of like maximizing your time, especially number one, we haven't traveled in a while. Number two, you have so many fucking cabs, right? Like that's something to consider too, right? As a tournament goer, I guess I'm speaking to you guys now, is like you have to consider that when there's 5 cabs here, it's gonna go faster. And I think like even being in DC this past tournament, there's 2 cabs and shit went so fast. There was a point where like, oh, we're at like semifinals already, and it was like an hour and a half into the tournament. We're like, whoa. So you also like as a tournament goer have to be cognizant of that as well when that's going down.
I
No
will
one's
say, like,
commenting. I hope you guys have feelings about this though.
as a tournament goer, I will say that the metric that I care most about is like number of sets per person. So like how many games can an individual who is going to the tournament and traveling across the country to go to your scene, to go to your tournament, actually end up playing. And I think that's what we're like doing a really good job of optimizing around. And that's what I'm excited about. It's like, oh, you're a brand new player. We will try our best to get you games at your skill level, and like you're gonna play lots and lots of games at your skill level. You're gonna play, 8 sets at your skill level. That's the goal of the tournament. And then you're gonna go into the wild card or the DE and hopefully play additional games at your skill level. So plus trash games that like will be available because there are cabs around to play on when the tournament's over. So I think that like being able to tell people that and like, hey, come to our thing. You're not just gonna like join a DE tournament, be the last seed, lose immediately. You will be able to play against other teams that are lower ranked. You will learn a lot. You have the chance to move up. You have the chance to play better. You have the chance to play. And I think that's really awesome. Dan's smirking, but I don't know. That's what excites me the most.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what Dan thinks, but I'm curious to hear what folks in the chat and what other people think about this format. I am also, maybe I'm biased, but I'm also inclined to like really like this format for the reasons that you just stated, Josh. That you get so many games. The big bummer of like traveling to a tournament, especially as a newer team or as like a newer player, is that you get like the fun of traveling to a tournament, and it's almost always great, and people are a lot of fun, and you get some like really interesting games, and you get some trash games here and there. But like sometimes like the number of competitive sets you get are like, not that many, and like I think that this tournament is going to give everyone a chance to play a lot of games that are super competitive for their level and are going to be really really fun. And I get that like playing on the second day is also like a really fun thing to like win yourself towards. Um, but I think personally, I would rather have a ton of really good sets on one day than like a handful of like really of like some good ones, but like some like really but like a bunch of really like, bad sets in they stretched onto a second day where it felt like the first night, like we couldn't really have a good time and get drunk and like really party because like the second day technically we were competing, but like realistically, like the two games or the one game they were going to get the next day, then what set we're going to get the next day was going to be kind of a smash. I really like the idea of getting
Yeah.
a ton of good games the first day, and then if you're in the tier of like teams, or if you like you win your way into the tier of teams that are going to have competitive sets the next day, then that is really fun, and you get to like meet with your team that night and strategize about the next day. Get really serious about it. Really excited about competing in that top 8. But if you're not, you still like feel like you came and you did something worthwhile, and you got a ton of play in. You got a ton of competition in. But now, like you get to have fun and not stress about it for the next day, and go do whatever you want. Like enjoy the city, or like play, or like watch a bunch of the tournament, and really like root for your favorite teams, and get and have like a good time. I think like it really lends itself to the most teams having the most amount of fun for the entire weekend. I think that's super rad about this format.
Yeah, that kind of like that's where the decision point is at right now, where we have enough cabs that we can eat, that we can do kind of whatever we want, right? We could have it. We could run the whole DE with all the teams if we wanted to on Sunday, and just have like a slightly bigger Sunday, and we'd be fine. But like, a Killer Queen tournament, especially right now, is both like the try hard competitiveness, do your best, like have the have a great time aspect of it, and it's the party, and the party is not to be underestimated, right? And but also the reverse, right? Like that, like we could set it up so that only 8 teams are left on Sunday, only the 8 try hardest teams, and everybody else is free to party starting at like 8:30 on Saturday night, right? But it's also really fun to try hard and to like if we want to optimize for like getting the best like competitive tournament experience across everybody, the whole like range, then you want people to treat Saturday as practice with your team. We're going to figure out how good we are. We're going to figure out where we need work. We're going to look at our streams or our footage. We're going to like get a good night's sleep on Saturday night and like come back Sunday ready to play and ready to show what we can actually do, right? I've lived that a ton of times, and it's really fun to like, okay, Saturday happened, all right, we learned a ton, now let's put it together and see what we can do on Sunday. And you see it all the times that teams put it together and do really well on Sunday in a 2-stage tournament, right? So at some point you got to decide. You can have a better party where 2/3 of the tournament is already knocked out and is free to do whatever they want and run around the city and do that thing. Or you can have a better Sunday where like 2/3 of the tournament that's really into like doing their best, playing their best Killer Queen, that they get to have a night's sleep if they want to, and like have a leisurely morning and roll in on Sunday ready to really play. It's what do you want your tournament to be? Like you can do it both ways. So that's where we're at right now.
That's exactly the question. And I want to shout out 2 comments I'm seeing in Twitch. I'm seeing Aquafox, who commented, I think it would be fun to be eliminated on Saturday and just party and not feel guilt. And then Denovan commented, I think it would be fun to play both days. So those are the 2 perspectives we're trying to balance. And there's inevitably going to wow, drunk ass. There's inevitably going to be people that feel one way and the other way. And what I think is really interesting is that in this particular situation, Aquafox is actually on a team that, in a situation where only 8 teams go on to play on Sunday, is likely going to play on Sunday. And Denovan is on a team that might not, if I was just making a bet. So it seems like both of them are put in a situation where they're going to be doing the opposite of what they want to do. But I'm just interested in specifically what players on maybe lower seeded teams want for themselves, because I think that the people who do the tournament organizing, the TOs, and make the decisions often are the highest and most skilled players in Killer Queen, and they may have lost the perspective of what it's like to be a lower seeded player. So I'm just trying to speak out for those lower seeded players and try to think of what it would be like from their perspective, what they would prefer. You know what I'm saying?
I've both won and also gotten to at the absolute bottom of a number 5 Chicago tournament. So I've been on both sides of the spectrum. If I was not going to advance to at least the top 8, I would want my Saturday night free and just get it over with. Or if I was planning on playing in the top 8, I would like to know ahead of time, Saturday night, that you are going to need to rest up for this.
I would echo that 100%. And I will be like openly admitting that I'm probably I'm a player who plays this game for competition more so than like any other aspect. So like I'll be real that that's where opinion is coming from. But I 100% agree with that.
What I would say the one thing that would be like a feel bad moment is not necessarily, well, I shouldn't talk for people, but like if I was seated extremely low and I didn't advance to the next day, I wouldn't that wouldn't be a feel bad moment for me specifically. But if I ended up placing 9th, that would be a feel bad moment for me. But that's such a small sliver of the total teams that you can't have that sway on if you're going to do it or not.
Well, that's my perspective too. Like, I feel like where my team is positioned in the tournament, I feel like it's possible that if we play our butts off, we might make it into the top 8, or we might not. But if I'm sitting here thinking about those 2 possibilities, I really want to play competitive games both days. And if it turns out that I don't get to compete at all on Sunday, I'd probably be disappointed, you know?
Yeah.
Wait, so Traquan's talking in chat, and we might want to highlight some of that. But
Yeah.
also, I'm talking, and apparently Rebecca's in chat, but on YouTube, and no one else is on YouTube because no one uses YouTube Gaming. I don't know.
I can see the collective chat. Is everyone else just on stream? Just on Twitch stream?
I mean, I would assume. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been looking at the stream instead of the collective chat. I guess the collective chat is what's in the Discord, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I think Draquan's making some great points. Do you want to just like read them out and like kick him into the conversation?
Yeah, sure. His first point is that currently he's baking and he's not allowed to put forth any like, input or review that's important.
Yeah, that's not the good point.
That's a great point, Dre. That's a great point. I got this for you. Great point.
but moving on to subsequent points that he's made. He called out that there's not anybody at high risk of playing in the wild card or in the process of being knocked out in the first day of the podcast right now. So we need more people who are like that in the chats.
I don't know that he said that. He didn't say we needed more people. He just was calling out the fact that like we are speaking from a point of privilege, probably of like we are.
Yeah, I thought the implication was that we were lacking a certain perspective.
I don't know.
A minute perspective. I'm glad you guys think that of me.
Like he was noting it, but like Jess had also noted it. It's a real thing that like the TOs are usually OG players. Like it's good to acknowledge that bias. We can move on.
He further comments that the argument that review was helpful for people who.
I don't know how to read that either.
Read this one. I might just invite him on to talk. His reading is hard right now.
No, he said after that he's doing text to speech and he's biking, not baking.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay,
Speaking to the point where you are missing that you have all 5 cabs, I think 5 cabs very possible to have like a wider bracket.
No, please stop. This is impossible to listen to.
Impossible. No.
Never mind. Like if I only wanted if he's baking. If he's biking, no play. No.
I thought it was baking, and also I had a question from Brianna earlier. My wife, she was like,
yeah.
I took some edibles, and I'm not high, but I'm like the equivalent of when you're like tipsy. So what is the like high form of tipsy? And I thought baking was like the perfect term for that.
Ooh.
You're not baked. You're just baking.
You're just baking.
What was
Not
the
toasted?
what was
I think
the
toasted is pretty good.
Toasted's good.
what was the easy bake oven? It's like
You're easy baked.
Easy baked. Yeah, it's just a powerful light bulb.
Yeah,
not like too toasty.
Yeah.
You're just one bulb.
Warm bulb.
Yeah, just
right now. I think like in the next 5 years, Easy Bake Brands is going to sell their trademark to a marijuana brand, and it's going to take over. I'm calling it right now. Invest now.
Yeah.
A little easy bake for your edibles.
Okay, before we get too far, are we on a question right now, or is this just like a tangent?
Where are
of
the
a tangent?
questions? What happened?
We are down a big rabbit hole right now.
Can we go? Can we start? Can we speed run at least like 2 or 3 questions so people feel like they got content they asked for?
Here, let me hit us with some questions. I'm gonna put them up on the screen, but also I'm gonna read some that I think are interesting.
So the I think the lore, like the tradition behind this, is to skip. You read the questions that are bad, and then you just ignore them. So give me scritches, yeah, no, and then you just go.
Yeah, so give me scritches.
If you want to address them, yeah, please, but that's what goes on kind of established.
There's a Draquan in the chat. Hello, Dre.
Yeah, there's a Draquan in the chat. If you would just, we could invite him to the stream if he wasn't on a goddamn bike.
Oh, he's literally here.
I have given Raekwon access to this voice chat.
Hi,
Oh,
can you all hear
Dre,
me?
you need to mute yourself when you're not talking,
Dude,
though.
why are there so many horns in the background?
Yeah, he's actually baking, not
Are you in Vietnam? What's going on? Are you in the north?
I am in Chicago, and yesterday was Mexican Independence Day.
In Chicago?
Yeah, we have a big Mexican population. I'm at an intersection right now where there are a ton of Mexicans literally popping off right now.
That's pretty sick.
Nice.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't baking. I was biking. There were 2 points that I wanted to make. Was essentially that, my main concern is equity, and allowing. And Dan, thank you for calling it out. And you kind of hit it like the nail on the head. I strongly agree with all your points. But like right now, currently in this chat, we have people who aren't susceptible to the wild card. Jess brought up a great point about like potentially like missing out on the final day if it does go to like a exclusively only top 8 bracket on Sunday. But it almost sounds like tape review or being able to review like your group games are. I'm sorry.
No, I feel like I'm there. Keep going.
Yeah.
We're with you. We're with you.
I can't hear myself think over these Mexicans.
No, you can't say that, dude. Come on.
You gotta put your camera on for that. You gotta put your camera on for that.
I'll figure it out. But that's the thing, right? We don't have a lot of the voices in here in the chat currently talking about like their own experience. You know, I've been a tournament organizer for a while. Everyone here has tournament organizing experience. I greatly appreciate what everyone is doing, but I think GDC 5 is probably the second biggest tournament since BB4 that's going to have the most available cabs. And when you think about like, I remember I have like a very vivid memory of a team that lost every single match at KU30, and it took every loss like hard. You know, these people like, you know, fly down here and they want to like show their worth and like.
Are you talking about my team?
Yeah. No, actually,
Fuck.
I am talking about a West Coast team, but like it's not about like winning the tournament. You know, we have a lot of like really strong players in here who have a shot potentially of like cracking top 3 or like doing well, but there are players who just maybe want to like win a set or like make it far in the wild card as well. And I think we're discounting that. You know, like people who sign up for this tournament, especially like you know, pay $75. They want to see how they do competitively. You know, and like regardless, if you know, I've played on mixed teams before and I've played on like bad teams before. Like you wanna show your worth essentially where you are in the game, and that's what it's about.
You mentioned the $75. Do we want to comment on that? I think that there's been like some discussion about that internally.
I prefer not to right now because I think Dre's making a really other good point. Like, if I can ask another question, Dre, first. It sounds to me like you're Dre. It sounds to me like you're saying like the people who come to play, like give them the best experience for the people who came to play, and give all the people who came to play like a really good experience for competitive play.
Exactly. You cannot strip the privilege of having your tournament review. You know, like the essentially the first day of pools review, and give it to players that you think are good. This is almost falling back to the same argument we had against power pools. You know, people are saying like, oh, who are you to judge that we are not good enough to be in this group, etc. You know, and I strongly agree with power pools, but I think if you're gonna allow like players the chance to review, and I feel like I'm safe enough to assume players like Amar, who has been traveling a lot, investing a lot of time, money, and effort into forming these teams, to be able to do that same thing too. And it sounds like we have the resources to do it with 5 cabs. If it adds an extra hour and a half, maybe sure. I will say logistically as well too. Like this, I'm reaching here that those teams are probably most likely berry teams, and those games might go quick.
I think if you're talking about Amar specifically, I think it gets a little bit interesting because like his team dropped out and they're still gonna hang out, but they're not really actually trying to play. I see Jess like doing this whatever, but I think like there is a subset of people who want to come to the tournament to like be around people and have a good time, and they're not actually very interested in playing Killer Queen that much in a tournament setting. They want to just like be around Killer Queen and maybe play trash games. Now, it's not the majority of the. Okay, I'm getting a lot of weird faces on the chat.
Yeah,
wow.
we're getting a tremendous amount of echoes.
Wow.
I think like if I can give a little perspective here, because I was like technically new, like in 2018 and up until I moved to New York. I feel like I went to competitions for kind of what Dre was saying at the beginning. I want to be able to like measure and understand, at least like after my first tournament experience, I went to tournaments to understand and measure how I stack up against other people. And so I did want as much playtime as possible. And when I went to tournaments that were initially like, okay, there's no number one, that there was no wild card at all. And number two, that like I was done really quickly, or it was just straight quick round robin where it wasn't a power pool, it was just a round robin into a DE where not everybody made it into the DE. Yeah, I was like, oh shit, I just traveled for this. Like I just spent money on a hotel and an airplane for this. And it was like a little disheartening because there was maybe, and that's another thing, right? I think you guys have something going for you with how many cabs you have and the fact that they'll all be recorded, right? But the chances of a normal tournament where there's only like one or two cabs, of me as that person who was probably on the end of the bracket getting on the stream, were like slim to none. So even though I might have played 3 or 4 games before I was eliminated, none of them might have been on stream. And so I didn't get anything out of that. I mean, I got a good time. I got to stay, I got to hang out with you. Cool. That sounds a lot meaner than I meant to, but like, it's like, yeah, that was it, you know, like, and that experience, yeah, I could take that back. I could share that with a whole bunch of people in South Florida back then, but do I have anything to show for it? No. Did I get like, from an objective or subjective point of view, did I understand after that how I measured up against other people? No. So like, I think there's work on both sides. With that, I will also say I think you guys are doing a great job.
You mentioned that you got a weird look. I was one of those. I would put the number of people that are just showing up to play trash games at like maybe a team's worth. I think even
Okay, that's
if
fair. That's fair.
I think even if people are, shelling out the time and the money to come to a tournament, even if they know that their team doesn't stack up, they're showing up to see how. And like I think it was a good point that it's been made a couple times about like how formats that give those teams even as many games as they can get there is good.
Yeah, no, thanks for saying something. I think we've been thinking about this a lot within SF, and we've been talking about it a lot. Like Dan and I have been having lots of conversations about what it means for different sorts of players that show up. And I think one of the common things we've been talking about that I was alluding to earlier is like the amount of money. And I think we can do a tournament where SF fronts a bunch of money and then doesn't get it back, or we can charge all of the people like, hey, this is how much it actually costs to bring caps around. And we've had this like idea in our heads that you're paying money to fly out here, you're paying money to stay out here, you would probably be willing to pay a little bit more money to go to a tournament here if there are more caps and if it's better. And so like $75, I think it's an expensive tournament, absolutely, compared to other tournaments. I don't think it's like absurdly expensive relative to other things you're paying for to come to the tournament.
I mean,
But
it's
I
definitely
do
the most
admit-
expensive tournament.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely, it is.
aside from BB Remix coming up, which is like definitely
it
the
is
most expensive tournament.
It's the most expensive tournament, but I think that if you consider the cost of flying out, the cost of staying here, then like, is the cost of the venue and the actual event that you're going to, like, is it unreasonable? I don't know. Like, that's something I'm trying to figure out, and I'd like to talk more about. Trey, you can raise your hand in the thing too.
Oh, I'm on mobile. What's up, dude? I think the initial entry fee cost is cosmetic. You think back at Bombesh 4 and Tyler, you brought up sorry. I'm so sorry. Tyler, you brought up a great point about like where teams want to see where they stack up. You think about like at Bum Bash 4, Chattanooga is not an easy place to travel to fly to, and you think about like even like Bum Bash 3, Portland's not an easy place to fly to. You're having people like pay upwards to like a G, plane, housing, food, and among other things like transportation to like have an experience. And I think it really boils down to respect. People want to be treated the same as the top players all throughout. And that's essentially kind of it. Like nobody. Okay, here's the thing: if you go to like any normal fucking league night, nobody's gonna like be like, oh yeah, we did so well against this trash team. Nobody remembers that. Our recorded league nights in general, like, are self-serving. They serve us. They serve us on how we played that day, and it is a flash in essentially what is like quote unquote our Killer Queen careers. The way that people measure people's like play style or their worth is through tournament play. And so like when people talk about Phoenix, they talk about how well Phoenix did at the last tournament they played in, how well Phoenix did at Bum Bash 4. No one talks about how close Phoenix actually were about like winning a set or like beating a certain team. So I generally think that I'm strongly against the idea of having a knockout round immediately on day one and moving into top 8. Wild card, I feel that that's kind of like ingrained in the culture or ingrained like systematically. No one's really ever complained about like having a wild card tournament immediately after groups because it's a bit wily. I kind of love it, but no offense, Tyler. You might be the closest person who can speak from experience about that, though.
Damn, what? No offense.
when you-
That's a hot
No,
take.
no. When you said that, like everybody here is like definitely out of wild card, I was like, shit. Okay.
This tournament,
Like,
this tournament, if you don't make it out a wild card, honey, I don't know what to tell you.
Tyler, that sounds like a $20 bet to me. You
no,
in on this?
that's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah. We're putting 20 on that.
20 on what? Did I make
I'll
it
put
out?
20 on Tyler.
Yeah.
I'll
It
put
sounds
20
like
on making it out.
Gray's got 20 on you not making it out of wild card.
I thought everybody qualifies.
Yeah, is that correct? Is that correct, Dre? You're saying $20 that Tyler does not make it out of wild card. Is that correct?
He
I don't
said
give a
top
shit.
8. He said top 8.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't give a
top
shit.
8. My apologies. You're saying Tyler will not make it out of top 8.
Bro, I'm gonna spend at least like $20 buying you drinks.
Yeah. So what's another 20 on the game?
We can talk a detour. We'll hash this out. I'm sure we can come up with an agreement.
Put down a
Money match
$20.
is good for me.
Yeah, put
Yeah.
down a $20 money match. You draft whoever you want, but like I'm saying, like people need to be treated the same essentially. You can't have like a Killer Queen like bourgeoisie.
Let me
It's
tell you
not a
right now,
meritocracy.
Tyler,
Yeah.
you need Nat
Yeah.
Wu on your team. Though.
Yeah, Dre. That's right though, Dre. You can't have like a set of players who just get it better because everybody knows them, right? You got to make your tournament set up so that everybody gets the same good, like everybody gets like equal opportunity to play great fucking Killer Queen, right?
No
and
doubt.
To me, that means like sets and like good quality games and like the same level of access to streams and stuff like that, and whatever else people figure out in the future, right? But like, give it to everybody.
If I could get back to what I think was the question, I'm a little drunk, so I don't know if I remember this is actually the question.
You're doing great.
Yeah, but the $75, I will say I saw that, and I had like a cartoon eyes popped out of my head for a second moment, where I was like, "What?"
Move to Long Island. Move to New Jersey.
You got me right here. Do you have any questions you want to ask about $75?
Listen, I did a lot of soul searching about my privilege in this moment. Honestly, that made me like have a little soul search about it, right? And I was just like, yeah, I can afford this. When I first started playing Killer Queen, Could I? No. If someone told me I can get a scholarship for it, I gotta be honest. I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking
Right,
about?
right. That's what I was
Scholarship?
thinking too. It's like, fuck you. What do you mean scholarship, right?
Yeah.
But I think the idea of the scholarship is definitely in the right place, and I think if we like iterated on that a little bit, we could make it work because many people would be happy to pay far more money to make more people come out. And I think
Yeah.
that's something that like we aren't quite in the right spot of communicating and saying like, yeah, it's $100 for everyone who can pay 100, and otherwise it's 0. And I
Yeah.
think that like almost everyone in the Killer Queen scene would be like, $100, no problem, fine, great.
Yeah.
But
I agree with you. And when I the only reason I have a like I'm like I can think on the other side is because I was that player who was not getting out a wild card literally at like a year and a half ago. I guess before I moved to New York, right? If I saw that, if I was still in South Florida, if I was a South Florida player and I saw $75, I'd be like, yeah, no, this is dumb, right? Like I would be like looking for tickets that were super cheap, and then I would fucking see $75, be like, yeah, I'm not gonna get out a wild card here. I like no, I'm not going to this tournament anymore. And also, this is just a note for all TOs, not to shots fire on you guys. That was said like I don't know if the $75 was said earlier. I didn't know that until last week, and I was like, whoa. So those are just things to consider, like going forward. Again, I can speak from privilege here, where I feel confident that I'm gonna make it out of top 8. I know that I have enough money to afford going to the San Francisco area. I feel like there's nothing wrong for me personally, but I can imagine that for other people, this might be like that.
I gotta say, who the fuck? What tournament organizers put entrance fees at $75 or above? Who the hell would do that?
Why would
Can't
you?
imagine.
Fucking
Welcome to
shit.
California.
Fucking
Welcome
shit.
to
that is
California.
shameless, Napalm. How dare you?
Said the person who literally almost threw a fucking tournament on a actual cruise boat.
Who the fuck do you think you are? $75, man.
Okay.
By the way, so when are we getting to the question of me having to explain 175?
Yeah, it's
right
a
now.
yes
Let's go.
fucking gaming convention that's 3 days long. Like,
Yeah. So, and should we keep on going with the 75 or should we?
Wait, I think Trey had something to say first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say one thing about the 75, and then we can move on to the cruise, etc. I think that regarding the scholarship, this has been ingrained in European culture since the beginning, that you essentially do what you can to support the community. I remember back at our first ever invitational, Killer Queen 10, getting people from New York and Portland, obviously organized a GoFundMe to like literally fly people out. And I think that it's a culture and an idea that we should continue to keep. It's about keeping the community healthy, and Killer Queen at its core is a bar game, and thus being a bar game is a working class game. It's a working class community that you have to support. You know, this is a game that you have to play live with people. It's not an online game.
unless you play at Google.
That's why we love it, because you actually have to interact with people. Yeah, whatever. I don't work there. I'm a caveman. I'm barely proletariat.
Oh, come
English
on,
isn't
dude.
my first language.
You've played at Google before. Get out of here.
Yeah, I have. I don't work there. Did I say that I
Oh,
work
sorry.
there?
I didn't mean to call you out. That's just the top player.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm sure you have as well too. I don't know where it's like trying to call me out
Yeah,
for, but I'm basically
I'm not calling you
yeah.
out. I'm not calling you out. Absolutely. I think that's the thing about like, being the top player of the game. It's that there are some private cabs and like you kind of gravitate towards those things.
We fully acknowledge that. Unless we're talking about right now, we're talking about the we're talking about like base level right here, you know, and like things that are cost prohibitive. They have to. We have to help people. I mean, do you disagree? I mean, the scholarship exists.
And there have been plenty of tournaments and plenty of people, people who come from fiscal privilege or have that fiscal privilege that like fly people out and like assist them with their tournament traveling.
Wapa's just gonna pay for entire tournaments here on out. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying. This is the reason why like the housing sheet exists. That was the
No,
point I wanted to make.
absolutely.
True.
Absolutely,
That's
yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I think the housing sheet is awesome, and I think that there's more work we could do toward the like messaging around what the scholarship thing is called, but also like integrating it on top of the housing sheet, but also not making people feel weird about asking for funds, but also, you know, all of that I think is something that requires more like iteration. But I really, really do think that the entire community is going to be better served if we have more cabs at events and larger events and better events, and that requires more money. And I don't think that should mean that like the people hosting the event need to pay for it all. I think that there's like some way to balance that we can figure out.
Yeah, I think that this is like a good like this is a thing that's like naturally in tension, and that's because it's really good to pay attention to both of these things, right? You want to both like put more together and make bigger, better things, but also try and manage how accessible they are, right? You don't want to like over optimize on one side or the other. So it's absolutely right to be looking at both at the same time and not like feel like you must choose one over the other in order to be right, right? Like both of these things are good to look at together, and you absolutely can get both as long as you like try, you know, make sure you don't fall too much into the like TO high level player, been around forever kind of bubble, and make sure you like take a step out and look at the experience from the perspective of the team that's on the bubble. And as long as they're getting their best chance to play their best killer queen against teams that like are a great fight and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then like that, you know, then you're moving in the right direction. So
I agree with all of this, and I think we should answer questions from people.
That's what I was going to say. What's the next question? How far
Yeah,
did we get in the questions?
I don't want to cut anybody off if anybody else had anything else to say. I just saying that I think we should answer other questions too.
Yeah,
Someone
really
has to be
appreciate
moving us along.
I really appreciate that whole conversation, and
I
we move it
appreciate
on
all
to
this
the next
bullshit.
question, but I think that's really good.
Fucking shot right now. Right now. Napalm, I'm talking to you. Dre, what do you got?
Right. Fucking shoot it. Fucking shoot it.
Right fucking now. Blanca, that works.
Holy shit, Blanca.
Cheers. Cheers, everybody.
And I appreciate all you folks having the whole community's interests at heart, and it's a complex set of questions, and I appreciate y'all caring about everybody and trying to come up with a format that works for a disparate set of interests, and that's it's really cool. Everyone is good shit to everyone for trying to figure that out. So here's me tapping the glass with my shot. And moving on to the next question, I think the next so people have been voting on these questions, like which ones they want to have answered the most, and the top vote getter right now is, what does Cesar currently smell like?
Trey, you have to answer that. No one else knows.
This might be Dre. I think
You're
Dre.
the closest nose.
Yeah. Dre smells. I'm sorry. Wow. Cesar smells currently fine. I saw him last night. He smells perfectly okay.
Love to hear that.
Dre, what do you smell like then?
So I don't know if you're familiar with the expression "damning with faint praise," but that's what I'm hearing.
I will. Okay. I will tell you this. I was working Riot Fest today. I had my K95 on. Had a man like reek, just absolutely reek out in the public, out in the open air, while I had a K95 on. Cesar is far from that person. The man smells fine. His feet, I don't know though. I greatly appreciate Discord. Thank you for having me on. I highly enjoyed listening to you all while I was on my bike ride. I'm gonna go drink some Malort.
Oh.
But yeah, no doubt. I was ecstatic to make my points, and GDC is gonna be hype. I'm so freaking pumped for GDC. It's gonna be an amazing tournament, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for putting on 5 cabs, literally the most cabs since BB4, probably maybe BB3. I'm not sure, but I have full faith in everybody into running this event like beautifully. I just hope that I've played on teams with people who are TOing and show running before. Don't overburden yourself, okay? I'm speaking specifically about Felix.
It doesn't
Oh,
go well.
wow. You
Yeah,
picked Felix
I've-
on your team? That was that.
Yeah,
Yeah, bad idea,
listen,
Dre.
Yeah.
listen,
Yeah, if you put
I've-
Felix on your
TO
team,
Yeah,
buff.
yeah.
You got the
I've-
TO buff.
yeah, listen, I've done it with Megan. I've done it with Crystal. Done it with Nikki. Shit, man, it fucking sucks. You gotta manage them. Be like, listen, game starts now. You know, all the shit in the cab, whatever is going on, but they can't break it. They're caretakers. That's why we love them. You know, Dan, you too. You gotta take care of you know who I'm talking about.
Don't you worry about Felix burning out, Dre.
I'm talking about Matt. You gotta take care of Matt.
At this level.
Wait, not who?
Woo is Dre's one true love. You have to take care of him.
Confused. Who are you talking about?
Hey, you want to switch spots? You want a warrior on my team? And I'll be on your team? How about
Wait,
that?
can we hear about Matt Wu a little bit? I just want to hear like a little Matt Wu praise right here.
No, stop. No, don't embarrass
Oh
me.
my god, he's blushing. He's blushing.
Say his name. Say his name, Dre. Say his full name.
You'll see. You'll see.
Say his full name.
Matthew Wu.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Okay.
I'm left underwhelmed, but that's technically correct.
Okay.
Great,
I'm
thanks,
gonna.
thanks for hopping on, dude. It was great.
Love you, Dre. We love you so much.
Thanks, Dre.
No doubt. No doubt. I look forward to putting everyone in the dirt
6
next
feet.
weekend.
Try me.
You would do that to my boy Matt Wu. You can't.
Not you,
Yeah.
Matt Wu.
Yeah, Wu.
Matt Wu is Dre's.
Not
work.
you, Matt Wu.
Yeah. Only man who can. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Go
Alright,
drink
alright.
or something.
I'm missing Malloy. Bye, y'all.
Chaz is crying himself to sleep right now. All right, good night, buddy.
See you, man.
Bye, Dre.
All right, more questions. Let's go.
Yeah, more
Yeah, let's
questions.
roll.
Let's
Speed
go. Ooh, this is a Brian Lee question. Can we get Brian Lee in the chat? I'm gonna save this, but we have some shit talk on Michael.
Wait.
Lee's
yeah,
been
well-
here. He's talking shit to me about Smash.
While that's happening, can I talk
he's in
about
the chat.
what Matt Wu posted in the chat? Matt
Yeah,
Wu said,
yeah. Hit us.
I'm Matthew and I like feet. That was Jasmine. Say hi to Jasmine.
Is that
Matthew,
real? Is that something that's
Matthew,
really
you like what you like. That's fine.
That's what Matt Wu posted in the chat. I don't know what to say.
Matt Wu? I like feet.
Yeah. That was
It was
Jasmine.
also
Say hi to Jasmine.
like a hi,
Live your
Jasmine.
truth, man.
Jasmine.
Hi,
Yeah,
Jasmine.
honestly, live your truth, buddy. No one's gonna hate on you.
Yeah.
No shaming people's fetishes. That's cool.
You know what?
No, it's
Shiplocks
a-
really paved the way for all the other feet players in the community.
That's a very good point.
Absolutely. I think it's a good lesson for everybody to remember that like your phone's not safe. You think your phone is safe, but it's not safe.
No?
Make your phone safe. So what do we got next?
Next question.
Next question. Moving on to shit. What happened to my question list?
I sent you a new question list. If
Yeah. I'll check that out. But here's one. Here's like an actual strat question. How many teams are going to be running Dayberries in this tournament? I think it's a fuck ton.
I bet one of the KQB teams tries it.
What do you mean
It's a
one?
lot.
This is gonna be like 5 plus easy.
At least one. I'll put the
Yeah,
over-under
Brian
at
Lee on the
1.5 for
chat.
you,
We can
Dan.
just talk to him about
Take
this right
that bet.
now.
How much you want,
Yeah,
Todd? How much
Brian
you want?
Lee is here. He's graced
You're
us.
taking the over?
Oh, I'm taking the over, and I'll give you more. That they run Dayberries twice.
Okay, that's what it is that they have each team has to run it twice.
1.5 teams, they run Dayberries twice.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. Have y'all ever been locked on day and run berries? What has it done for you?
It's insurance.
Everything.
I agree. This is not. This is like a. What's the word? I don't know. It's not a trick question. Like I think it is worth it.
Well,
So
okay, but legitimately, so people run full mill on day, and they think that what they're doing is they're countering snails. But if you're just running berries, then full mill is terrible against berries. Especially if you run your first couple berries not from like the piles that are really close to the hive, and then suddenly it's like berries are pretty good on day if the other team's going full mill. And I think if you talk to like most of the top teams, they say that full mill is the best day map like game plan. The best opener is full
disagree.
mill. No, like
Disagree. Oh, opener, yes.
yeah, no, they say that full mill is the best opener. And so if you are running berries from the opener and they're going full mill, then suddenly, you're doing shit. Now,
Yeah, no, exactly.
I think that
Your queen's fine with playing on an island for the first 2 minutes of the game.
yeah, if your queen's good, I don't know about
Do
you.
you think the last form on that full mill strat? Do you think that they would not notice berries coming in?
No, they're gonna notice, but they don't have
all the time. People don't notice. I mean, ideally yes, but like all the time, people like don't notice that shit all the time because like they've planned to open full mill because everyone plays berries on day, and they don't even fucking notice until 5 berries are in.
I can tell
shit
you
happens all the goddamn time.
as a current objective runner, I have 2 things I'm looking at because I do come out full mill. I'm looking at the speed warrior on the other side, and I'm looking at their objective runner, and I want to know exactly what they're doing. I have all eyes on if they're running berries at the beginning, and I think like an objective runner has enough like room at the beginning to be doing that for you.
Thank you for being here in the game, D. Brian Lee, esteemed champion of running berries when the
Brian Lee in the chat, let's go.
Brian fucking Lee, the man, the myth, the legend. I think like it's a rare privilege to see you out making public statements on the record like this. Thank you for coming.
On the Bumble Bash record, as a Bumble Bash official employee.
I'm just gonna say, as Brian Lee,
as a Bumble Bash official spokesperson, Brian Lee, unmute yourself, speak your truth. What do you have to say?
Cricket.
Oh, Brian, you're not muted, but you're not talking.
Boy, I'm struggling not to make a joke about Bumble Bear technical execution right now. It's hard.
We still can't hear you, Brian. I don't know what's going on.
All right. Let me paraphrase
Brian, you're not muted.
I'm going to represent the Brian Lee opinion for a second. They're full mill, run dayberries. What can go wrong? Why wouldn't you? I think that's the extent of the argument.
He just likes playing 1v4s.
So upset that he left. It's rude.
Come back.
Josh, what is the counter to dayberries?
Speed snail.
Yeah, who runs it though? Who's the first on the speed snail?
The person who everyone says is the speed warrior needs
to
the speed and then swap to snail immediately.
Correct. This is the true full flex. Like this is where like the rubber meets the road against the Dayberries team.
Well, and this is where I think that like everyone talks about like, oh, there's egos and shit, and I'm like, I don't understand that because like your team should just be able to have communication where like these are things that you're gonna do. But this is where I was responding to. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't understand that there's egos? I don't
No,
understand
I
what you mean.
no. The complaints around this were that people have egos and they can't do things. But I think that like
Some do.
Any gamers in the chat? Any gamers in the chat?
wow,
Oh,
Tyler's zooming in,
there's my boy.
zooming in. I think that like if you can agree as a group of 5 people that this is what you're trying to do and this is the plan, then like the ego situation doesn't really make sense to me because it's like, oh yes, like we have this like game plan that we're all following and we're just going to do the thing. And if anyone disagrees, then great. They just tell the people they're not going to do the thing and they're going to do something else. And now you agree to the new thing, right? Like, why are you? You shouldn't disagree in game. You should disagree before the game, right? Because you should have a game plan going into the match that is independent of the things that are happening in the match. But
I would love to live in Josh B world where everyone just gets along,
come
and
to
if
San
we all
Francisco.
agree on things, we're just going to do it.
Yeah,
come to
come
San
to
Francisco.
SF.
That's
Good.
what.
Come to SF. We'll welcome you with open arms.
Yeah, if you wanna push for something else, we'll do it. Let's make it happen.
No, I would
I'm
push
saying,
the other
like,
way, right? Like
in the
obviously
moment,
it would be great to come to San Francisco and everything. You should, honestly, it's pretty good. But the point here is like for everybody, don't settle for less. If there's people in your scene who believe that fucking like I'm first Speed Warrior and that means I could never run Snail, that person shouldn't be on your first team. They cap themselves already.
Like if you have a B-Wong or a Prashant in your scene, just like let them form their own team. You don't need to recruit them.
Did you see what Rob just said in the chat, Josh? Did you see that?
So you gave an example of someone who would
I'm
not.
pushing
In other words,
wow.
You gave an example of a specific name of someone who you're saying, oh, don't play with this person if they have an ego. And that's exactly what I was. No. But the thing is, though, like, even in situations where you may agree that, yes, this is what my role is, like, I'll be someone who will give an example of myself. If I am the ledge, I have to actually, like, give really hard effort to not leave ledge. And it just like be caught up in the moment of I can do this additional thing and blah blah blah. And contribute additionally if I temporarily leave ledge. Even though I said yes, that's my role. And sometimes in the moment you get caught up.
I'm not sure I understand the relation. Maybe like
and there was like, so if someone believes I am going to contribute more as Speed Warrior than Speed Objective, in the moment they may just go.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if they have the chance to get up or push Objective, what do you think this hypothetical person chooses?
There are definitely people who have great speed ability, who are egoless though, and will push that objective.
Sure.
It's just I'm saying
that's not who this conversation is about, though.
No, I'm just saying there. You need to really craft your team and pick people.
Josh is pointing to himself. Josh is saying that he is one
Josh gets up and doesn't touch Snail.
I pointed first.
Yeah,
I was copying D, but I agree with you. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. So
I think
and it kind of just goes back to what I was talking about with like a full flex team. You have a smaller pool to pick from, just because people can say I don't have an ego, but sometimes when rubber meets the road, they go back onto muscle memory and just do the thing that they're most comfortable with rather than what is most needed. Anyways,
I'm going to speak up for some of those OG players and say like I understand why the meta was where it was at like BB2, right? Like they're like at different points of time in the game, it really was correct that the people who really understood how to Speed Warrior at a high level should just fucking Speed Warrior all the fucking time. And like the people who weren't quite there should do anything else because that's where most control of the map was, and that's what would like win you a tournament at that time frame, right? So I'm not here to say that like the people who defined the New York meta of like the first couple Bumble batches were wrong. They were clearly fucking right. They did it exactly the way they said they would do it, and it worked. And like as the game evolved and stuff changed, like other people did it right? And so now I think we're at a time where a lot of people have been playing long enough that they really should be able to like see the breadth of the game and make the strategic decisions together as a team, because that's what Killer Queen really is, right? It's not playing just one role and looking in a 3-inch space around you and like trying to out tech somebody. Like the real game is like a team game where you're playing together and like figuring it out as you go along, and everybody's like an active participant in figuring out the problem together. So like
Yeah,
like
I agree with this. I think, like, for me, the satisfying moments in practice are when I come out and I get, like, the final queen kill recently. B-Wong's like, oh, we have the best objective runner. Because, like, I'm coming out and I'm producing, right? And, like, I really do think, like, I've had so much fun transitioning into this full flex idea. And I think that that is the future of high-level KQ, in my opinion, is, like, true full flex teams. And I would love nothing more than like everyone to be doing that, because I feel like it adds so much more spice. There's so much more to think about. There's so many more, like, when you're killing babies, it's like, who am I actually targeting here? I don't know. There's just, it adds so much. It adds a new complexity to the game that I feel like I haven't felt in a while, and I'm having a lot of fun practicing through it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you now.
You're very quiet though.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what about my ego?
Yeah, what about your ego, Brian?
You mean
Just what about my ego?
Yeah, what about your ego?
If I say run berries, everybody better fucking run berries. If I'm queen.
It's free microwave. Is microwave listening to you when you tell him to run berries?
That's between you and your team, Capitan.
All I know is y'all were talking about egos, and I'm just like, what about me? I have an ego. Sorry, I'm a little drunk. I've been drinking with y'all all night.
Brian.
Hang on, wait, hold on. Before we go any further, I think I'm only good for one more. Can we all do one more shot together, you think?
Yeah.
All right, keep going, Brian. Keep going.
I like it as Brian.
I was summoned here because of dayberries. All I'll say is we ran dayberries in Phoenix. What, Cactus Clash 3? On accident?
Yeah.
And we stopped. And we should have kept running them. And I regret it forever. Because I think this was even before they added the additional berry piles. And we would have won.
Dayberries are not bad. People fucking clown on dayberries and they're not bad. It's like not an easy strat. It's not a straightforward strat, but it's not bad.
It was because they went full mill. That wasn't the plan from the beginning, but they went full mill, and I called the team. They're full mill. Let's run berries, and it worked surprisingly well.
Well, this kind of dovetails with what Josh was saying before. That like full mill is pretty good on day, but a lot of teams haven't really thought through why they're going full mill. Like it kind of works and it's kind of good, but they don't really think through the strategic meaning behind going full mill, like what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, check out Fast Track Strategy and KQB Discord.
Look, we're going full mill with this KQB team every map.
Fuck yeah. Good.
It's so much easier to run military on this game than KQB.
How do you guys do against full berries though on Night and Dusk though?
Yeah. How do you do against the 0-4 berries?
Yeah,
we pull up the gun and a mace, and we just fuck everyone up.
You don't just lose to a team of like all noobs and
we just go fucking cheat codes.
Brian, do you feel like it's an unfair advantage that your team's allowed to throw berries into the hive and no one else is? Or is
No.
okay?
It's left, right, up, down, and then the cops don't come after you. Yeah.
Brian,
that's the cop code.
This reminds me of a real. This is a real question for you for Remix. Can we get those stupid ass cheat code like whatever we did for BB4? And can we get that for both sides? Because that was only one side.
Not for Remix. Maybe for the
Why?
next moment.
Why?
This is Remix is a minimum viable product of like, can we put on a tournament at a trade show where we have limited time to do things and have multiple streams work there?
You don't have to sell me on how minimal and viable the product is. I am also with you making this minimally viable product. But why not have the cheat codes? What's wrong with that?
We need to build a story around it. We need some WWE.
We're remixing it. Whatever.
Story.
Brian, I got 3 glitches to add back to the game. You got rap glitch, you got walk through walls, and you got fucking what's the thing where you can like go to the edge and then you're above everyone else? What do we call that? Charging up.
Oh yeah, charging up.
Oh, I'm charged, baby.
It's charged up, baby. And it's fucking run through walls. And then people are fucking teleporting through fucking ledges. It's fucking disaster area.
Look, I'll promise you
Brian, I've got a question from the chat for you.
What the fuck do they want?
The chat wants to know why. So there was going to be a KQ Black tournament at GDC, and the chat wants to know they've heard that like it got canceled, and it's because KQB Black is a piece of shit, and they want to know what your feelings are about that.
My feelings about why it was canceled, it was, from my understanding, because I am not part of this, is that somebody wanted to throw a Killer Queen Black tournament, and then there was an update that unintentionally changed some mechanics, and that person doesn't want to run the tournament now.
Wait, but I heard that Killer Queen Black is bad. Like, can you?
I heard that the update ruined the entire game and it made it impossible to play, and that heads need to roll. What is your response to that?
It was possible to play the game before the update?
My response is, how many times in KQA has there been an update and shit changed? We can't hear D. I see D's mouth. I see her, and I can't hear it. Look, let me just say this. How many times has like mechanics changed in KQA, and then people said they would not play anymore, and then like learned how to play and continue playing?
What are you talking about?
I really like that you're like, when was the last time KQA changed? And I'm like, yeah, the last good map we had was 2016.
All right, calm down.
It's changed. It's changed many times.
Twilight by map, beat map is not that bad. Like it's playable.
It's really not. Hot take. It's really not that bad. Everyone needs to like get over their fucking bullshit because it's not that bad a map.
It's actually awful.
Let's hear Jess.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, I think that my understanding is that the KQB change is really actually much worse than anything that's ever.
Wait, are you guys saying that players' egos like muddy the waters of how development changes over time?
No, we're saying that the egos of the developers muddy the waters of the game that the players are playing, Brian.
Because the players know how the games should be played. Like,
yes, better than the fucking developers.
We are the ones
who don't even play the game.
So when Riot like adds new characters into a game, or any game adds a new DLC, it totally breaks the game and everyone should quit. Is that what you guys are saying?
Yes, that's
extensively larger than any of ours. So adding one more map to our game versus adding one more map to a game that already has 6 maps is a completely different thing.
That's the difference. That's the difference between maps and characters. That's different.
Everyone, relax. We gotta move on to the next question. There's so many questions to cover. I don't want to keep on Brian.
Brian, you need to add Scorpion
is like fucking
remix or
shit on the
If I
Brian
had
and
my
the
way,
maker.
if I had my way, we would add the gun into Killer Queen Arcade because I was the best gun
Blasphemy.
player in Killer Queen.
Get
Black.
out of here.
You were never.
That's not the
It
answer.
was Chad.
You guys
Admin.
don't want horizontal screen control? Like that shit is like.
No,
Yeah.
we want more maps.
How many?
We want more maps that are terrible.
Can I ask
You
a
guys
question?
got
Can
killed
I ask a
multiple times.
All right,
question?
moving on. Moving on.
And then everyone said it was bad.
Oh my god, moving on.
Let's detox. Let's detox.
Okay. According to Discord, this question probably comes from Rob because he's really the only person who fucking asks questions. Does it even count as GDC if Cody ain't there? Let's talk about Cody again because I love fucking talking about Cody.
Who's the player that you're missing the most? And why is it Cody?
Cody, period. Let me tell you. Okay, I started playing KQ. I went to Hive Hustle. I got really excited to play against Cody. He like killed us in like a warm up, and I never got to play against him. I've been playing KQ for 3 years. I've never gotten to play against Cody, and it's like a dream of mine. To play with or against him, and that's all I've ever wanted. And I'm really sad that he's not coming to this tournament. So
He's retired.
No. He's not allowed to retire until he beats me.
He's retired. He's
That, like,
gone.
it makes me sad. Cody, I talk about this all the time, especially when I'm drunk. I'm drunk now, so I'll say it. Cody is the person who's taught me the most about this game.
Cody's in the chat
Cody's in
responding
the
to you right now.
chat.
Well,
Hey, Cody's in the chat.
Cody, thank you for everything you've given to KQ because I swear to God, like I've learned the most from him from watching his VODs, from watching like his Get Goods or Die Trying. That was like the single thing that made me the most passionate about KQ. And I hope that you continue to play at one time whenever it's convenient for you because you're fucking pivotal to this community.
I think Cody gets all the credit for Portland when actually Neil deserves like 80% of that credit. I think that, like Cody just does the things that Neil does. No, Cody just copies the shit that Neil does, but then he like expresses it in a way that's not a meme. And then he's like, "Hey everyone, look at me! I'm good at the game." And he's really just copying Neil. I love Cody.
No. Fuck you. I'm sorry.
Neil do beyond bouncing off ceilings.
Oh, Josh,
Neil did not get third at BB4. Okay, Neil has
don't
not
understand.
progressed with the meta. Like Neil was not there. Like Cody has been.
Neil, if Neil was on my team instead of any of the other 4 players, we would get first place at GDC. Guaranteed.
I don't give a fuck about hypotheticals. I want results, and that is
Neil
Cody.
provides them.
Explanation. Like I know that Neil is good, but what is he going to do for your team beyond bouncing off ceilings creatively?
No. That's what he's known for. But he
Josh,
is actually.
So what are we missing? What are we missing about Neil that makes him like enough to turn your team into a first place team, replacing any other player? Like tell us about Neil.
Neil is. I mean, so Neil came around for GDC 1, and he was on the team that won GDC 1, and he is probably since then.
They're cutting out.
Yeah, I don't. Can anybody hear him?
Lost you, Josh.
Sorry. No, Neil's the most. He's the most creative Killer Queen player, like by far in my mind.
Yeah.
And
What has he done creatively since 2019?
He doesn't play in tournaments because why would he need to?
2 months before the pandemic.
Since 2018. Give it to me there. 2018 was a big year for KQ. So
no. Like he stopped playing, and Portland had some drama wherein he was not playing, but he is an extremely good player, and if he were playing, you would be like, holy shit, we are still redefining things in a way that like other players are not doing, because he explores
I don't doubt that.
areas of the game that other people don't explore. Now, I don't know, like I haven't played with him in a long time. I haven't seen him play in a long time, but watching him play early on, I think he's like maybe the most like he's the player that like defines the version of Killer Queen that we're all playing now more than anyone else, I think. I don't know. I'm just talking shit about Cody. I was just trying to find someone to make fun of Cody for. So
I'll add
Gotcha.
something to that to to describe specifically what Josh is talking about. Like nowadays, you see a lot of people fucking around with the stinch, right? And so that's like using like a horizontal pincer timing pattern, but now being able to extend it vertically, right? And like everybody knows, like what is Neil famous for? Oh, he bounces the fuck around all the time. That's the same exact thing, right? He's using like he knows how to
No.
move between vertical space in a way to hold horizontal space that other people couldn't even see. And that was 3 fucking years. That was like a long time ago. And the only other person that I would say who has a similar command of that is Brian Lee with his like mastery of the stick. He has a similar ability to hold space in a way that people don't understand. Those are the only two.
I don't know. I would say
I'm gonna throw
Wilk
Turbo
is
in there.
very Wilk
I'm
is
gonna throw
very
Turbo
good
in
at
there.
as well.
I would say Wilk as well.
Yeah, Wilk is
Well, I would
always
throw
been-
Wilk in there as well. Yeah, for sure.
Both garbage.
Agreed.
One other speed warrior I would say is extremely creative in ways that I have to rewind the VOD to figure out what the fuck did she just do is Greenwood.
Yeah, I can say that.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Great.
I think
Great.
Biwong and Darren Barron, whether they're derivations of that or they're just extensions of that, I think are also very talented at this as well. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier about people who they're not just good at Killer Queen. It's really fun to fucking watch them play and like the decision making that they make, because sometimes it seems so erroneous, but really they're playing into a strategy that like is there and established. They're just doing it in a different way, or they're coming from it at a different angle that you didn't necessarily think about it to begin with, and then it's like, oh shit, they're making a huge play here.
I think all three of those players don't get talked about enough. Like watching them into
100%.
silence. Like
100%.
if you look at how they interact with everyone else on the map and like make decisions, it's really interesting. It's like Dan Barrett is like doing a thing where he's like at the top of the map and he's like baiting shit and he's like trying to wait for someone to do something and he's reacting, but it's always really safe. And then like B Wong is always like super micro and like turning and turning and turning and turning, and then all of a sudden you're dead. You're like, what the fuck? How did I die? I don't get it. And Sarah does like really similar things, but it's just so interesting that like we talk about the queens way more than we talk about the warriors on the teams that oftentimes carry the queens, to be honest, right?
We talk about queens way too fucking much because it's so easy. They're like the quarterbacks of teams, so it's like it's really like Killer Queen is so hard to follow and so hard to commentate about, and like the most centralized figure is the queen, so like they're the one who gets talked about the most. There's so much interesting stuff going on beyond the queen, but it's like it's so hard as a commentator to focus on anyone else but the queen. So like these players like your Dan Barons and your Sarah Greenwoods and your whoever else, like they just don't quite get as much commentary time. But like they're doing stuff that's at least as interesting, if not far more.
I definitely agree. I think like queens, and you can get your hot take in, Brian. Let's not forget Brian's hot take. I think queens Queens will obviously be the decision maker. I think they're the things that will help you decide seating. I think they're the things that will like strum things along as far as like, okay, how can this queen with these warriors do things? But I think that speed warriors and your drone are the things that are going to make or break like those decisions in the long run. Brian, what's your hot take?
My hot take is that Elise is better than Turbo. Because
what are you talking about?
Speed Warrior? At Speed Warrior?
At Killer Queen Black?
That
bullshit game?
Santa, I love Elise.
That's not your take, Brian.
She hears this. Holy shit.
Because look, we were in Phoenix before the pandemic.
What's your take?
What?
What's your take? Better at what?
This is the take. Listen, this is the take. We were in Phoenix. We were doing the mixer tournament.
This is history. This is context for the take that you haven't said yet.
The take is that Elise is better than Turbo. That's the take.
What?
Which role?
Everything.
Wow. Okay. The take is that Elise is better at Turbo at everything.
She's just a
Provide
better
the context,
all-around
Ryan.
player.
Provide the context.
We were playing in the mixer tournament after Phoenix, and I said we're running Dayberries, and I had Elise on my team, and she had to fly out in the middle of the mixer, and we were winning. We were fucking dominating. We were gonna win that mixer, and then Elise had to leave, and she got on our plane, and then Turbo came in and like, I'll take over for Elise. Everyone's like, oh, that's bullshit. Like, you got somebody better. And then we just, like, lost immediately. We got 3-0'd Shipwash. And
yeah, I 3-0'd
like,
you. I 3-0'd you, Brian.
yeah, you fucking killed us. And if
In,
we had Elise,
in
we would've won.
KQB? In KQB?
No, this is an arcade. We were running Dayberries, and
Oh,
Elise
okay.
was doing everything that we needed to do to run Dayberries right. And so I think because she is not a slave to the meta like Turbo is, that she's an all-around better player because she can adapt. That is my hot take.
Yes.
Elise from
Love
1:30
it, Ryan.
a.m. At least from 1:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. What? No. LMAO. Dude, I can't J-dive. He's just flat out wrong.
J-dives don't matter.
Honestly, get fucked, Turbo. There's no turbo button.
If you can
There's
make
never
better,
going to be a turbo button. You're done.
if you can make better decisions, you don't need to J. As a warrior. Why are you Jing
No,
as a
I
warrior?
think this.
Yeah, Jay's
I
your
think this
bullshit.
goes
Jay's your
on
bullshit.
sincerity.
Jay's your bullshit.
And
You make
sincerely, I
good
think this goes
decisions.
to the conversation we are having earlier about like, you know, will you put your ego aside? And like, as someone who's played with Andy a bunch, I agree with Brian in that he will not. And that will cost you in the long run if you play it in like a full flex situation.
Turbo wants you to play like Domish. If you're his queen, he wants you to play like Domish. And I can't do that. I can do that. I won't do that.
Turbo,
No,
In the sense of
so
like
Jess-
who's a better team player, I agree.
Wait, but
I agree.
Jess posted in the chat just now that she would take Elise over Turbo every day of the week, right?
Oh,
yeah,
Elite over Turbo any day of the week.
at least Elise can remember my fucking name and not stand at the bar pretending that she knows who I am. I'm sorry. I had a bad encounter with Turbo this last weekend.
No,
Get fucked, Turbo. I'm
I
sorry, buddy.
agree though. I would
Get
rather
fucked,
go,
buddy.
I would rather go with Elise than Turbo too. I think that
Yeah,
she's
wow.
a better team player.
Consensus, Elise better than Turbo. Fucking get wrecked,
I
Turbo.
mean, the pile on Turbo.
Hot take. Get
Shout out
wrecked.
to EG Free in the chat. That's my bitch. I love her so much. Besitos mas. Okay. All right. We'll go to the next question, but just
And
know.
next question.
Lee,
Fucking get wrecked, Turbo. That's all.
One thing only, and it was
we've learned.
hottest fucking takes. The hottest takes right here.
All right. Relatedly, a question comes in from the chat. The Killer Queen community seems to tolerate assholes in proportion to their skill in the game. That's kind of shitty, no?
That's true though.
I know this was a Rob question. I know this in my heart. This was Robert. Also, someone asked this question the last time there was a drunk cast. Like, this was a discussion.
It depends on who you are. I don't tolerate assholes. I got a list.
Yeah,
Who's
I
on-
agree.
Who's on your
Let's see that
list, Brian?
Everyone in this fucking chat is on this drunk cast is on the fucking list. And y'all
Thank
should be ashamed
God.
of yourselves.
What's the list? The list is fucking assholes?
Brian Lee, do you really mean to suggest that Ryan Piaget, Angel of Angels, is on your asshole list?
Yeah. Honestly, just all white people are on my asshole list.
Fair.
Y'all
Fair.
suck.
Wow. Claiming your just like sitting on your quarter Korean ancestry, Brian. Like a fucking prince.
Excuse me,
I
I'm
am
half
right
Chinese.
though, right? That's a bullshit answer to a bullshit question. question
No, real shit.
presupposes
I
they
think
get
this
the
question.
problem and then like points at it and says, "Oh, look at this problem," right? That question is like basically saying, "Oh, aren't these top people that I'm not going to name names assholes?" So anyway, fuck you, question asker. If you think somebody's an asshole, I would love to hear who they are and why.
Okay.
It's like this kind of nameless bullshit calling that like associates random people at the top of Kill Green with like, "Oh, there are assholes that we don't talk about here." Like,
Hey, yeah, no, this is a, okay, this is a really good point. This is a really good point. I thought about this before we started this stream.
And they're all white. That's another point though.
thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Dan, I'll
That's
start
not
with
true.
you.
That's not true,
Dan, I'll start this question with you. Who is the biggest asshole in Killer Queen that gets a pass because they're very talented?
What on this call in particular? Like, we got a lot of contenders.
I mean, outside of me, who gets a pass?
Lady.
You're asking Dan to name names?
No, this is not a good question. That's the problem, right? Like, that's what Dan's saying.
All of these
It's not a
questions
good
are
question.
equivalent to
We
who
shouldn't
do you
name
not
names.
like trying to stir up shit, right?
Nobody. We won't stir up any shit. Fine. You're right. It's an unfair question, and we're gonna move on. So here's a more like here's also a question that's calling people out generically.
Wait, Dan's trying to answer.
Oh, Dan, go on. Sorry.
Like, I think the question presupposes a problem, right? It presupposes that, like, oh, okay, there's assholes at the top and they get a pass for their assholish nature. Like, I think what it assumes here is that there's some kind of like mass media culture where all this shit is happening, right? Like, what is actually happening is that we all live in scenes and we all have groups of people around us that we're choosing to spend our time with, right? So, like, if you have an issue with a person because you think they did something that you disagree with, it's totally fine to talk to that person about it. And if you feel like you have to hide behind their, like, oh, they're protected or something like that, like, then talk to the people around you and, like, you know, maybe find a place to hang out where you feel cool hanging out.
But Dan, is this San Francisco privilege? Like, I always feel that we have this like massive privilege in SF of like having a community that isn't so like it's pretty homogenous. It's pretty like everyone is relatively equal, and even if someone is a better player, there's no like there's no like hierarchy to the San Francisco scene as far as I can tell generally.
I mean, like, I would say there's less here. Like, it's definitely still a thing that, like, it's like tough for me to talk to the really good players who were amazing when I walked in because they were so fucking good, and that's still the way I feel about them. And that shit's always going to be real, and that's fun. That's part of the fun of the whole experience of like it being a point in time and like who you were at that time, blah 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 blah, right? So like, but like, it's also like, I guess what I'm saying is like I understand that I'm like at just expecting everybody to demand better and so on, but like this is your space and people should be like, you're looking like Killer Queen is the kind of thing that you dip into and dip out of over years, and like you go off and get married for a little while, but you still hang out with your people, and then you come back for a little while when the time is right. You know, that's like over the time of periods of people's life, like that's the way this kind of stuff works out. So make sure that you're building kind of crews of people that, you know, are the kind of people you want to hang out with, and like hang out with your people and invest in them, blah blah blah, right? That's my spiel.
Listen, as like a triple minority on this broadcast right now, I just want to say, if you have a problem with people in your scene doing things or like expressing things based on like a skill privilege level or a, you know, race privilege level or like a gender privilege level, all of those things very much exist in gaming, and they fucking suck and they're dumb as fuck and it's stupid. And like, I think KQ as a whole does their best to fight against these things. There's gaps in that. I'm telling you right now, in the 3.5 years I've been KQ, there's huge gaps in that. Whether it is someone within your scene or it's someone within larger KQ, I want you to know that there is at least one other person, if not dozens more in this community, who are ready and willing to fight to the death for you. Like, I will die on any hill hearing that someone was like a piece of shit to another person within this community. So like, there are people out there, and if they're not in your scene, they are out there for you. And I challenge the people who are ready and willing to like go to bat for other people to make themselves known. Don't expect that people know you're gonna fight for other people. I challenge you to actually be fucking vocal about it, because
Yeah,
the shit that I've
absolutely.
seen in this last year alone, while we're not even at the KQ cab, is fucking ridiculous and like infuriating. But larger than that, anybody who knows me has known I've been a divisive person in many planes about these things. I don't want to hear about these sort of things happening to anybody within my community. Jess, prime example of a person who's part of like our safety at large for the KQ. But like, there are people out there for you, and I just want people to know that for you, because like, I've heard this a lot, whether it comes from like people shitting on other people because of skill, or just like in a general level, like on a deeper level, I guess I should say. And it's like hard because you don't know what to do, and it's like Killer Queen is supposed to be this like casual thing that we do to have fun. And so, like, oh, do I want to blow up or make a bigger deal about something because I'm experiencing some sort of prejudice here? Yes, I want you to blow that shit up. I want you to make it a big deal, because there's no room for that here. That's me on a soapbox. I'm gonna step off the
No,
soapbox.
no.
But
Don't step off the
yeah,
soapbox. I 100% agree. That is absolutely how we should act in this situation, right? Like, we need to call that shit out as soon as it happens, and we need to immediately reject that kind of behavior. And I really appreciate you saying that, because like, it's I mean, from my perspective, it's hard to say that kind of thing, but it's I completely agree with you. Like you said, like you want other people to say that they would be on board with that kind of like calling out of people being shitheads who are like being sexist or racist or anything. And I'm like 100% against that also. So like, I am calling that out. I would agree.
I want to
I want to.
amplify just really
Mine's real
quickly
short.
something.
I
Mine
just want to
too.
say
I'm
that.
gonna go ahead.
Okay, sorry. You go ahead.
I'm gonna give
I'm
Jess the
gonna go.
floor for the moment, and then I'm gonna send it back to you, Napalm.
Yeah, I just want to amplify super quickly something that D-Ray said in the Twitch chat while D was talking, which is that it would help if we stopped considering queens de facto captains in Killer Queen. I think that creates a culture of celebrity and superstardom that amplifies the exact problem that she's talking about.
Yeah, here. I also wanted to highlight that. Thank you for doing that.
Go ahead, Napalm.
Sorry. I just want to mention, and I've definitely seen it. Scenes definitely give passes to players that are not good too. It's just that those players do not travel and place high enough to get noticed on the national scene. But there can definitely be plenty of times where you want to call out a player's past behavior or what have you, but you also know that the scene is not going to care or listen some of the time. So it, it's bad players too.
Are we still on the
I
same
feel
question?
like
Smoke a cigarette. I'm kind of done with it.
smoke a cigarette.
cigarette
Like,
too.
I think there's something in there though. I think like
I already
Napalm's
smoked
addressing
it,
something
man.
that might be real, right? I think like there's a thing here where like the people who play the game and who love it are the people who play the game. Not every person who really likes the game is really great for building a community. And like you're gonna have your opinions, right? And you're gonna like I think if you find yourself in a place where the people around you really don't love the what something about the way you think that this should be done, like that's worth talking about, and that's worth like examining for yourself, right? That like it. I think it sucks to try and build a Killer Queen community or any kind of like passion-based social club if you like don't talk about what you want out of it, you know? So I think like the places where people are mismatched in like how much they think it's about the individual or about the group or about everybody having fun or about like I just want to play the game or who the fuck, you know, like there's a million ways to play this game, right? And like talk to your scene, right? Talk to people, like find friends who want to do it the way you do, form a fucking team, and show everybody else that your way is the best. Like, play like find your people and play the game. That's the message of this game. Is like make teams of like-minded people and like do it the way you think it should be done. Sometimes and like there's plenty of cab for people to go around if you want to do it your own way. Please do. Practices, you know, that's the way to do it.
There's a question that I think should be answered. And
Yeah.
it's who do you miss the most?
Yes, good question. I wanted to bring it back to this. Who do you miss the
Uh,
most?
Can I start?
Yeah, you start, D.
I want to, and this is gonna sound weird, and I don't care, cause I'm drunk.
Good.
I miss
Perfect.
like top tier Tiana Tan. I just want to like scream about her for a moment.
She's still around. She's coming to GDC.
Wait,
What do you mean?
but hold on. I'm sorry if anybody that's been on one of her past teams is in the chat, but I think Tiana put herself in a box for a really long time. It's going to be one of the first teams that we see her not playing with like Drew as queen. And I can't wait to see what happens. Tiana is like prime example of like a solid keep yourself alive but get shit done speed warrior. And I'm really excited to see that happen.
That's so cool. I'm so like excited to hear you say that. And what I'm hearing is that Drew really was like tamping down on her on Tiana's skill level and ability, and that like he really like kind of kept her in a box, and like now she's finally has the chance to thrive and to really show her feathers. And I think that's so exciting. I'm glad that you're the one to say that, D, and I really appreciate that. And yeah, I want to applaud you. I want to applaud you for saying that. Thank you.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I queened for Tiana once and we lost.
Oh my
Real
god.
early.
I queened for her once, and wow, that was a shit show.
Ryan, are you really gonna blame Tiana for that loss? Because I feel like we all know it's your fault.
My fault. I was super hungover. Definitely my fault.
Of course it was your fault.
My girl, I love her.
Of course, Ryan.
This is no shade to any individual person or queen or teammate. I just think that we're gonna see some like Dre posted in the chat the other day some dope Tiana clips, and I just want more of those. That's all.
I like that take. It's a strong take.
Me too. I'm fully here for more dope Tiana clips. All I want in life is more dope Tiana clips.
DTC
24/7.
All right, who do you guys
more
miss?
questions,
Who do you
more
guys
questions.
miss? Wait, who do you guys miss? I said who I missed. Who do you guys miss?
Okay, you're right. All right, around the room, who do we miss? Josh, you start.
Neil,
yeah, that's a great answer. Jess?
I mean, I saw Andy last weekend, but I still miss Andy.
Napalm.
I'd say Tiana too. Yeah.
Dan?
I miss Jeremy.
Oh.
Yeah, me too.
I'm getting very triggered that my entire Bubble Bash team is saying they miss Jeremy. I don't know what that's about, but it's making me very upset.
Honestly, that's my answer too. My answer is also Jeremy.
You already
Oh
said
wait,
it.
I want to go again. I miss Miranda.
Yeah, that's a great one. I miss Miranda too. Except she's gonna be at GDC, which is fucking great.
It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool.
Miranda, Jeremy, and Cody. I'm taking a privilege to say more than one, and those are my three.
Yeah, I miss Cody. I miss Cody a lot.
Is this Cody interlude number 2?
3.
Cody.
I mean, kind of, but really, it's Jeremy interlude. It's Jeremy interlude forever. Because if you check the chat, everyone is like, "Oh yeah, Jeremy's the best one that I." Jeremy's the best. Maybe this is specifically Rob saying it, but you know, he's not wrong. In this case, he's not wrong.
Rob can only say that because he hasn't been good enough to play against Gem, right? I think he's good enough
I'm
now.
not playing against anybody who's like at the top tier.
Okay, who does Brian Lee miss? Who does Brian Lee miss?
Yeah, Brian, who do you miss?
Hear me?
Yeah, obviously Jeremy, right? It's the answer is Jeremy.
I miss everyone that left SF that I thought was a local that ended up being a transient. So I don't know how that includes. That's Tony Halber, Andy, Aaron, Chris K, Scott, Brian M. I'm trying to guilt trip all of you all.
Dude,
You have to go back here.
You're not wrong. Obviously,
Brian,
everybody who left SF is a piece of shit. Yeah, of course we agree with that. With that
Brian
take.
M will be back.
Of course, that's true.
Brian M will be back.
Yeah, he's just leaving for tax evasion. We're not recording this, right? This is just a stream.
Yeah. Stop spreading this as that privilege shit, all right?
Okay, I'm gonna move this along to the next question because I'm good at that. I think this was a good question here. Just because you're all gonna give great answers. Because if you don't, then fuck you. Where would OG Shash place in this field?
Yes, that's the next question I was about to ask. I love it. Yes. What do y'all think?
Who's
Top
OG?
three, easy.
I want to start with I want to start with Jess.
Great. Yeah, OG Shash is the reason I was like, I want to get competitive in this game.
Same.
They're an absolute incredible team. And if they came to this particular tournament, it would be a little weird because Sarah Greenwood is also on another team, and Andy's on my team. So they'd be like, "What are you doing here? You're me." That's weird.
No, they time traveled, and so they have different outfits.
Oh no. I don't want to bring.
This
time
is
travel.
OG. This is OG. That
They're like, if they time traveled in, they're like a couple of years behind on the meta, and I don't want to get into that because it's boring. I think they would get third. I think they would get third place in this tournament because there's two teams in this tournament that are like Bumble Bash winning teams, and OG Shash was not a BB4 BB5 winning team. I still think that Shash will one day win Bubble Bash inevitably, but if we're just talking about OG Shash, my answer is third place.
That's a very good answer.
Yeah, that's a great answer. I fully endorse everything you just said.
No, thank you. Including the time travel stuff, or not that?
Yeah, no. Especially the time travel stuff. I kind of tuned out for the other things, but the time travel takes, I was like 100% on board with.
I mean, I'll go next just because time travel takes.
Yeah.
And I also believe the time travel takes are bullshit, and I hate time travel as a device, in plot or otherwise. But I think third or fourth or fifth is probably the right place. That team is very strong. It's hard to understand the definition behind the question, given the fact that like most of these players have not been playing for a very long time, for like the past year and a half. Especially like Helen, right? Like who is not playing anymore for the foreseeable future. But I think if that team of that skill level at that time were entering this tournament, they could get on average second place. Not that they would get first or second generally, but I think like if you ran the experiment like 100 times, like they would probably average around like 2 to 2.5, if I had to guess.
I would say it specifically said OG, right? I would say somewhere between most likely fourth, slightly, like right behind that third, and then probably fifth, as the third likeliest. And I am more conservative than other people because if we're talking about OG, Andy was not as confident in that first year as she is now. And she hadn't fully 100% grown into the queen that she is capable of being today. So that is my take.
My take is that I remember this one tournament where Andy was queening Shash, and then she beat Rob real bad, and so I'm pretty sure she would place higher than Rob's team at GDC.
That
so,
wasn't
yeah.
OG. I don't
guess
think.
that's like third, right? That's third. I think that's how I got to mine.
Yeah.
Third.
Yeah,
He was gonna sell like
But also remember, I'm getting $6 and $40 from Josh. So
I'm
fifth
adding
place
Sam.
or fourth place is beating Rob. Sorry.
Never
Has everyone
apologize.
answered or no?
I think we need
I
a
think
couple more.
that was enough valid answers to move on to
Yeah.
another question.
All right. So the next question is going to take a little soul searching. Next question is some real. Are we all greedy assholes for traveling for KQ during the pandemic? What do y'all think?
Was this written by a Portland player? Can we look that up?
I assume, but like my system does not allow me to tie questions back to players. So this is just a question that was asked.
I thought that you're
I
thinking
want-
another work to Google. I mean, we could figure this out, right?
I want to like preface this by saying
He works at Waymo.
that this gets a little too
Sam, you're in.
political to be fun while you're drunk. And so I don't know that I want to like go into these questions after drinking because
What do you
this
think?
might not be fun.
Do you feel guilty? Do you feel guilty for traveling across the country on a plane full of other people?
I feel the opposite.
To play an arcade game?
I got vaccinated. I lived in New York where it was hardest hit at the very beginning. I've been through shit. So I have a very different view of this than a lot of other people. And I've spent an extenuous amount of time fucking alone in my apartment and being very careful. So like I can say for myself that I've done everything I know to be possible to like keep myself and the people around me safe. And at the end of the day, I think this isn't, and this is where I say this is like a personal thing. I think I've done everything that I can to keep the people around me safe, which I feel like is my duty. And I feel like that is other people's duty. So I hope that everyone is doing what they can to not just keep themselves safe, but everyone around them safe. And I appreciate the tournament organizers and obviously SF because you had no choice because SF is putting this on you to keep everyone vaccinated at this tournament.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that your answer was very heartfelt in a way that like it's not obvious that we're putting in effort to make sure that this shit is like not going to be shitty for everyone involved. But I do think that like we've had a lot of conversations internally about like how we can minimize risk and what we can do and how we can make sure that the people who are inside the venue will feel comfortable. And it's hard. Like we've obviously all been quarantined, vaccinated, like separated from humanity for a long period of time now. And we we want to try to host an event where we're together, and we want to do it in a way that's like less risky and makes people feel comfortable. And that is not easy to do, especially because like a lot of people have experiences that are, you know, people around them were hurt, people around them experienced negative things, and not all of us had that, but it's tough. I don't know. I'm going to stop talking, but I think that it's really difficult, and I think that there is some onus on any sort of person who's trying to be like an organizer, who's gathering a group of people into a space, to make sure that they're saying, "Trust me, everyone who's coming, we are doing our best to make this a safe environment, a positive environment, and like you should feel comfortable coming here because we have thought about this." And I hope that the people who are coming here feel that we have put that effort in. And I think we have, but like I would like if anyone feels uncomfortable about it, I think we can talk about it here. We can talk about it generally because we have thought about it, we have put the effort in.
I want to give my take on this as well, because I think it's interesting that the way that the question is phrased is, are we shitty people? And I don't really believe in shitty people. Like 0.001% of people are shitty people, but I really believe that almost everyone is trying their best with the knowledge that they have and the biases that they have based on how they were raised and the circumstances that they're in. And no one is a shitty person for coming to this tournament. If you thought you were going to kill people, you wouldn't come. I believe that for every single person listening. And the tournament organizers have followed every regulation that's been handed down from every government that we're aware of. And medical professionals are telling us that what we're doing is safe. And we're putting in all the safeguards that we need to make it as safe as we can. But as far as the most educated people on this topic are telling us, we're safe to do this and we're not shitty people. And we were locked down for more than a year. And a lot of us were like horribly depressed because of that. And, you know, that's grief and that's real. And we need to get together and we need to live life and we need to move forward. So no one is a shitty person. That's my take.
Can we go to the alleged question about alleged things that are allegedly illegal in some states that you can actually buy? We're going to use the term alleged a lot, but you can actually buy marijuana in California because it's legal there, but it is illegal federally for the rest of the country. So allegedly, not really, but allegedly you can mail things back to yourself instead of going on a plane with them. That is an alleged take and not a true take. That is alleged.
Fuck, where is this question? I've lost track of it.
It's allegedly after the video of what do you think the best business strategy is?
Is it below?
Okay. The question is, what is the best way to fly home with unreasonable quantity of edible marijuana?
Right. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of people have good takes on this.
They're all alleged. You must say alleged.
Many allegations being thrown
No,
around.
in fact, I think you shouldn't say alleged. I think you should just give like your take as if you've done this before in the past, as if it's like an actual fact.
Oh.
I'm gonna sustain with saying allegedly and let you know that I've allegedly done this more times than I care to allegedly admit.
Yeah, sure. If you're talking allegedly about yourself allegedly, then like sure you should throw in an allegedly. Like that makes sense.
I'm just saying that like there's a recognized best practice here that the best way to fly home with a bunch of edibles is inside your stomach. That's the best way to fly home with a bunch of edibles is in your belly.
So Dan has one. Dan has the classic.
That is the easy bake every day.
So Dan specifically he swallows a balloon full of edibles every time he flies home, wherever
No,
he's
he
going.
shoves
Absolutely
it up
not.
his ass.
There's a
He
ton.
just straight up
Right?
shoves it up his
And
ass.
by swallow, I mean like from any direction.
Yes, that's
But
correct.
you can also use a jar of peanut butter is what I hear. Like that's one of the classic usages. One of the classic modes is jamming it into a hollowed out jar of peanut butter. Now, I don't know if that applies to edibles. This is more of like a flowers thing. Edibles might be a whole different ballgame. And you know what? Probably a TSA knows all about peanut butter at this point.
Brian,
the
peanut
thing-
butter is fireworks up your ass in balloons. Is that what you're saying? That's what I heard.
I'm saying you pack your suitcase full of peanut butter, and you're just like, yeah, I'm a big PB&J guy.
Hold on. Is peanut butter a solid to the TSA for carry-ons?
No. You can put 4, 5, 7 ounces. You can put 3.5 plus in your suitcase. They don't give a shit.
Jess looks extremely
Probably.
offended by this entire conversation.
She does. We'll cut it off, but I just want to say, like, if you want to get high in California, let's hang out.
Also,
I'm not offended.
Tyler
I don't want to be misrepresented.
mentioned. I'm gonna call out that Tyler's mentioned that a jar full of peanut butter is the first thing that's getting checked, and that's 100% true. This is a trick that probably worked 15 years ago and is no longer a good idea.
All right. I got a better idea. Just get fucked up in California. We'll hang out. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, see, that's the answer. Get fucked up before you get on the plane. Don't take any home. We'll help you out.
That was Dan's advice.
Dan, thank you for cutting off everyone but the top 8. We can get as fucked up as we want Saturday night because of you.
Yeah,
I don't want to be
it's only with the
misrepresented
top
by
2.
Josh here. I'm not offended. I just don't have anything to contribute on this question. I'm very straight edge. I do drugs all the time.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Did you do Molly at the recruit?
Nothing.
Who?
At the retreat?
Brian, tell us about it.
Look, you want to bring stuff home, put it in your carry-on. If they catch you, who are they going to call at TSA? They're going to call SFPD, and they're going to come
call
in.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they're gonna call Ghostbusters, obviously.
I mean, look, TSA is not going to fucking put you in jail. SFPD is going to put you in jail for what? For having weed on you. You didn't get on the plane because they fucking stopped you. Just like...
Brian, I'm not following your logic here.
Brian, I'm not convinced by this.
Yeah.
I brought home a shit ton of flour, and what I did was I wrapped it around my Razer power cord, because when they x-ray that shit, it comes up as a bunch of cables wrapped around something. I think people who are worried about it are way too worried about it, unless you're like...
Bullshit! I call bullshit on this whole idea, Brian.
I brought a half ounce of weed back to Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
That's not that much.
Allegedly.
They're not, allegedly. They're not looking at you when you leave. They're looking at you more when you come in. If you have an airport that is prone to having TSA or local authorities with dogs there. Otherwise,
this is the wrong conversation entirely. We need to move on from this.
We're
All right,
moving
Josh,
on.
please
We're
offend
moving on
guys.
to the next question,
Josh,
which
please
is
we need to move on to another topic.
all right. New question. Does it even count as a GDC if Cody ain't there?
GDC never counted.
if I win, it counts for me. Otherwise, no, I will say it doesn't count because Cody is not there. Final answer.
Didn't Cody get
Never
like
counted
6th
because
place?
GDC was never a major, apparently.
GDC? No, Cody got like 6th place in the first GDC. He wasn't even good. I watched those games like yesterday.
He was actually pretty bad during the first GDC. It's amazing how much better he got. It's really a testament to the the ability to really come up from your own. They pull yourself up by your bootstraps, just like tap tap tap. and get and
I don't-
improve your ability.
I feel like Dylan Lee and Lev are much more synonymous with GDC than Cody is. Like, honestly.
Agreed.
Is Lev at every GDC?
Yeah. I'm sorry, everyone else talk. I'm sorry.
No, well, what do you think? What do you think about Lev? Josh, say a few words about Lev, and ideally something spicy.
He's on my team, so I'm hoping he's not bad. But he hasn't played on a good team in like 4 years or something. So I don't know.
He won GDC 4, stupid.
Yeah,
but-
that was the last time he and Jen played together at a big tournament.
Yeah.
They haven't played
Yeah.
since. What do you think?
Why isn't Jen on your team? What is a
I
team
wa-
without
no.
Jen
you.
and Lev?
Hey. Jen was who we were looking for, but she refused to come out. So don't come at me. That was the #1 pick, but unfortunately she said no. So we had to expand our horizons.
I think Lev is one of the best casters in the Killer Queen community.
Yeah,
He
you said
brings
caster,
fucking
not
hype.
player, and that's
Yeah, why isn't he on the stream?
I just wanted
Exactly.
to throw that out there. It wasn't mutually exclusive that he wasn't a good player. I'm
is,
just saying he's
yeah.
also an insanely amazing caster. There are some people who are dog shit at casting and probably shouldn't do that anymore. He's not one of them.
Yeah, he's not one of the people who's really good at casting and playing. That's right. It's true.
Not what I said. Misrepresented.
I think D is saying that Lev is a legacy hire, and he like used to be good, and now he's on some teams for because he's been around for a long time, and because people recognize him from casting.
All right. If GDC wasn't an orphan initialism, what would it stand for?
What does that mean, D-Ray? Orphan initialism?
D-Ray's too smart for you, Ryan.
I know he's a Harvard boy. I don't know what that means. I didn't go to fucking Harvard. What does that mean?
Good damn crabs. Good damn crabs. Good damn crabs.
It just makes sense.
Good damn crabs.
Orphan initialism just makes sense?
Yeah, so okay. Is it the same weekend as GDC?
Number
What?
one, GDC 5 stands for goddamn coronavirus. I don't know what
right.
you're even talking about. Like, what are you referring to? What else would we call this tournament? Goddamn coronavirus.
5.
Like,
Delta
what other name you're talking about that's more appropriate?
Stands for get Delta COVID. We're all ready for it.
We're on our way.
No, we're not ready for it.
We'll see. We'll see what happens next year too, right? Like, I think we like for us, this was very much like we were the tournament. We like as coronavirus was coming in, we had our big tournament planned, right? So we had to make the call, just like a bunch of other people around the world had to make the call of like, oh,
I
fuck,
will say we're not doing
right?
GDC during the Game Developers Conference. We've moved it to September and October, which is the absolute best time to be in San Francisco. The weather is absolutely freaking amazing. And I'm very happy that we're doing it this time of year. It's our summer. They call it the Indian summer. That's what white people said for a long ass time, but that's what it's called. And it's fucking amazing here. So when you're coming here and you're dressing for shit, dress for summer during the day and then like fall, winter just fall during the evening.
Wait.
It's cold.
Wait, you're not supposed to dress for the Folsom Street Fair? Like, I don't get it.
You guys want to dress
Dick out. Dicks out only.
You need to don't go to Mr. S Leather. Pre-purchase your leather before you go out to Folsom.
Pre-purchase your leather, or else you're gonna get ripped off.
If you wear leather pants at GDC, Josh will be paying you $20 in addition to all the people he's going to pay for all the bets he's losing.
That's true.
True.
You don't win every bet, so you're gonna get paid from Ryan. You're gonna get paid from Tom. You're gonna get paid from Jess. Those are my 3 bets. We got them going. But yeah, I mean, you could just go out to Folsom Street Fair. It's like not that far from the venue, and it's at the same time it's pretty cool.
If you're not in top 8, you should just go to Folsom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think something else I want to throw out there. I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm just gonna throw all my random thoughts out. I'm really excited to see Aaron
It's a good
Tran playing.
experience.
Aaron Tran is coming back, and he mentioned the word retirement like a year or like over before pandemic started. I feel like he was underutilized on whatever fucking team he played with, that washed up scrub queen from Charlotte, and he's gonna kick ass this time, and I'm really happy to see him come back and be part of Killer Queen again.
Yeah, except he's on Gino's team, so that's unfortunate.
No, it's fine.
Oh, he's gonna fucking crush. Gino's one of the best queens in this tournament.
Gino's
Best
better than
queen.
I was when I played with Aaron Tran, so
Number one queen.
much better.
Honestly, Gino's so good. If Gino doesn't like shit the bed, they're gonna be top 8.
I'm convinced
Good.
that SF is gonna like completely outseed all of this shit. But I
That's
don't know,
actually that was a great question, and that's what I wanted to ask. What team do you think is gonna outseed not Josh B and all of his weird takes that we've been presented, but just in general, a team that
No,
might
Josh
outseed what you would presume that they would play in? There's always a team that's like on the cusp, but what's a team that like will probably outseed that?
I could see the Chattanooga team doing a little bit better because what did we have them previously at, like 15?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can see them doing
and
better
I
than
think
that.
you gotta forget that notion of that. I think like who do you think will outperform your expectations, or who are you hoping will outperform your expectations?
Wait, can I ask what's my team seeded on whoever's seeding shit?
There's
Josh
no seeds. There's no seeds
All
yet.
we know is Josh's seeds.
Josh B, what's your personal opinion on Brittany's new legal team?
All right, I'm gonna pull it up. Give me a second.
And thank you for being open with all your seatings because no one else.
Yeah. Much appreciated, Josh.
Yeah, we're dunking on you, but that's vulnerability.
No. I intentionally did not let anyone else share, so that's my own fault. So don't feel bad. Sorry, I'm pulling it up. I gave you, Brian. You're 18 out of 25.
Yeah,
But
we're
it's
gonna be.
probably,
Brian, how do you
actually
feel about that?
I mean, I remember Hobie before.
Brian, how do you feel about being? I put you a level below Drew's team. How do you feel about that?
Fuck, how do you feel about being below Drew's team, Brian?
I think my queen has a history of outperforming Seed from Hobie before, which Drew is also on that team. I think we'll outperform Josh's seeding.
I got to adjust my seating because I heard that Chattanooga might know how to play the game. I don't know.
I just want to call out that at Bumble Bash 4, our team, I think we had the biggest upset at Bumble Bash 4.
That's true, but like, I don't think that Chicago teams at that time really count. I don't know.
It was Dylan Conrad who was queening.
Yeah,
what?
Well, you know, I was just going to say, I think my team was the slightly bigger upset because we were seated behind you in BB4, weren't we?
Maybe I mean, Dylan's team was really high seated.
Wait, hold on, Brian. You know who I'm talking about. My team in BB4 also beat Spicy Milk.
You guys played afters, but that was in losers. Yeah, maybe.
Shit, man, everyone would beat Spicy Milk.
I love
they were double L.
I get it. Cesar is garbage. I get it. He's my queen now. It's fine.
Spicy Milk was Spicy Milk fucking shat the bed. What does Cesar smell like?
Why are you playing with Cesar after that? Why are you haven't you seen him play? What are you doing, Josh?
Yeah, why are you playing with? Are you letting? Wait, Josh, Are you letting Cesar queen?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna just hop on Queen. He won't even know what happens. I'm just gonna get on.
What
Queen.
does he smell like right now? Have you smelled him?
He's some spicy man, for sure.
I'm pretty sure Cesar's a better queen than you, Josh.
While they're talking about Cesar's BO,
Yeah.
if you have any questions
Well,
that
he's
you didn't
probably a
submit,
garbage-ass
please
warrior.
submit them now.
Please do not submit any goddamn questions. It's 1:30 a.m.
It's only 11:30 over here.
25 for me, so
No, let's do
I
some
assume that Cesar's a terrible warrior.
that's false. That is categorically
bullshit.
incorrect.
Wow. Why won't he play warrior then on his new team?
Who I don't even know who he's playing with. Oh.
He's playing with Josh B.
No. He'll warrior. I got a queen. He'll get it.
Queen?
So Josh, you're saying that you're gonna queen and Cesar is gonna warrior.
Yeah. It's fine.
You're saying that Cesar is like an unimpressive queen.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to get that on record. That's good. That's good.
It's all about
If
the
Cesar is unimpressive, does that make Josh like, I don't know?
That makes Josh a top 5 Bubble Bash queen, and Rob.
I mean, you tell us what it means. You tell us what it means, Brian. Who's the Chad lad?
All right.
Who's Jazz lad? Brian, who's the Jazz lad?
D-Ray asked a good question, so did Elise. D-Ray said who might be on the next Shash. My name starts with a D, but like I have to put myself on there. I also think Elise is a great up and coming femme. Jess, of course. But then you're like taking over existing roles. But I think that those are all.
So Jess,
I reject
Elise,
the premise of the question.
and Andy.
If your interpretation is the next all femme team that does well in a tournament, I think that there will be an all femme team that does well at a tournament. But I don't. If someone says, "Oh wow, they're the next Shash," I don't like that. Like
No. I think I think what's great about Shash is that they have mixed players in and out throughout their different tournaments that they've gone to. If like their OG squad can't be there, and I think that they've come with fun renditions when they do that, and I love that they keep it all femme. So I appreciate that for sure.
I don't think there's going to be a next Shash personally. I think Shash is Shash, and like other teams will be awesome and will be celebrated, and that's great. But there's only one Shash in my mind.
Okay, EG free. Which player will have the best breakthrough performance?
You moved on too fast. I was going to say Tiana so that it can be Shats.
Shats. I think T was supposed to be on the OG
Oh,
Shash.
yeah. Oh yeah, no question.
And she couldn't.
Let's move on.
I don't know if this is let's move on.
Fuck. Pick how Okay. How long post-pandemic did it take for checking Jays to become a bad meta in your scene? So I think this question is like basically how long did it take for players to become not shitty in your regular games? How long could you exploit regular players with garbage tactics?
It hasn't happened in SF because all of our queens cannot J.
Correct. That is the correct answer. That is the correct answer.
The correct answer is that you should always check a J.
Also the correct answer. D is also correct. Check every single J. Everyone.
If you could, especially if you can hover transfer. If you hover transfer and you don't check J's, I don't understand you. I really don't. And that's like a sincere. I know Josh is like has his head in his hands right now. But like I really, if you can hover transfer and you are not timing queens who like try to J, I'm upset with you because I can't hover transfer and I wish I could, so I could do that.
Just tap faster. It's not hard.
E, just tap faster. How fast are you tapping?
Tap faster.
Tap faster.
Get out of the lobby. Leave. I hate that. I hate that.
No,
Go
I don't
away.
agree with Ryan's answer at all. I think
No.
if you check my J as a warrior, you're dead. But I will say that I was.
That's what I think. As a queen, you have to say that, right? You have to
Yeah.
say you can't check my J because
No, you can't check my J. Yeah.
Checking J's
No,
is
don't do that.
terrible. It's mostly terrible, except when it's good, and that's great.
But in the interest of complete honesty, I have to mention that this last Saturday, Thomas in PDX, as a warrior, was hovering at the edge of a ledge, and I went into slow J, like, nice and calm, and like, I'm gonna J in on you, and he just didn't move. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna die. And he just stayed there. And like, I lost my nerve. Like, he stared me down, and I just I couldn't J in. And like, I spent probably 15 seconds, like trying to J in, and then I just had to leave because he just stared me down and pushed me out with his force of will. So like, you can do it if you're a pro player.
Everyone listening to this right now, do not listen to Jess. She is baiting you into sitting there so that you hover in place and she can kill you. Literally, don't do that because it's horrible. Obviously, don't sit in place because the queen is above the warrior and they will just kill you. Like, what are you talking about, Jess?
I mean, it's Thomas. It's different if it's Thomas, right?
Right. Thomas floats higher than everyone else. That's true.
I mean, it's just that almost everyone is really bad at this game, and especially after coming back from lockdown, everyone is especially terrible at this game. So
wait, no. In sincerity, do you think that SF hasn't gotten back to its pre-pandemic form for you to say that, or are you trolling?
SF is better than it's ever been. I'm not talking about SF. I'm talking about all of you clowns. Like, SF is great. But broadly speaking, everyone is bad at this game, and challenge people's shit. Don't give any queen or any warrior or speed warrior or whatever too much respect.
Yeah, I mean, I welcome you to test me. Win-win.
Do this.
I get the kill. You find out more about me.
Don't throw your life away.
Whether I give counter advice so I get better games, or I agree with you so that I get free games. I don't know which one to go with here.
Don't throw your lives away, but don't over-respect any of these fucking queens. They're all fucking trash. Make them prove themselves.
Especially these New York queens.
Especially the New York queens. Make them prove themselves. Especially the New York queens and
check all of
queens. Make them prove themselves.
Check all of Rob's J's except for his lazy J's. Rob is the best at lazy J's, and it's kind of annoying because
hover transfer. Okay, that's good to know that Rob lazy J's. So hover transfer his lazy J's every single time. Hover transfer his lazy J's and time out his sticks, because I'm sure he doesn't fucking.
He does. You can hear from the other side. I just want to say I was upset by this, and I thought it was fucking funny. I think it's funny now, but I was super annoyed in the moment as a try-hard player. I'm self-proclaimed try-hard. During Charlotte, during finals, Rob messaged someone on the opposing team and said, on night map, this is how you beat Sam. Right before finals. And in the moment, I was pissed, but it didn't work.
What was his answer?
They weren't successful, and so I laugh about it now, but in passing, I was like, fuck you, Robert. Don't do that to people. That's weird.
Wait, what was Rob's answer?
You can ask Rob. I'm sure he'll DM it
Rob
to you.
in the chat. What was your answer? And I'll repeat it on stream.
Rob went to sleep.
Yeah, Rob went to bed.
Rob said he had to go to bed because he was so mad at us because we were talking shit.
Yeah.
What a fucking coward.
Classic Rob. I was trying to bet him. I was gonna bet him $400 about something. I don't know. But
But then he went to sleep. Like
Classic
look how
Ryan.
they're fucking coward. Honestly.
More questions. Let's keep going.
Questions. Submitted questions. Pick any video game from history for a 2022 remaster or sequel. What video game from your childhood do you want to see remastered?
Kid Chameleon on the Sega Genesis.
Good answer.
Wow.
Honestly, my answer is similar, except that it's Alex Kidd in fuck what's the name of it? But I'm blanking on the name of the game, but it's like Alex Kidd, and it's already been remastered for the Switch. Tyler suggests Tetris Attack. Aladdin is another answer from the chat.
I think like Spyro. I really loved Spyro.
Spyro
when I
is
was a kid.
fucking fantastic.
Was like the original PlayStation. Spyro. Those graphics hold up too. Like you could play that today and be like, "Wow, this is really beautiful." Anyway.
That you know that Sonic the Hedgehog game for the Dreamcast. I'm blanking on the name of it. Like the first like 3D world Sonic game holds up.
Oh, that was my OG answer, but I changed it.
Yes. That game's fucking great. I mean, it's bad. Parts of it are really legitimately terrible, but like the parts of it that are good are so good.
I came back for this question.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt.
Wait. You're talking about Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, Sonic Adventure is fucking fantastic.
That's an amazing game. Absolutely fucking top tier. Yeah.
I mean, there are parts of it that are terrible. Like, there's a whole like side quest where you're just got like a fat penguin who's fishing.
That's Big the cat.
Yes. Okay, you're a big cat who's fishing. That part of the game is not quite as amazing.
That's his name. His name is Big the cat.
So Big the cat fishing. The Big the cat fishing adventure is not quite amazing, but like so many other parts of that game are fucking incredible.
Wait, so what's the next question though?
All right, more questions. We're actually running low on questions.
Hold on. Elise asked in chat, which player at GDC is going to have a breakthrough performance? Which single player?
That's a great question.
Let me go through everybody 1 second.
I'll pull back up the team sheet. Team sheet's back up. I'm gonna scroll through it slowly. We have Cesar, Josh B, Lev, Jasmine. I think Jasmine's a good answer for this question, although she's only going to be playing one day, unfortunately.
Jasmine's a very good answer though. She's actually extremely good at the game compared to what people are expecting, I think.
Jasmine is super funny because one, she's just as a person, she's very, very funny, but two, she's very good and she talks down her own ability every time she opens her mouth about the game, and she completely undersells herself, so you have no idea how good she is, and then she hops on the cab and she destroys people, and it's very, very funny. Team 2, that's Blue, Chris, and friends. I think they're all
going
great.
team by team. I don't know if we do. We need to go team by team.
We don't have to. We don't have to. I'm just trying to show all the players. If you want to actually think about this.
I think
let's go
I'll
around
give
the
my.
block.
I don't. Yeah, this is I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna sound biased because I'm from New York, but I think that this will be the first tournament that Drew plays without Tiana, and this will be the tournament that Marion gets a spotlight with another really solid queen. So I would say Marion. because I feel like everyone consistently sleeps on her, and I would love to see her talked about more. She pops off. She has insanely fun. Like, she's one of those super fluttery warriors who like does the amazing swipe ups, which I feel like is like the future of KQ one day. So watch out for Marion and her performance here.
I'm gonna counter that, and I'm just gonna say that that the other two players on her team from LA are not very good, which is unfortunate. But like I think it's gonna be very tough for them to pull through.
Yeah, it's not about the team. I'm just saying who's gonna have a dope performance themselves.
Wait, you're saying Nicole and Rustine are not very good?
I'm saying Rustine is not very good, and Nicole is gonna follow Rustine's lead and try to be better, but it's gonna be tough. I don't know.
Fair enough.
They have
Fair
very
enough. They
I'm
haven't
gonna say
played.
that Marion's
They
gonna
don't
do
have a
dope
home
shit.
cap. They're probably bad now. They don't
I
have a
am
home cap.
sure
What are
that
they
Marion's
gonna do?
shit, but I mean, I don't know. I don't mean to talk too much shit, but I think it's gonna be hard.
No, that's appropriate shit. They don't have a home cab. Like, what's LA gonna do? That's really they are behind. They're in a very difficult situation, geographically.
I got a breakout player.
Yeah, hit us.
I'm gonna go on this one with Mr. Steve Halili, who is
Yes.
Wait,
Is that fair? Does that count? Everyone knows Steve's fucking great, right?
Man,
Does anybody not know that Steve's great?
I think
You,
that,
I can say the same thing about Marion. You all know that because you live with him. But who actually talks about Steve on a regular basis?
This is different. This is different. Dan, finish your thing.
I think go highlight Steve. Go highlight that team for me if you don't mind.
Yeah, one sec.
Up at the top.
Finding team.
I think that the like what's gonna happen with this team is that I think like Felix and Sam have been working very much on like playing an aggressive like offensive form of Killer Queen. It's gonna be and like I think Tiana has been playing a bit, but like is not as in the groove. And I bet that Tiana winds up more like defaulting into like safer openings and stuff for the team. I think it's gonna fall to Steve to like manage the game in a way that he like traditionally doesn't as much. But Steve's been playing speed and fucking running all over the map all for like months now. So I think like
Wait, is Steve playing speed for the team?
I think you're gonna see Steve Halili run a map like you haven't seen before. And I don't think everybody knows how good he is at running a map. So I think that's it.
Dan, wait. Ryan, you go first, and I got something to say about it.
All right. I have a couple questions for this team. I want to know who's running first. Who's running primary speed? Is it Tiana? And has she been playing enough to warrant that over Felix? Who I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but Felix has become one of the fucking best players in this game at speed or any other position.
Felix is the best.
Because they haven't been getting enough love.
It's not about who gets up first in the opener. It's about the role that they've been focusing and playing on the team. I think that like where the players have been pushing their game and where they're like the way that team is going to work out. The like team manager, like Steve is going to be the one with the most optionality on where he plays, and he's going to be covering a lot more ground than people are used to seeing him, right? So I think like that he's the one who's about to like step out and do a whole shit ton more than like you've seen him do before.
Okay, I have two things to say. One is echoing what Ryan's saying. Isn't Felix the best speed warrior in SF right now? Most likely.
Yes.
I mean, probably.
Yes.
But also, secondly, you, Dan, made a ranking of all players in the game based on their tournament performance. And that ranking said that Steve was the best player in Killer Queen. True or false?
Definitely true.
Yeah, so that's true. So you're trying to tell me now, Steve, the best player in all of Killer Queen, according to your own system, is not on a team that will showcase his unique talents. Like, come on. We both know that in any team I've ever played on, at least any team you've ever played on, adding Steve always improves the team. It's like, oh yes, if I take off a team member and instead put Steve on, it is always an improvement regardless of the team that you're currently on, right? Like, I can't name a single team in Killer Queen that would not be benefited by removing a player and adding Steve. So I don't know.
A breakout player is relative to people's expectations, and I think Steve's playing a bigger role.
Well, no, that's exactly my point. I'm saying Steve cannot be a breakout player because he's already the best player in all of Killer Queen. It's like, it's so stupid that you would ever call him a breakout player, right? Because he's the best
All
player.
right.
But
I've got another answer to this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as far as somebody who's going to break out past their expectations, I don't actually want to say their name because I don't want to embarrass them. And they're under a lot of pressure already. Like, they're hosting this podcast right now, but they're in a role on their team for this tournament where they're given a chance to shine, and I really think that they're going to shine. But I don't want to name them because I don't want to put any pressure on them. But I think this particular player that I'm talking about is really going to break out during this tournament.
I don't think this player is very good. I don't know what you're talking about.
This player that you're naming is trash, and I think it's really. I think everyone appreciates that you're not saying their name because like they're clearly they don't want the spotlight. But you're definitely overrating them. It's good that you're like hyping up your players. But that's definitely.
You know that I'm not hosting this podcast, right?
Wait, Dan, are you talking about me? Is this me? Because I know I'm the best player in the world. Don't worry. No, but no shit. I have been saying this for a bit around. I think Ryan has learned a lot and has been like playing so well recently. It's absolutely fucking amazing. Like, if you look at Ryan's play from the last couple of weeks and compare it to like some of the top speed warriors in the game, honestly, objectively, if you are not in SF and you watch that, you'll be like, oh shit. He knows what the fuck is happening on the map, and he's like doing the right thing. And I think it's hard to understand that as you're like looking around the whole country to understand like what's happening in the Killer Queen community. But I do think that Ryan is like extremely slept on right now. And I've been talking a lot about like what the best SF team would be, and I think Ryan's definitely on the best SF team, no question.
He's on it for this tournament.
Cool. I mean, yes, true. Except that you might be number 12, and they might be number 10. I don't know exactly how that all works out. But yeah, I think you're right.
Cool.
More questions.
Yeah, more questions. Let's finish off on something else that was very nice. But let's find something else. Shit.
Are you okay, man?
I'm just looking for another question because we've hit most of these questions.
Oh no.
Let's see. I don't think so. I brought this up before. I don't think we really talked about it. But how many teams do we think are going to run berries legitimately on day? And I don't know. Maybe we can end on this. I don't know if it's a great question to end on, but it's getting late. How legitimate do we think day berries are going to be at GDC 5? That's my question.
I think I made a bet with somebody about like that there would be more than like 1.5 teams running dayberries twice intentionally, right?
That's early in tonight. Yep.
Get that shit on paper. I barely remember it right now, but I think it's pretty funny. I think that I'm gonna stand by that one.
I wrote all the bets down, and that was not one of the bets.
More than one. Get it on there. More than one. More than one running Dayberries.
Who was against? Who was taking the other side of that bet? No, that wasn't a bet. That wasn't a bet. I don't believe it.
You think there's only going to be one? There's going to be at least one San Francisco team that runs Dayberries, maybe two. You don't think anybody else is going to run that shit?
All I have to do is run Dayberries twice and I win, Josh. You know Brian's going to do it.
I think you earlier said the bet was 1.5 teams at least 2 times.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, man. Dayberries are pretty good. They're pretty fun. You can like kind of make them work, especially if you know how to flex onto snail real fast. But it's like berries on all the maps has to also include a really solid snail defense, and that's the way the game works. So like, by all means, run your berries. See if your snail defense is good enough. Worth Dayberries is almost there.
I have a question that could close us out. Like really be the last question of the podcast.
I have a closing question, but I want to hear your closing question first, and then I'm going to my closing question is what has also been supplied by the audience is action oriented. So let's hear your question first, and then I'll follow up with the second one.
All right. So looking at 2021 and looking at GDC 5, is GDC 5 the Bumble Bash of 2021? Yes or no?
Ooh.
Yes.
That's an obvious yes. For me, that's a clear yes. Let's hear what do other folks have to say?
Do we want to just do a quick thumbs up, thumbs down in the video?
Yeah.
Hands in the air. 3, 2, 1. Yes or no?
Solid.
Obviously, yes. Like the other major tournament is a mixer, so it's like a little bit different. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no shade on any other tournaments or any other scenes. It's just like the way that this year worked out, the logistics that this worked out, like GDC just right place, right time, and the people who are organizing it wanted it to be that, and now it kind of inescapably is going to be that level of tournament, and it's great. That's kind of what it is. And so the final question is, who wants to take a shot?
I'm out of alcohol. Give me a minute. I'll find something to shake. I'll be right back.
We'll wait for you.
Give me 20 seconds.
Okay, we're waiting for Josh. Napalm, how you doing? You have a
I'm tapped out.
anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I like Matt Wu's comment in the chat.
Good final question. And Matt Wu's down to run Dayberries.
He's ready. We're ready to win this bet.
Matt Wu is fucking ready. He's fucking ready to run Dayberries. He's ready to win this tournament.
Easy.
He's in it to win it. Nathan, I want to cheers to you. Napalm, I want to cheers to you for hanging out for this for one, being a part of this conversation and this stream, and for hanging out for the whole thing. I appreciate you. Cheers.
I have no hard alcohol. It's wine.
Yeah. I think this is basically an SF only stream at this point, aside from Napalm, who is now honorary SF.
He's always been honorary.
I-
So let's be honest.
On that note, I don't think I've ever gone to San Francisco since I started playing KQ. Though.
What?
That's
Wait. So
not
this is
relevant.
GDC 5 is going to be your first time?
Yeah.
All right, buddy. You're going to get a lot of hugs. I hope you're okay with that.
Hell yeah.
I hope you like hugs.
Bring them on. Let's do it.
Okay, everybody. Whatever you're drinking, tap your camera to Nathan, to Napalm.
All right, everybody.